Hey, what's up, geek? Yeah, it's been 2 weeks. Hey, what's up, Zol? Hey, Janice. What's up, the Be Me? We are just getting started. Let's see if I still have the setup correctly. All right, sweet. This is going to be a bit of a dinner and drafts, so if that kind of thing bothers you, you might want to go elsewhere. It won't be crunchy or anything. I've got like some vegan spaghetti with meat sauce. You probably won't even really see it, but just saying. And then also, I don't know how to draft this cube. Like, I literally don't. It's not an exaggeration. So please help. Mill is broken. Oh, I love the sound of that. Is Foxy in my pod? I know it's been a while. I'm just going to say this once. I don't want to say it over and over again all night. Thank you, everybody, for your continued support. I appreciate it. I'm not going anywhere. There'll be more draft videos. There'll be more streams from me. I'm not really feeling Strixhaven, and I'm doing a lot, so this was a perfect time for me to relax a little. But, if you follow me, I certainly don't expect subscriptions. If I'm not streaming enough, I understand. You'll see when I'm streaming, and there will be more in the future, but I don't know exactly when. Probably with the next set. This weekend, I'll probably play a lot of Modern Horizons. I didn't really get to play much of that last weekend, but if that set's fun, then I may stream it this week. And I really like Modern Horizons 1, so I don't know if I'll like Modern Horizons 2 or not, but there's a decent chance. To be honest, I mean, the Modern Horizons and Modern Masters sets have been some of my favorite draft formats, so I definitely am excited to check out Modern Horizons 2. Yeah, I don't love Strixhaven. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. So guild formats as a whole are kind of like starting at a disadvantage because you only have 5 color combinations instead of 10. And then I think Lorehold is just like a bad guild. Like, obviously you can draft it if you get the rares and whatever. It's just like Golgari and Guilds of Ravnica. You shouldn't avoid it if you get a Zoni. You shouldn't avoid it if you get Lorehold command. But, it's not good. And, really you have, you have a very similar format to guilds where you have, Boros and Dimir were the best. In this format, I think Quandrix and Silverquill are the best. And then, Prismari and Witherhaven, if you're the only one in your pod, they're good enough. And, it's just, there's not that many different options. The lessons, I thought Learn was a cool mechanic at first. I love a toolbox, and I love spells. But with all the decks being able to play most of the same lessons, because a lot of them are colorless, and then a lot of them are, 2 different colors, white or red, not white and red, every game, feels the same. There's 4 decks. You play against, every opponent you play against, it's, either, a third of the time, they're Silverquill, a third of the time they're Quandrix, or a third of the time they're, Witherhaven or Prismari or the rare Lorehold, combined. I don't know. I just haven't enjoyed it a ton. Anyways, so, I don't know what I'm doing, so I need way more help than usual from the chat. Obviously, this goes without saying, I care a lot more about the spirit of the competition and fun than I do winning. Please don't cheat. If you're watching multiple streams, then just watch and don't weigh in on any of the picks. But if you're watching only my stream at the moment, then please tell me what the best card in the pack is and what the second best card in the pack is, because I do not know how to cube. So, Domri, it's a ramper and it's a removal spell. It seems good, but probably not S tier or anything. Dry Greenseeker was really busted in the format. I could see it being even better in Cube. Chandra's probably really good. I gotta take something. Yeah, I'll go with Chandra. It's a Planeswalker. How wrong can you go? Plus, if I draft... Chandra should be good in a red control deck or a red aggro deck. So pretty much no matter what red does, Chandra should be good. Now, obviously, Chandra could have been the 5th best card in that pack. I have no idea. But this card saw, modern play and was a standard staple. It's pretty hard for it not to be good enough for Cube. Alright, so let's see what we have here. Leyline Tyrant looks good to follow Chandra up with. I don't know if it's, totally busted or not. I mean, if you just cast Godpharaoh's Gift for 7, you pretty much win. Is this format, super fast? Can I draft, some kind of ramp mid-range deck with Godpharaoh's Gift as a win condition? Hey, thanks Privy B and Infinix. Really appreciate the subscriptions. Stonecoil Spirit, I'll get to play no matter what, but that card might just not be very good. Angel of Intervention is probably pretty busted. There's red and white aggro. All right, I'm going to take Leyline Tyrant and stay on color. I would guess Angel of Invention is better than Leyline Tyrant, but obviously in a second color, and I'm guessing Chandra's pretty good, though I don't really know. I could definitely see drafting the 7-mana rare and build around. That was like a standard rare. I mean, every creature that's in your yard just comes back like as a 4/4. That's pretty awesome. I don't necessarily know if that's like a thing you should be doing or not. So Approach goes well with Chandra in like a red-white control deck along with Leyline Tyrant, but it's about as on-aggressive a card as possible. Lightning Helix is going to be good no matter what, whether we're aggressive or control. Champions, generally good and stuff like this. I imagine Tivar is not going to be great unless you're elves. This card is, very heavily elf-focused. So I think out of this pack, we could look at Stomping Ground to lock up a good land. Helix is always a really good card. Yeah, Kogla's probably pretty good too. I'm going to go with Helix. Like, to see a red-white gold card, a burn spell. Again, Helix is going to be great if we're, like, super aggro or super controlling or mid-range. Helix just does it all, right? Like, it's just such an efficient Magic card. Okay, so that pick doesn't look to have worked out too well, though, because there's no red or white cards really in this pack. Granted, I know a nice land like a cycling dual land Mountain Forest is a pretty good land, so we could always take that. I imagine Lithoform Engine's too slow. Is Uvenwald Hydra good? Power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. When it enters the battlefield, search for a land. Yeah, that seems pretty good. If they kill it, you still get a land. If we play like a red-green mid-range. Also getting a land spell. I mean, those were really good. Those might be really good, because if the format's all playables, then like having a split card, that helps prevent flood and screw. I don't know. I grabbed the turn time. I talked myself into the turn timber symbiosis just on the grounds that like it will replace a land instead of a spell, and nothing in that pack seemed amazing. I could definitely see like a lot of the cards there. They all seem pretty close. And like I said, I don't really, it's close. I don't really know what I'm doing that well. Okay, Lorehold Command is super busted in Lorehold in Strixhaven. I don't know if it's busted in this or not. It seems still pretty good. I mean, you get a 3/2 and a Lightning Helix for 5 mana. That's a pretty powerful card. Thalia's most not likely not something I'm going to want. I mean, I already have a 4-mana spell and another spell. Probably going to draft more burn. Although I guess if we're an aggro deck, if this sets back the ramp and control decks, it probably does more harm to them than me, and it's best of 3. I guess I'll assume Lorehold Command could be good. I'm sure that this is not S tier in this cube like it is in Strixhaven Limited, but it's still a good card, right? Like, it's probably going to be I'm probably going to be happy to have this card, right? 3 to the player, 3 to a creature, gain 3, and get a 3/2, or sack a land to draw 2 or something. So, I mean, I think Lorehold Command in cube will probably be like B plus A minus, as opposed to in Strixhaven where it's S tier, like total S tier. But it's probably a good card, would be my guess. Okay, Spikefield Hazard on the land spell, if there isn't anything good, and red is the only color we're super committed to, all the red-white's looking likely. Heliod's Intervention could be a good sideboard card. Mindstone actually might be a good card. I think I'm going to take Mindstone. Mindstone's traditionally pretty good ramp if you have things that, like, there's a lot of value to getting out early. And, like, Planeswalkers, there's a lot more value to getting out early than there is creatures, right? Because if you get a creature out early, most likely they can still cast their removal, maybe they take 1 hit. If you get a Planeswalker out early, then you get to activate it an extra time before they can kill it, and they haven't built up the board where they can attack it out, and it can easily be the difference between winning or losing. It's a lot different to ramp up Planeswalkers than creatures. Okay, so here these white cards seem fine. I mean, Magma Opus is probably busted, but it's 8. Icy's good in any deck. Angel of Sanctum's good. That's one that removes permanents. I'm going to go with Icy, also because white is super light at this point still, but I'm not sure. Angel of Sanctum might be really good. I'm not actually 100% on that pick. I mean, Icy's got to be good, but I don't think Icy's going to be busted or anything in this. But I guess the ability to tap lands might be really good against some decks. Like, if Icy's just a removal spell, like against an aggro deck, Icy's not a very good card. But I guess, like, if you're tapping their 1-game winning bomb, or if you're tapping lands against some of the more controlling decks in Cube, then it could be good. So this could be good if we can cast it. We don't necessarily expect that to happen. I don't think I'm going to play Double Vision. Oh, Seagate Stormcaller. No, wait, I'm red-white, not red-blue. That was not a good pick, but whatever. I don't think we were going to really use any of those cards. I probably should have took the red one I was looking at. Okay. And I mean, for the record, we're only committed to red, right? I have 2 white gold cards and no white cards. Granted, this is a nice late white card. From the same conversation I had about Turn Timber Symbiosis, except Amiria's Call is a much better card. Like 2/4/4 Angels wins the game in the late game, and in the early game, this is a land. So I'm very high on Amiria's Call. That's one of the type of cards that's going to really help move me towards white. So Castle's probably pretty good, especially out of a burn deck, because, like, if we're helixing and lower hold commanding creatures and stuff, we can prolong games. Lightning Axe seems like pretty good removal. Do we have anything we discard profitably? No. I think just to replace the land, I'm going to go with Castle. And while I talked up Godpharaoh's Gift the first time, that's clearly not the deck we're drafting. I mean, I have, like, one creature. Which is not a problem. I'll happily win through Planeswalkers and Amiria's Call and not through, like, random generic creatures. That said, of course, Godpharaoh's Gift is a card that exiles creatures from your graveyard to do things. So, Godpharaoh's Gift is not good if you have a low creature count. So those of you who do cube, who have played this cube, how's my deck? Awful, average, or good? Sucks, says Sinquinin. Alright, I think we're a defensive deck, so we'll take Swift Response. Let's keep what you draft. I'll take the Mythic. No, I'm just kidding, but we're not going to use a blue-green duel, and I doubt I'm going to play that 7-mana artifact. Okay, so let's see. Venerable Wrangler, again, probably a good enough card to play. It generates an advantage. Probably not quite as good in this format as it is in Strixhaven, of course, because it's just a higher power format by a lot. But specifically, cards like that tend to not be as good. But this is not like S tier even in that format, like Lower Hold Command is. Mazemind Tome might be good. If we're going to be this controlling, I mean, I have like Planeswalkers, Ices, kill a tap creature, late game win con. Like, I might be looking for sweepers and drafting red-white control, I think. One of the things that, like, makes you not want to draft control decks that aren't blue is lack of card advantage. But we already have Chandra and Lore Hold Command. So now if we can get Mazemind Tome right off the bat here, too, I think we're drafting red-white control. I don't know if that's an archetype. I don't know if I'm being silly, but... Alright, well, I'm sure it won't... I'll say this for the last time. I'm sure it won't be as busted as in Kaldheim, but Starheim Unleashed is probably still pretty busted, right? I mean, this is, like I said, games can drag on with a deck like this, and for 5, or add 2 mana with Chandra, and for 5, for 7, for 9 mana, like, this card just seems absolutely disgusting. I think this is going to be S tier in cube as well. Like, unless this cube is higher power than it looks to me, I mean, this is good. Making 2/4/4 Angels for 5 mana, or 3 for 7 is just busted, right? Like, I don't know cube well, and yeah, it's higher power, but this doesn't seem like a combo deck, like a power cube or something, and like Starheim Unleashed just seems ludicrous to me, like, in any format. One of the best limited rares of all time, I think. Alright, let's see. Banefire's probably good. Like, we'd be happy to play it as a finisher and a removal, but I doubt it's, like, anything amazing. It's not super efficient. Well, we are a control deck. Mangara might actually be quite good for us. Opponent can only play 1 spell a turn, and it has lifelink, and they can only attack with 1 creature a turn, basically. I mean, it's weird, because Mangara would normally be bad, because white is aggro. There is another Chandra. Let's see. This one's not as good, I don't think, but I think we have to take it. So I actually, I'm going to take Chandra Heart of Fire, but I actually don't think this is like some super awesome card. Like, I wouldn't have picked one, pack one it like I did Chandra Torch of Defiance. But here's the thing. I understand Apparition's probably better. If we're going to draft red-white control, we're going to have tons of access to cheap removal. Red is really good at that, right? There's going to be plenty of lightning bolt type cards. White can exile creatures, gain life. Like, we are going to be good at killing early creatures and not getting run over. Our problem is going to be win cons and, like, beating control decks and beating decks with counter spells and things like that. So this deck needs to value every Planeswalker and Mazemind Tomb and stuff really highly, whereas, like, we can get all the cheap, grindy, good removal spells like Apparition we want. Okay, I'm going to take Lyra now as another nice win con for a control deck, I think. I don't think Lyra's even as good as Chandra Heart of Fire, and I mean, Chandra Heart of Fire is a powerful card, but, like, the difference between 4 and 5 on a Planeswalker, just like I talked about with the ramping Chandra Torch of Defiance out on turn 3 being a lot more valuable than ramping Leyline of Tyrant out on turn 3, it's because every turn earlier you get a Planeswalker out, their board is, like, that much less developed, so it's that much harder for them to attack it out, and then you go on to develop this, like, massive Planeswalker advantage. Okay, some of the cards in this pack seem fine, but I don't think any of them are super broken, so this looks like an opportunity to get, like, probably our best duel. I assume Plateau's not in this cube. So I think we take Sacred Foundry. Like, you know, I'd probably play Shepherd or Direfleet Devil. Shieldbreaker's a good sideboard card, but as a chance to lock up our first red-white duel, I think that, you know, we don't need a lot. I mean, I'm not looking at a splash. I'm looking at a 2-color red-white deck, but of course, you know, we do want to get one at least, and hopefully at least 1 or 2 more. All right, thank you. Oh, wow, I just saw Pepperidge Farm gifted out a bunch of subs. Hey, Pepperidge Farm, I'll never forget, but you already knew that. Thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's see. So Karn's Bastion could be good with our Planeswalkers, and that's value out of the land slot. Overwhelming Splendor is probably a pretty sick win con. I mean, it's 8 mana, but we are drafting a control deck with Mindstone and Chandra. I could take that. I'm going to take it. I'm not sure if we'll play it or not. We'll see if we get more ramp. But, like, this card, I mean, I remember when Cuneo won a limited GP, I think he had, like, this card in his deck in top 8. You know, in this format. Like, obviously that wasn't cube, but, I mean, I think it's a pretty powerful win con. It is 8 mana, but we are drafting a very controlling deck. Our deck is not looking to be aggressive at all. So I could see an 8 mana win con. Okay, I would take another red-white duel, but I think I'm definitely taking Realm Cloak Giant. This is a control deck with next to no creatures. Sweepers are exactly what we want, and this is an amazing sweeper. This is not an ordinary sweeper. 5 mana kill all creatures, and then you get a 7/7 later in the game. And in Limited, if you play 5 mana kill all creatures, you're probably living to cast that 7/7, right? If you're a little flooded, you've got 7 lands. If you're stuck on 5, you've got tons of spells to do, so you're not worried about casting the 7/7. 5 mana sweepers, you pay a cost in Constructed. But again, we're going to have Swift Response and Lightning Helix. We're going to have plenty of early stuff. I'm not worried about it. Speaking of, Ministrant of Obligation goes really well with sweepers. It's really hard to attack into. For a grindy red-white deck with, like, Lightning Helixes and sweepers, Minister of Obligation looks like an excellent 3-drop creature. Because we do want to have some, but obviously we're not looking for top-heavy creatures. We're not looking for aggressive creatures. We're looking for grindy creatures, creatures that perform well with sweepers that are hard to attack into, you know, that prolong the game. So I think Minister of Obligation is actually, like, a pretty solid card for us. Grateful Apparition's great with Planeswalkers, but we wouldn't want it otherwise. Right now we have 2 things to put counters on. Venerable Warslinger, we don't have creatures to bring back. Predator would be a splash. Oh, well, whatever. Let's see. Cloudblazer would be a good card to splash. I wouldn't do it randomly, but if we picked up, like, you know, just basically free-ish blue sources, I would splash it. Life Crasher's Bestiary is only good if you have green. Blue-black duel isn't going to help us, so let's take Cloudblazer in case we end up wanting to do a blue splash, because we get lands that make us do that. Hey, we got Mangara back anyway. That's another creature I could see playing. I don't think it's a great card. It might not make our deck, but we are really defensive and controlling, so, I mean, a 4-mana 2/4 lifelink slows down the opponent. Like, they pretty much have to kill it or whatever. Traxos, if it gets there, I know we have a lot, but, you know, like Chandra on tap. We have a lot of historic cards, like Chandra, Lyra, Mangara, Chandra, Icy, but we'll see. I'd have to have virtually all before I'd probably play it. Actually, Kolaghan, I'm not going to have enough creatures for the unsealing, but if I did a black splash, Kolaghan's Command might be a really good card in a deck like this. And Silver Quill Command might as well. But Karn's Bastion's also good. I'm probably not going to want Karn's Bastion with a couple Planeswalkers. Hey, we got a red-white duel back. Definitely the worst of the two. Not an exciting red-white duel for a control deck, but I'll still take it. It's a red and a white source out of 1 land, right? Definitely not one of the better duels, but I'll happily play it. Okay, so let's check this pack out. History of Benalia, still a good card even if you're a control deck, though obviously a very aggressive card. But 2/2/2s out of 1 card goes wide, and it's just a powerful card, an above-rate card, frankly. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Mamob and Hypnotoad. Really appreciate the support. Other than that, Treasure Map, I don't think is as good as Maze Mind Tomb, but again, we have to value these card advantage cards really highly, so we're interested in that. History might be enough better to take. especially because we already have a lot of 2s and not that many 3s. Deem Worthy's definitely on the table as well. I mean, Deem Worthy's ability to kill a small creature and draw a card or kill a big creature. I like that flexibility. I don't think it's like a super duper card, but I like that flexibility. That said, I think I got to go with one of the card advantage cards, and I think I'm just going to take Treasure Map, especially because if this thing flips and makes 3 treasures, then we can cast Overwhelming Splendor for the win. So this could give us... Treasure Map is not only a card advantage card, you know, if we want to sack the treasures to draw cards, but Treasure Map could also just ramp out Overwhelming Splendor on, like, turn 5 or 6. So that's kind of a good way to cast an 8-mana win con. Okay, I think Grim Lavamancer looks awesome, right? We're going to put cards in the yard. I mean, cards just go to the yard, and, I mean... you don't need to be an aggro deck for this card to be good. The longer a game goes, the more cards go to the yard and the more shocks you get out of it. Valor Stance would certainly be fine. Kaya, if I do the Black Splash. I have to get the lands to do it, though. Like, Kolaghan's Command and Silverquill Command and Kaya, they're all good cards, but the mana has to govern the splash. Like, I'm not going to splash black unless we pick up a couple black duels. So I think I'm taking Lavamancer here, and we'll keep our eye on that. So let's see. Shaleal, no, that puts counters on creatures. We don't have creatures, which is a good thing, by the way. I'm not saying that's a problem. I think we have a really nice control deck. I think we have plenty of good win conditions. I don't know if this deck's good or not, because I don't know, like, you know, for the power level for the cube or the matchups. But as a whole, it's not a problem that we don't have creatures. It just means cards like Shaleal are not good, obviously. Ranger for Grim Lavamancer is not the end of the world, but if we draw Lavamancer, we'll probably have nothing to get. Rune Blaster, that's probably a good card. Everybody's got non-basics, right? Oracle does seem very good, yeah, but I'm not going to splash green for Oracle here. I think Rune Blaster is probably a good card. I bet almost every deck has non-basics in it, right? And if not, it's a good sideboard card for the other ramp and control matchups, right? Okay, so Pilgrim of the Ages is actually another one of those grindy 3-mana creatures that a control deck likes. Helps me hit land drops to cast these win cons, including the 8-mana one. Birth of Meletis does that too, and probably better. There's maybe a higher chance we would table Birth. Also a red-white cycle land here, with a black attached to it if I wanted to do the Black Splash. Wow, I want this whole pack. So let's see. I think Fabled Passage or Save Triumph, probably Save Triumph. Fabled Passage is nice too, and good with Lavamancer, but cycling when I'm actually flooded seems more important. We do have plenty of cheap stuff. Yeah, I think we go with Save Triumph. I think the Triumph's the best. Guardian Idol actually might be better for ramping out Planeswalkers. I didn't consider that enough until the end. Like we talked about, ramp is really valuable with Planeswalkers. That said, this is pack 3, and I do only have 2, so I'm probably not going to see more. But the Triumph is perfect. It's a red-white cycle land for a control deck, so comes into play tap red-white mountain plains. If I do a splash, it's probably going to be black for Kolaghan's Command and Silverquill Command, especially if we happen to play against an artifact deck or something where Kolaghan's Command is busted, and then we have the black Triumph, so that's kind of huge for us. Because even if we don't splash black at all, it's a red-white cycling duel, and then if we do, it's the black Triumph. So now there's nothing great in this pack, so now we can take Terramorphic Expanse, and now our mana does get there. Yeah, now we could just splash black. This is what I'm talking about. I wouldn't have wanted to take Save Triome and Terramorphic Expanse over, like, Chandras and Wrath of Gods and Lightning Helixes. You know, if we were seeing power cards for red-white control, I wouldn't want to splash black because I wouldn't want to have to draft lands. But since those packs didn't have anything amazing for us, Kolaghan's Command and Silverquill Command are excellent cards for control deck, right? So now we can stick these cards in our deck and take Canyon Slow here, and our mana just looks good. We just picked up a Tri-land and Terramorphic Expanse, a cycling Tri-land and Triome, and a black-red cycling land. So now we're good to splash black because the lands allow us to, right? Alright, so let's see. Adanto Vanguard, it's kind of aggressive, but it also lives through my sweeper and stuff like that, and it seems like a pretty good card. I don't think I'll have double black for Castle Lochwain. Obviously, I can't Loris in the companion slot, but I could play it. What do I have to get back out of the yard? Remorseful Cleric, Maze Mine Tomb, Mindstone, Treasure Map. That's a decent amount. Lavamancer and Bag of Holding. A lot of my permanents are cheap. I could just play Loris in my deck. The white-black duel would be decent. Legion's Landing, I'm probably not attacking with 3 creatures ever to flip that. So I think this is Concealed Courtyard, Adanto, or Loris. I'm kind of feeling Loris. As a control deck, I'm just planning to cast Loris on turn 5 and then replay one of these cheap permanents, right? And it has lifelink. Like 0% on companioning in any way, but I can just cast this and immediately play a 2-mana card out of my yard. If they don't kill it, it's a lifelinker, and I can keep replaying the cards. If they do kill it, I 2-for-1 them. Well, whatever. Maybe not Tome if it exiles itself. You're right. But you get the point. And I think the point is still valid. I think Loris is a pretty good card, not as a companion, but just to play in a control deck. Okay, so we're going to take, if you have permanents to bring back, which I have plenty. So I'll take a black-white duel now that the black splash is definitely happening. Okay, so now there's a bunch of good cards. I wouldn't mind a red-black temple. That's a pretty good duel, but I think we need the playable. Not badly or anything. Every card we have here, if we do the black splash, is playable. But that said, Deemworthy and Skyclave Cleric both look pretty good for us, right? This card's got to be quite good against aggro, and this is good removal, because you can cycle and kill a small creature. Yeah, I saw the Sweeper. 8 mana, I would play it because it's a land, but I think the whatever I took, the dual land or whatever, is clearly more valuable for us. All right, Kaya. Another good Planeswalker win condition. I mean, I think personally this card is probably better than Heart of Fire, worse than Torch of Defiance, but all of that is hard to evaluate. And either way, it's just another third very solid Planeswalker that we can win the game with. So that's basically all that matters. The fact that these are effective card drawing engines for us to win with. I actually didn't get quite as much cheap removal as I was hoping for, but we're still not that bad on it. And we can play like Alseid. That's a nice cheap lifelinker that can then protect Loris and come back and stuff. I don't think we're going to play any of these cards. I don't know. I don't think we're going to play these cards. There's probably like some aggro red and white players, so I wasn't able to get as much burn as I was kind of hoping for. Like, I really didn't get much after the Helix. I guess I might just not be in the cube or have opened, because the Deemworthy tabled. That card seems pretty good to me, but what do I know about this cube? I probably won't splash for Foulmire Knight, but if we are short playables, that card kind of fits our deck pretty well. Death Touch allows it to trade up. It's a better defensive card than an offensive card, because if it attacks, they can just ignore it and take one, but as a blocker, it can kill their biggest ground attacker. And then it can draw a card, which is what we're trying to do, and it comes back with Loris. I could certainly see myself playing Foulmire Knight here, even off the splash. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23, 26. We actually have more playables than I thought, though. 2-point Gary now. Yeah, black was open. I mean, white didn't seem particularly open, I think. But, I mean, you know, the white control stuff isn't that hard to get, I guess. The white players around us are probably aggro. Okay, so anyways, what did we count? 26? 16 or 17 lands. Because, I mean, obviously this deck wants at least like 17, if not 18 mana sources. But, I mean, Maze Mind, Tome, Mind Stone, Treasure Map all basically count as lands because they cost 2 and help you find or are mana. Oh, and Amarius calls a land too. Do I have any more of those? So I don't just completely miss them. No. Okay, so we'll probably play like 16-ish lands, right? Maybe 15 and Amarius Call is the 16th, or maybe 16 and Amarius Call is the 17th. It's probably between those two. So, Traxos, I think you need a lot, but I see a lot of artifacts. Every card in our deck might untap Traxos. We have what, like, historic cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not that one. 9, 10, 11. 11's a lot. I think we can play Traxos. If we can't untap it, it'll just be a cheap big blocker. But then we got to cut more cards, so it might end up going out anyway. All right, so I think we're looking to cut like 2, 3, 4 cards, depending on the Traxos. The Foulmire Knight is the last card on the board that we could consider. Cruel Reality, I mean, if I was going to play 2 basic swamps, maybe, but I'm only going to play 1, because we have plenty of black sources for not very many black cards here, and treasures can help us too, and there's just 1 swamp is all we want to put in the deck. So, oh, Realm Cloaked is in for sure. Sorry, Realm Cloaked's one of my best cards. I don't know how that got over there. Like, given we're a red-white control deck, Realm Cloaked is probably one of my best cards. That card is not in any way gonna get cut. All right, so, sorry. Okay, so this is literally everything we could consider, basically, including the Foulmire. That's reasonable. Like, black's a splash, and we don't have blue sources. Okay, so we're gonna play 5, so that's 5, 8, 12. Let's count one more time for real this time. 19, 22, 25, 28. 28, not counting the Amarius Call in the land stack. So let's assume we play 16. It's like I said, the only possibilities are basically the call will be my 16th land or the call will be my 17th land. This is a control-ish deck. We do want to make land drop 5, turn 5 every game, but we have a lot of cheap, grindy stuff. Maze Mind Tome draws cards, scries on the cheap. Mind Stone is a land, Treasure Map, scries, and then gives you 3 mana, etc., etc. Is Bag of Holding going to be good? Unless they're playing discard, I don't think I'm going to have time to activate this card. I think this card is only going to be good as discard protection. Like, I know I wanted the card advantage and the card drawing as win cons, but we did pretty good in that regard. If we play Splendor, Kaya, Chandra, Torch of Defiance, that's a pretty good amount of good win cons. I think we can get rid of the bag. I think that's the worst card in my deck here at the moment. I don't really want to cut too many cheap cards that impact the board early, because I actually didn't end up with a ton of those. So I think these two 1-drops and all of these 2-drops are just not on the table. Like, I just think we're not going to cut any of these. They're all going to perform reasonably well in a defensive deck, maybe Remorseful Cleric's like my worst or something. And I want to do something by turn 2. So then we get to the 3-drops section. Obligation looks pretty good. I think Rune Blaster's cuttable. I think it will be good in a lot of matchups, but I think I'll board it out versus every aggro deck probably. Foulmire Knight's cuttable, so that gives us 2 cuttables in Rune Blaster and Foulmire Knight. Mangara looks good, but it is cuttable, I think. Leyline looks good, but it is cuttable. These are pretty much not cuttable. Traxos cuttable, sorry. But I think Starheim Unleashed might be the best card of my deck. Chandra Torch maybe right behind it. Icy and Demonworthy are pretty efficient. Lyra's a good win con, but this is not normal draft. I mean, we have 3 5-mana cards that we play over it, I think, because they're harder to interact with as win cons. So I'm not planning to cut Lyra, but I think it is cuttable, and we could board it in. So how many cards does that leave us? 4, 8, 13, 16, 19, 21. So we're looking to put in 2 or 3 of these in this stack here. 2 or 3 of these go back in. Traxos and Lyra, maybe? Leyline Tyrant seems fine, but it seems kind of mediocre. I don't think I'll need it to close. I don't think I'm looking to invest a bunch of mana and leave mana open with all my 6, 5s, and 7s and Planeswalkers. Leyline Tyrant seems kind of weak. And I think Rune Blaster will be a good sideboard card, but I don't necessarily want to main that. Silver Quill Command should not be in the 3 slot, but that's fairly irrelevant. I guess it matters a little bit, I guess. Realistically, the curve looks a lot more like that, I guess. That does raise the curve a little bit, though. It makes me think more about cutting Lyra and Traxos, keeping something like Mangara that slows the opponent down, has lifelink, and is a good blocker the turn you play it. Maybe Foulmire Knight, too. I mean, I have a decent amount of black sources. I'll be able to play Foulmire Knight early a lot of the time. Rather get rid of more of this, like, expensive, like, creatures like Lyra and Leyline Tyrant. So that's 4, 5... Oh, I would never splash 4 Foulmire Knight. Never. I'm splashing for Kolaghan's Command and Kaya, basically. And then I happen to get a lot of black sources, so I might be willing to put the Foulmire Knight in my deck. Even if I had these same black sources, it wouldn't literally be worth it to me to cut 1 basic Plains or Mountain for 1 basic Swamp to put Foulmire Knight in my deck. I wouldn't do it off the splash. But I think Kaya and Kolaghan's Command might be, like, very strong cards, and I got a ton of black sources. So now I'm considering playing single black cards that are just good for me. Like, this does draw a card, and then it is a 2-for-1. It draws a card, and then gives me a 1/1 Death Touch. And 1/1 Death Touches are good at trading and going to the yard to be Lavamancered, come back with Loris, come back with Silver Quill Command. Like, this card hits a lot of synergies in this deck. Yep, we'll do EBR. Let me go to that. I guess we've been selected for a feature match. Pretty cool. So, let's see. EBR said, will you join your Sweatsuit and share screen for coverage, please? I see. Pretty cool. We're going to get to be around 1 feature match, I think. Thank you, Ewan. Appreciate the subscription. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, EBR. That's actually a way better way to do it. So then when a match ends, you just jump into another match immediately. That's awesome. That's very smart. That's honestly a great innovation. Okay, anyways, though. So I'm going to focus back on the deck build here. So let's see. This is 4, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 21, 22, 24. So if we want to play 16, including the call, we're good. Or we can cut the Foulmire Knight for a 17th land. No, it hits so many synergies. It's so close. I feel good about leaving Lyra and Leyline Tyrant in the sideboard. I'm sorry, Lyra. I hope you can't hear me saying this. I have a cat named Lyra. But I'll board Lyra in if it looks like the opponent can't deal with it. But it's a pretty bad card against, black removal and control decks and stuff. It's obviously an amazing card as a win con against aggro, so I'll board it in there. But let's see. So do we cut Falmir Knight for a 17th land? I can't imagine it's really anything else, looking at the cards. I mean, 16 isn't great for a control, but, like, Mindstone is literally a 17th land. Tome Scries for 0, if we need lands. Treasure Map Scries for 1. Splendor is in. Yeah, I'm counting Splendor. I could cut Splendor. Do you think I'll close every game without it, or do you think I need this to beat, like, other control decks and stuff? I got a little bit of good ramp. Like, Treasure Map could cast Splendor pretty easily. And, I mean, like, the commands and stuff will help drag on games. But I could see cutting Splendor. I didn't get a ton of ramp. Should I cut Splendor and then play... Well, if I cut Splendor, I don't want to play 17. Should I cut Splendor for Lyra and then play 16? Maybe that's a good option. Yeah, I can board the Splendor in when I need it. Obviously, Splendor is not a card you want against aggro. Splendor and Lyra are pretty much opposite. Splendor is going to be a win con that goes over the top of the other control decks. Lyra is going to be a good win con against aggro and quite bad against control. How many cycling lands do I have? Because, I mean, I don't want to get super flooded some games or something. Oh, I have a couple cycling lands. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm going to play 17. You know what? I'm just going to cut the Splendor, play the Falmir, and play 17 because I forgot. So I can cast the Call, so I have 16. But I can cycle the Triome and the Canyon Slow. So that's really more like, you know, 2 lands that are like spells if I'm flooded. And then I have a Castle, too. So I'm just going to do that. We clearly only need 1 Swamp. Let's see what it's suggesting for lands here. Where's the add basic lands? Did they change it? Oh, here it is. Okay, so we want 1 Swamp, and then pretty much even red and white, regardless if we have more of one or the other. We have double color cards in both. We're a 2-color deck. So, as far as our lands, let's just see. After the 1 Swamp, we decided on 17, and the call is 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. So we have to add 8 more lands. And we currently have 1, 2... I'm just not going to count the Triome and the Terramorphic because those are obviously red, white, and black. So we're currently on 3 red, and we're currently on 1, 2, 3 white, counting the call. So we'll just add 4 plains and 4 mountains because we want about even red and white. And we currently have about even red and white. So 4, 4, 1 looks good. If I counted correctly, we've got a deck. Oh, I don't mind using wild cards. I have, like, infinite. The good thing about being a heavy limited, very low constructed player, plenty of wild cards. I will say, though, the pump fake on the feature match was not cool. I thought we had a feature match, but in reality, everybody's a feature match now. All right. So, how did I do for my first ever Arena Cube here? This is definitely my first time ever drafting this list, unless this was, you know, a cube that I did once or twice when the last time I did an Arena Cube or something. So, hope we did well. Well, looks like we messed up the import. And the build a little bit. It's all right. Probably my own fault, not the program's. Oops, they're going to go back into my collection, not the sideboard, though. That's why it's easier to build and then import. So we have a claim. Whatever. If I gave myself 2 claims and I try and board in 2 claims, you'll stop me, right? And then let's just move everything else to the sideboard that belongs there. Manually. It's kind of annoying, but I don't know how I messed it up this time. It's not that many cards. It's like the 10 sideboard cards or whatever. So we decided on for the board. Just want to make sure I have them in the sideboard, though. So if I do miss and put it back in my collection, make sure you tell me if it's a relevant card like Lyra, if you catch it. I'm not saying it's your responsibility, not mine, but, you know, it's important I have Lyra in my sideboard to board in against aggro decks. And it's important I have Splendor in my sideboard to board in against control decks, and so on. Okay, these are all the main deck cards. Falmir, I think I ended up going with, right? Bag, I did not. Bag's slow and bad. Good discard protection. I'll board it in if they're, you know, super grindy, or especially if they have discard. Okay, so what else is in that I cut? The Tyrant got cut. And the Obliterator was never in because it cost 4 black. Cool. 4/1, and then all the fancy lands. That looks right to me. Make sure the Lyra went to the sideboard. The Splendor went to the sideboard. The cards I'm actually going to board in. There's Lyra. There's Rune Blaster, Tyrant, Splendor, Claim. Okay, looks good to me. Traxos is out. All right. Oh, no. I think I went with Traxos. What did I play instead of Traxos? Oh, the 17th? No, I've got 17 land, right? 4, 8, 9, 10, 13, 16, and then the call is the 17th. Yeah, I think the Traxos is in. I mean, I could cut it if you think I should. I have a lot of ways to untap it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 ways to untap it. And it's, where did I get the 10th from? This is not a historic card. 9 ways to untap it. It's the 10th. And it's also, like, not an aggro deck. I'm looking to play long games. I draw extra cards. Traxos was out. I don't know. I don't know if you're right. Well, unless I lost a card in the process. I mean, what in the sideboard is in? It wasn't Bag. Rune Blaster? I don't think so. Leyline. Lyra. I thought I cut those. Got the Falmir Knight in 17 lands now. Well, it doesn't matter whether it was or was not in. What matters is presenting the best deck we think we can. So, should I send Traxos, or should I put back in Lyra instead of Traxos? Or Leyline Tyrant, or Rune Blaster? Any of the last cards out. Doesn't matter. Let's not worry about it, okay? Like, it's possible, you're right, it's possible Traxos wasn't in, it's possible Traxos wasn't. It's irrelevant, right? We can just make the decision now. What do we want the last card to be? Do we want it to be Traxos, Lyra, Rune Blaster? Like, which of these close last cards should we make? Lyra's definitely better. The only question is, do we have too many 5s? I guess Steam Worthy we can cycle on 4 if we drew another 5. So it's more of a 4 than a 5. Realm Cloaked is a 5, though. So I think, realistically, this is like more like what our curve looks like. I mean, Falmir might be a 3, but Starheim's not a 2, not a 4. So, like, in terms of actually casting our cards on curve, this is more like what it looks like. This is actually pretty good. Mindstone takes you, skips over turn 3. And then, like, we have, like, Maze Mine and Treasure Map of cheap removal if we need something to do on turn 3. I actually like going from 2 to 4 and 5. I don't know if I lost a card. I mean, hopefully not. I can check if I don't think I closed it yet. Let me pull it back up. I don't really see anything. Y'all are right. The Traxos is out. But the Lyra's out too, so that is actually kind of weird. 4, 7, 10, 13, 17, 22. Oh, yeah, we were just a card short, which obviously makes sense. I cut 1 card too many. So, okay, so yeah. So it's just the last card in, like we were figuring out anyway. And I think it's Lyra. All right, cool. Let's do it. The land's good. We're playing 16 lands, Call is 17, Mindstone is 18, and then we got, like, Tome and Map and things that help. So it's basically 17 hard lands, because obviously I can play Call as a land anytime I want, and then Mindstone's a land, so we're basically on 18 lands, plus a few helpers. We have 2 cycle lands. We have the Triome and the Black-Red. We're good. I figured out what it was. It was literally just 1 card short, which makes perfect sense. It was, the Traxos was out, but so was the Lyra, but it was 39 cards. We're good. And so now let's see who our opponent is. I wish we had an ECD. I mean, Elspeth Conquers Death has just been busted in, like, every format. I'm assuming it's pretty busted in this, especially in a red-white control deck. All right, let's see who my first round opponent is. Infinite Breakfast. Oh, yeah, they tweeted about it. Breakfast is my favorite meal. I have tweeted about that. Might feel bad if I win against Infinite Breakfast, given breakfast is by far my favorite meal. I'm actually eating vegan spaghetti with meat sauce right now. It's not something I ever really expected I'd be eating in my life, and I'm not vegan or vegetarian, but the Impossible meat is just so good. It's so close to ground beef that basically, like, every ground beef dish, I'm happy to eat the vegan version of. Like, I still want a steak sometimes or whatever. Like, I don't want the vegan version of of a ribeye. But, like, when it comes to, like, shepherd's pie, spaghetti with meat sauce, just any sort of, like, pasta with meat, like, anything like that, like, the Impossible beef is just so good. Impossible's way better than Beyond. All right, so we're doing limited tournament match, Impossible breakfast. But it got cold a little during the draft, so I'm going to stick it in the mic real quick. And I don't think I put the fork in, but... I didn't, but I also only put it in for 30 seconds, so it's unlikely nothing would happen. But anyways, so did I send the right pairing to Infinite Breakfast here, or, like, is it me, or is it Arena, or is Infinite Breakfast not ready? Yeah, I mean, some things are harder than others, right, Michael Bolus? And that's why, like, since I'm not vegan and my girlfriend is, I just try everything she makes, and if it tastes great, I don't care if it's vegan or not, right? And, like, I haven't found, like, a good, vegan substitute for a ribeye, but, like I said, anything that's ground beef, you can just sub in the Impossible beef, and it tastes, like, exactly the same. We have drafted a deck, but we have not played a game yet, Gamecock. You a South Carolina fan? I'll show you the deck real quickly since the connection wasn't happening. Impossible Breakfast might just not be ready yet. We don't know. The Invitational this week was some kind of Arena Cube list. I don't know. I mean, the last time I played Arena Cube, it was actually pretty fun. It wasn't like power or combo. There was no storm or any of that nonsense that like LSV likes or people like that, It was like all like grindy stuff and modern and pioneer type decks, not combo stuff. Like, I know there's a lot of combo in those formats, but it wasn't. It was like all like Jun Sack stuff and like grindy stuff, and it was pretty fun. Oh, is this Hunter's Cube? Well, that's gas if he made a sweet cube. I mean, I don't know anything about this cube. Like, I literally don't know what's in it or anything. I didn't see any power. I didn't see any storm cards, like I said, or anything obnoxious. So it seemed fine, but we'll see how it plays out. Listen, as big a Hunter fan as I am, if he made a cube with a bunch of storm cards and moxes, he'll hear about it from me just like everybody else. But no, this cube, like I said, I don't know whose it is. I don't know what list it is, but it seems fine. Looking at the cards that we drafted and the cards that we passed, it was like a lot of removal and like cheap aggressive creatures. I didn't see much combo stuff. I didn't see reanimator stuff. I didn't see storm stuff. It didn't look like a nonsense cube. It looked like we'll play some decent games of Magic. Okay, though, anyways, I do want to play some decent games of Magic. I am going to be only doing this tonight, but we don't know how long it's going to take, of course. Hopefully we'll win, so hopefully you'll be stuck with me all night. Single elimination, so we might be here for another 20 minutes. We might be here for another 5 hours. Hopefully the latter. Let's see. So let's try again with Impossible Breakfast. Impossible Breakfast. I was just talking about the Impossible meat so much. No, Infinite Breakfast. Way better than Impossible Breakfast. We did not select comparable ones. Did I not select limited tournament match? It is, I mean, we always use limited tournament match. This is like, I've played in this all but 1 week. It's supposed to be that. So, I'm gonna guess it's them, not me, if we're selecting mismatching. I mean, it's both of us if it's mismatching, but it's supposed to be limited. No way, Himray. I won't believe you until I see it. Well, I just literally copied and pasted it out of a file. I mean, there's a space in the name in the file. I don't know if there's supposed to be a space in the name or not. Hey, thanks, Sisyphus. Appreciate the subscription. I don't know what to do right now. Clearly, we're trying to battle. I can try and get rid of the space. Is there not a space in their name? Does anybody have Infinite Breakfast stream open? Well, never mind. I think that worked. It did the pause. Is it connecting? No, I lied. Pump fake. It's not necessary, Himray. It's not necessary. But if there are Dominaria humans, I'll probably be streaming those. I also might stream some Modern Horizons next week. I don't know if I'm going to or not. I'm not promising either way, but I am going to get to play it this weekend for sure. Rachel's out of town, and I don't have anything this weekend, except for a couple hours of coaching. So I'm going to play lots of poker and watch lots of basketball, but there's also going to be lots of time for Modern Horizons drafts. So then I'll get to figure it out, the format a little, you know, get familiar with it, see if I like it. If it's fun and I like it, I'll probably stream it some next week. You might have to hide your eyes, though. That I assume it's not on Arena, right? Modern Horizons 2 is only on Magic Online. Why put great sets on your best product, right? Might as well just only put it on the weaker of the two platforms. I only coach MTG. I do not coach poker at all. I'm going to message Infinite Breakfast. I don't know what's going on. Not much I can really say here. I think there is the space in the name. I just copied and pasted it. I tried it without the space because, you know, that's possibly the error. But I need to fix that because I think there is the space in the name. So, I mean, that should be correct. Thanks, Soup Dave. Appreciate the support. I completely agree, Sisyphus. I don't understand why they don't just put these sets on Arena. It's like sometimes people worry about things being like congruent in places where they're completely unnecessary. Like, you know, the logic might be like, well, we don't have Modern on Arena. Who cares? Here's a new set to draft called Modern Horizons for those of you who use both but like Arena better. Now you can play it on Arena too. You know what I mean? Like, you already went through all the trouble of coding the program and making the set and everything. Just put the cards on Arena and let us draft it on Arena too. Like... Alright, well, this hand looks good. So we want to play a tap land. If we have Mind Stone +3 and then a cycling land. So we can choose to cycle that cycling land or play it. We don't really know which, so I think what we want to do here is Terramorphic for Swamp, and then next turn we can play Vantage and Mindstone, because Terramorphic's always a tap land, and we want to get Vantage out over turns 1 through 3, and then we'll get a couple of draw steps to decide whether to cycle the Canyon Slow or not. So I think, since we know we're happy to search out Swamp, the only thing that neglects is double white, which, I mean, we have like 1 or 2 double white cards, I think, not that many, and none in our hand, so I think that works pretty well. Because, you know, if we draw a land over the next 2 draw steps, I'm probably going to want to cycle the Canyon Slow. But if I draw 2 straight spells, especially 5-mana Planeswalkers, I'm going to play the Canyon Slow, right? So, this gives us the optionality and gets a tap land in play. So we'll go get the Swamp, and then we have all 3 of our colors. No decisions here. I have Cardboard Live open. I don't know if it's supposed to work for this or not, given the sets and all that. I have no idea. I'll close it and reopen it. Sometimes that works. Okay, so we can play Chandra, and then can't do anything with the 2 red. So next turn, Chandra into Kolaghan's Command. That curves out really nicely, because the most valuable thing you can do with Chandra the turn you play it, unless they're like low in life, or have like a 4/4, a great target for the removal, is going to be adding the 2 mana and using it. So right now, we don't really want to play it into their open mana. -4 to kill a recursive creature. So this turn, I think, is a pretty clear Mangara. Sorry, y'all. I don't know what's up with that. The mic just randomly pops like once in a blue moon. I don't know. Like, there's got to be some fix to that I need, but I don't know what it is or what's going on. Not trying to deafen all my viewers. Okay, so now we can do what I said. Chandra Kolaghan's Command if we want to. Get back Mangara. That looks pretty good. And deal 2 to one of their creatures. The only question is, do we want to hit... Sorry, I'll try not to lean close, but I mean, I don't know. Oh, maybe I went for the water or something right next to it or something like that. Because I was like, why would I lean like directly into the mic? If I lean like a foot closer to it, I wouldn't think that would change everything and make it pop like that. But it's probably my fault. Okay, anyways. So yeah, so I think this turn, the only question is which do we Kolaghan's Command? Because Mangara is already a good target, and those are both fine targets to deal 2. Of course, we don't really want to kill recursive creatures, but we also get an extra loyalty immediately on the Chandra if we kill the recursive creature. So I think it's a pretty close call, but at the end of the day, I'm not worried about Chandra being on like 2 as opposed to 3 or something, so I think we don't want to kill the recursive creature. Also, Mangara can block the non-flyer, and it can't block the flyer. So let's go ahead and deal, return that, 2 damage to the flyer. Chandra's out on a comfortable 5 loyalty, and back to you, opponent. I mean, this is a tournament for fun. I would never add a delay in this. If your opponents are ghosting you in this, they're just losers. Like, this is a streamer promotional tournament. Like, for nothing. You know what I mean? It's just like a bunch of popular streamers and pros and stuff do, like, a weekly kind of draft league thing. Like, if you're ghosting people in this, like, you need help. I mean, listen, I'm not supporting ghosting ever, but, like, you know, we derive a lot of advantages from streaming, and so, like, you know, I think it's a complex discussion if I'm choosing to stream on no delay, playing like the Arena Open or something like that. I think they made it explicitly against the rules, in which case, of course, no one should ever do it, period. But also, like, ethically, I think it's bad, and I think it's bad for, like, the community. But also, like, I wasn't one to go hard on ghosters in general in spots like that, because if I'm choosing to stream a high-stakes tournament on no delay, that, like, I can't expect a random Arena user playing that tournament to, like, respect that or whatever, right? Like, I derive benefits from streaming. Whereas this is a streamer league. So, like, you're, you know, basically agreeing when you play in this that you will never look at somebody else's stream while you're playing in it, right? Like, that's like I said, and we're playing for nothing. This is literally for fun, and like, for love of the game. Okay, anyways. So let's see. So we can deal 2 to the 3-1. That looks alright, but they might have a counter. So first and foremost, we probably want to +1 and exile a card, because we might want to cast it. So let's see what we get. I don't think I need the 2 red mana. I didn't really want 2 damage to them, of course. But that's almost like drawing a card if I didn't want the mountain. And then I think now I want to play the land. I don't want to get like my Chandra countered or my Chandra killed like too easily. So I think what I'm going to do here is play Maze Mind, Tomb, and Swift Response. This way I double spell. They've left 3 up twice. This kind of plays around counters like somewhat decently. Given I now have Maze Mind Tome to draw 4 more cards, I'm going to play the Canyon Slow. I'm not really worried about flooding because I'm going to draw 4 cards off Maze Mind Tome. So I'll have plenty more to do. But, like, if I didn't draw Maze Mind Tome, I mean, Mind Stone into a land or whatever, I'd happily cycle to Canyon Slow. I could play second Chandra. Yeah, the problem is they might just counter it. So they left 3 up twice. So I'm kind of scared they have a counter. I understand that if they counter the Swift Response, they still kill this Chandra. But that's not that big of a deal. It basically drew a card last turn. I'm now making them tap their mana on their turn instead of on mine if they want to kill Chandra. And I got Maze Mind Tome in play, right? So, like, this plays around a counter, even though they can counter Swift Response and kill Chandra. I barely even wanted the Swift Response to kill the Shade. The point of that was just to save Chandra, right? Alright, so obviously I'm going to discard Vanguard, keep other Chandra. Chandras are still, like, only legendary by name, right? Like, I can have 2 different Chandras out at the same time, I think. Shows you how little constructed I play these days. So, sometimes you're going to scry 0 here end of turn. You know, I mean, scry 1 and get a counter. Sometimes you don't want to because you want to draw 4 cards. The times you want to scry is basically when you know what you're looking for. If a land has a ton of value, scry. If a land has no value, scry. If a land is kind of an okay draw, you probably don't want to scry. So in this position, I don't really mind drawing a land because that will give me like 7, right? And then I can like play Chandra and Maze Mind Tome or cast the card off Chandra and have more mana to activate Tome and Chandra. So I don't really mind drawing a land. I'm not really looking for a land. Spells will last me, you know, they'll be in my hand for later in the game as the game drags on. A land lets me do more now. So a land or a spell are pretty good and pretty comparable draws at this point. So there's no reason to Maze Mind Tome and scry here. I know I'm spending a lot of time on this, but I hope that makes sense to you and you understand, because this is probably one of the most valuable like things you could take away from my stream tonight. Because when to like scry and put a counter on your Maze Mind Tome, since it can either do the more powerful thing of draw a card or the less powerful thing of scry 1, is going to be pretty hard in some spots. So basically what you want to think about is how valuable scry is right now. And if a land or a spell are like comparable draws and the game's just going to drag on indefinitely, then like scry has almost no value. So you shouldn't be scrying in a spot like that, right? Unless you're under pressure and need the 4 life, but obviously that's not the case here either. Okay, so I can Edict away a 1/2, don't really want to do that. Return a creature with casting cost 2 or less. Don't have that. Draw a card is always good. +3/+3 not. So let's start by plussing Chandra, see what we get. Cool. That I'll definitely cast. In which case, I'm casting because I don't want to lose it, and now I have 3 mana left to work with, so I might as well draw a card now, because if I get a land, I'll play it. And I can't do anything else by leaving the mana up. Not a bad turn. If they kill the Ministrant, they've got to exile it, or I get the 2/1/1s, even if they do that. Chandra definitely doesn't die from taking a hit for 1, so pretty comfortable turn. Drew 2 extra cards, and didn't really fall behind. Okay, so we definitely want to put Starheim Unleash on Foretell. Of course, we're not hard casting it with this much mana. If Chandra's still out, we can even plus it for an extra one. I think this turn seems like we'll start by plussing Chandra for a card, and then we can cast that, or Chandra, and then foretell Starheim Unleashed. We're no longer worried about playing around counters on this turn. The reason is because Starheim Unleashed is going to be way more powerful than even this 5-mana Chandra. So if they have a counter, we're happy to trade this 5-mana Chandra for it, right? Because then they're countering that and not Starheim Unleashed. Interestingly, though, since we hit this 1-mana spell, we don't cast it, we lose it. It's a pretty good card. We wanted to cast it. Now we can Silver Quill Command and foretell Starheim Unleashed, or we can just Chandra. So we do have a decision to make. I'm not excited about edicting them. Draw a card, lose a life is perfectly fine. I don't have a 2 to return yet, but I do have a good 2 in play. So, not 100%. I really want to get the Starheim Unleashed on Foretold so they can't make me discard it. But if they had discard in hand, they would have just played it, right? So, I don't think they're holding discard. They'd have to top deck it. And I don't even think I'm going to lose if that happens, given my hand is loaded and I have Chandra out and stuff. So I'm just going to cast this Chandra and kill their 1/2 with the plus to deal 2, which is pretty convenient right now. Unless they have like a sweeper that also kills planeswalkers and possibly artifacts too, I really imagine we can't lose this game. But I don't really know. Thanks, Crazy K9s. Appreciate the subscription. So let's see. So I definitely don't want the discard a hand ability. That might be one of the only ways we could lose this game if I accidentally did the top +1 instead of the middle +1. So let's see. I think at first and foremost, we don't know what we're going to draw. Let's start by Chandraing. Pretty much whenever you have a lot to do and you have a ton of mana, and one of the first things you're definitely going to do on the turn is draw a card, you do it first because it may change the rest of your plays. You sculpt your turn around after you get as much information as you can. I'm not going to end up wanting to -4 this. They're not going to like flash a 4 toughness creature and play in combat. I'm not even going to attack them this turn. So let's draw a card off Chandra, see what we get. Then we can map our turn. Okay, so I think now play Alseid seems good. And then I'll foretell the Starheim Unleashed plus the other Chandra just for damage and pass the turn to them. I could draw now, I guess, so that I can play the land if I hit it. Actually, that just makes more sense. So after that whole spiel, I should have Mazemind Tome before I cast Alseid or foretold the Starheim Unleashed, because if I'm going to draw now, I do it first, so I see what I get, because I might get something better to cast. But PV wrote a great article a long time ago, where or at least part of the article, where one of the premises is basically better to make 2 mistakes the opponent can see than 1 mistake they don't. So, like, in person, some players then will, like, do something else instead of activating the tome, so it doesn't look like they made a clear mistake by not activating the tome first. But I've got no shame. Part of why I'm probably a successful Magic player. And then, let's see. Just activating this to activate it, because it's better than not getting a loyalty. I'm going to hold Amiria's Call. That's a powerful late-game spell. I'm not going to put it in play. Just have an extra land, even for Starheim. If Starheim doesn't get countered and or they don't sweep the board after I play it, then like they're going to lose to it regardless whether it makes 3, 4, or 5 angels. So let's see. I'm not going to let Chandra die, so I'm going to block it. So then, if I'm going to block it, looks like a pretty clear double block and Lavamancer. Because remember, yeah, I'm 2 for 1-ing myself, but if I let Chandra go, I lose Chandra, which is more powerful than both my 1/1s combined. And so, if I'm not going to let Chandra go, I have to block. If I'm going to block, I'm already going to go down a card, because blocking with 1 is a chump block, right? So in that case, I then have to ask myself the decision, would I rather sacrifice the second 1/1 and activate the Lavamancer to deal 2 to it instead of 2 to them, in exchange to kill the shark? And the answer is, of course. If I'm going to chump it with 1/1/1, then then basically it's, would I sack the second 1/1 to kill it? Of course I would. So we're going to double block. And yes, they can mess this up, but also, who cares? Like, it's not important we kill the Voracious Great Shark here. We're only blocking it because it's worth it to keep Chandra around. But once we're already going to chump block it, then we might as well double block it because we would happily sack the second 1/1 to actually kill it. I mean, I can't imagine we could lose this game. I don't really know what they could have. Brazen Borrower is going to do almost nothing, and they have 3 cards and 5 mana. I don't know which 3 cards beat 2 Chandras and Starm Unleashed and a bunch of 2/4/4 Angels and command to bring these back and draw a card. Thanks, Dyson Dragonslayer. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, but if we have to, right, if they do something, it would have to be like blue, right? Like if they go to, because if they play like a black removal on Lavamancer, if I give it pro black, then the shark just finishes it anyway. So there was some minor protection there, kind of, but not great. If they had like a bounce spell, a blue one, then I'm a little bit protected, because if they go to bounce Grim Lavamancer, I just sack the Alcide, and then it stays in play with pro blue through the shark. If they go to bounce the Alcide, then I can sack it to give pro blue, and then the Lavamancer stays in play. Okay, anyways. So now, 2 damage to the 3/1 with the plus on Chandra. We've got to prepare for Brazen Borrower coming into play. I think Starheim Unleashed is even more than Amaria's Call, as powerful as Amaria's Call is. So if I have triple white, I might just cast Amaria's Call. I don't. Okay. So then I'll just Starheim Unleashed for 3, probably. But I actually don't really want to miss cards in order to Starheim for more. That's just like extra resources. Like I said, if this card doesn't get countered or killed, I'm going to win the game with those Angels. So first and foremost, I'm going to Chandra and exile a card, not plus for mana, because a blue-black deck could have a sweeper or a counter, and I'm just interested in playing more and more resources. I don't need 4 Angels instead of 3. So I don't want to ever give up free cards here. I just want to keep throwing resources at them until they're out of gas. There's not really a rush to get Treasure Map in play and not be able to use it. So I think from there, go ahead and deal 2 to the Shade, and I'm just going to activate the Maze Mind Tome and draw a card and play the land if I get it. Not if I don't, obviously, and then pass the turn. Obviously, I would play Map rather than do nothing. It's a good thing to spend your mana and put in play, but I think there's more value in drawing a card, because if I get a land, I can play it, and then I have more mana to work with next turn. Well, it's not like if we rope out, we lose. It just passes the turn, right? This isn't exactly a tight game. If we rope out of a turn, we're still going to win. It's really not that tight of a sweat. I think this game is an exact example of why so many people like Control. Because when a lot of games, when you're winning, the games take forever, and you just get to feel like you're winning forever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, one win is one win, whether you win on turn 5 or on turn 20. But let's be honest. Sitting here ticking Planeswalkers up turn after turn is pretty fun. So, I think I want to mostly keep drawing cards. I'm actually not going to play Starheim Unleashed since they didn't answer Lyra. Lyra is a more than good enough win condition. I don't really want to minus Chandra, though, for that much loyalty off. So what I think I'll do is just plus Chandra and see what I get. And then I can always Silver Quill Command, make them sack the Shade. Well, now I'll just cast this. Because, I mean, they have to kill Chandra, too, by next turn, or I'll just ultimate it, and then the game's also over. I'm guessing they're mostly only playing at this point because of my clock, which is totally valid. You don't share time on Arena. So if your opponent times out, it's not your fault. So that's a totally valid way to win. If I'm playing a control deck and I'm playing slow and I'm explaining everything I'm doing, that's on me. And if I time out, that's a totally valid win for Infinite Breakfast. And I play the same way. If my opponents are playing slow, I'll play defensive, I'll board in life gain, I'll, whatever. You have your clock. We don't share time. So it's your responsibility to use your 30 minutes to make plays that at a pace which allows you to win 2 games. And if you time out, that's your fault. No shame in it. Magic's a hard game. Use your time to think and play as you see fit. That's my philosophy. All right, let's see. Search graveyard, library for a number of red instants and or sorceries. Exile, shuffle. You can cast them. 6 mana. So that just doesn't do practically anything. But every time I cast a spell, they take 5. That's pretty much game if they don't, like, stifle this or something. Hey, they had it. Disallow a stifle effect. All right, the game continues. No big deal. Not a blowout in the slightest. That would have been again if I hit the wrong plus, but I'm just teasing you. Basically, all I'm thinking about is not plussing the first plus on Chandra where you discard your hand, because my hand is so good. Okay, so now, I guess just cast this to try and win with, since they killed the Lyra. Every time they spend a card and answer a win con, I don't mind casting another one, right? Yeah, it got pretty laggy. I'm going to close Arena and reopen it. That'll only take a second. I can't guarantee that will fix the problem. But right now, I'm just going to close Arena and reopen it because of how laggy it got. So I'm reopening Arena right now. Don't know if this is going to fix that or not. But we're not, like, having, you know, like, it'll be open in a second. Like, not having, like, you know, real problems with Internet or Arena at the moment. The reason, Sweet Pea, is because if the last card in their hand is a stifle effect like Disallow, I'm happy to trade that Chandra for their Disallow because they can't win. So, like, a more elaborate version of that would be if resolving that Chandra, like if that Chandra leaving play there, if they have the Disallow cost me the game and I'm not under any pressure, then I'll just wait the turn, of course. But, like, if they had 1 or 2 cards left in hand and I had, like, 6 different win cons, so if they trade 1 or 2 of their cards for that win con, I can just cast a different one. We're in round 1, up game 1. Not sure if I'm going to get the sideboard or not because of Arena lag. Now I have even less clue what's going on. We time traveled. I restarted Arena, and instead of going back into sideboarding, we're back in the game. Okay, now we're in sideboarding. So Traxos might be good. They're a control deck, right? Like, they're not aggro. Bag is good against discard. They already played that 1-2. That's not like an exile, right? That's like me choosing discard a card, so Bag catches that. So I probably want Bag against them. Even though we didn't see stuff, again, they're a blue-black control deck, so cards like Splendor should be good. And Rune Blaster. Okay, and then let's take out anti-aggro stuff if I have time, which I probably don't. I don't know, Lyra, Deemworthy. Swift response. Not enough time. That's alright. If we get rid of the lag, I'll be happy. It's worth not sideboarding to get rid of that lag. So, no white mana. We're on the draw. We got plenty and plenty of white sources. We got a cycling card, but it costs 4. Any land lets us turn 3 Culligan's Command. We're on, like, 18 land sources, and we're on the draw. And actually, it's more than that with 2 lands, because, like, Mazemind Tome is a good draw to help unlock lands, and so is Treasure Map. So we're really on, like, 15 lands, Mazemind Tome, and Treasure Map, and Mindstone. So we're on 18 good draws and 33 cards. I think that's a keep. Hopefully Plains turn 1 so we can curve out, but I wouldn't complain. I'm not going to play the Foul Mirror turn 1 just to get a couple points of damage. If they put down like a 2-mana 2-2, because I need to play a long game, I'll cast this as a 1-1 Death Touch. But I'm only 1 mana away from cycling it. So if they're a blue-black deck, we saw removal, we saw discard, we saw bounce. We didn't really see aggression, so I'm going to go for max value. I know that's shocking if you watch me play Magic and draft and stuff, because I'm not big on greed. I'm a very conservative player. But, yeah, I'm going to go for max value here in this one spot, this one time. I'm going to take a little risk for a little bit better of a payoff. They might have boarded Late Claim in. I mean, Late Claim is just a good card because you can cycle it early, right? Late game, it's really powerful, and then early you can cycle it. Alright, so we can destroy an artifact and deal 2, except Egg already drew a card, doesn't really do anything. We can make them discard and deal 2, in which case we get the 2 for 1. But we already have Deemworthy to cycle and deal 2, so I don't really want to use Culligan's Command on this Warkite Marauder. So what I think I'm going to do here is just cycle this Foulmire Knight, put it on its adventure. Still uses all my mana, and then we'll see what we draw and what they do. They didn't play a land, but this doesn't even make mana. It just like helps smooth mana, right? Like if I could counter this Golden Egg with Culligan's Command, so they would have to put the card they drew back and it wouldn't be in play, I'm down. But killing it now accomplishes very little. Okay, so I can play Deemworthy on the cycle. That uses all my mana. I could play like Alcide and Lavamancer, and then I can protect the Lavamancer. That could help me get a free kill. Oh, and I can play Foulmire Knight. Okay, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to play the Alcide first, so it can protect Lavamancer. Plus, I don't care if I take a hit for 2. Just develop my board and put out my creatures. Hopefully they don't have -1/-1 everything. I really don't think the mic popping thing is me. I think it's some kind of Discord, Streamlabs looping the sound or something. I really don't think it's me. I apologize, and I will look into it this weekend, I promise. Because even though, like, I haven't been streaming a ton, like I said, Rachel's actually out of town, so I've got, like, endless free time. And like, I don't have anything scheduled this weekend other than a couple hours of coaching. I'm going to play Infinite Poker. It's not like I'm going to sit at home all weekend. But I will definitely look into setting up a mic gate and properly, like, making sure that mic pop thing doesn't happen. Yeah, I really don't think it has anything to do with me leaning towards the mic. I think that's just a coincidence. Or maybe that, like, helps stimulate it happening, but I don't think that's the core of the problem. Like, I don't lean towards my mic directly. Like, I know not to talk into my mic or whatever. And, like, my mic's off to the side, so, like, there's no way that, like, my mic is about 3 feet away from me. So there's no way if I turn my head in that direction and move it 6 inches to 1 foot closer, so now it's 2 feet away, then the mic should go nuts or something. So I'll look into that. I'm not an audio guy, I'm not a tech guy, but I will look into that. Oh, I forgot they could do that and make it lose its abilities, and then they could kill the Lavamancer and I couldn't save it. I mean, it's not a huge deal, obviously, and I couldn't really care less, but I did kind of, like, when I took this line as opposed to the Cycle Deemworthy line, which uses 1 more mana, one of the factors was that I have Alcide to protect Lavamancer. I didn't think about that perfectly. Okay, so I can cycle and deal 2 to the Warkite Marauder. I can do it at the start of combat. I can't really counter it. If they disallowed the cycle, I'd still get a card. Who would care? If the Warkite Marauder lives. If it does die, then the Foulmire Knight can block the Shade. So it looks like a good turn to get Terramorphic Expanse in play. I can hit with Alcide since this can't block, and then I get my life. And that's kind of cool. I get the little thin out before I draw a card. Cycling this. Get the tap land out of the way. Seems good. Variety of factors, Jack Search, definitely including that. Oops, I meant to cycle before combat. I just kind of got distracted by the chat. I blame you. But that's all right. Whatever. I'll take 3. I'll survive. But the correct play was to cycle at the start of combat and Deemworthy the Warkite Marauder. I also forgot to sack the Terramorphic Expanse, which matters even less, but, you know, playing tight. We don't care if they disallow. The cycle triggers happen when I cycle. They could disallow either trigger, but who cares? I would happily trade them tapping 3 and discarding disallow to prevent the 2 damage to the Warkite Marauder or to prevent me drawing a card. What would be the reason to main phase it? It might change their pre-combat play, and they can interact with that profitably. I can't imagine caring less about something than if they disallowed the 2 damage to this 2/1 flyer that I have 2 more profitable ways to kill, 3 more profitable ways to kill, and a blocker for in my hand. Remember, y'all, the goal of Magic is not to stop your opponent from using their cards. It's to create the most value with every decision you make. So if something resolving doesn't matter, why would you do it on your turn rather than theirs? I'm doing that this turn because it's like the most productive way I can use my mana, not because I care that much about killing this 2/1. If I knew my opponent had a disallow in their hand, I'd probably be happy if they disallowed the trigger. I'd rather them just not have a disallow. It's going to be an effective card. But if they have one, if I knew they had one, I might purposely pass the turn in the hopes that they disallow the 2 damage Demorthy trigger. Otherwise, I might counter Lorehold command or Kolaghan's command. Hey, Raceland Helmy. Thank you for the subscription. Really, really appreciate it. All right, so they can cast this with 1 more mana. But, I mean, this isn't constructed. It's a powerful card, but I can kill it and or them. It means we do want to trade blows, because life totals being lower is good for me, because it makes Citadel weaker. So I think now I'll just attack then. I wasn't really dying to trade with the Shade anyway. I was going to do it, because if they spent a whole turn bringing it back, I have a lot of ammunition in my hand. But now that I know they have this 6-mana power card, I think it's a change of plans. Just race, get life totals lower, and then... Well, when you say, shouldn't I command it? Yes, I'm planning to command it, but command doesn't take it out of their hand. It has to be in play before I can kill it. And they get priority back once it comes into play. Now, if they pass priority to me and they still have a bunch of life, I will kill it, sure. But when you say command it, what do you want me to do exactly? Okay, so let's see. They pass the turn. So I could make them discard and deal 2 to the Shade, but then again, I can't kill the Citadel, so that could be a problem. If they don't have anything else to do, Lorehold Command would interact pretty profitably. I mean, I don't really care if they discard the other 2 cards and buy the Fae back. On board, I can't really attack unless I'm willing to cast Lorehold Command. Except for with the Foulmire Knight, of course. I don't think I want to cast this Kolaghan's command, because I definitely don't want to let them on tap with Bolas Citadel. So if they cast it, I will need to Kolaghan's command it. So I think, and I don't think I want to Swift Response this 3-1. I still have plenty of life. Can always do it next turn. That's a pretty good draw. That gives me the ability to make 1-1s to throw in front of the 3-1. Yeah, and Castle works really well with Lorehold Command too. That's a pretty nice draw. So I could +1 an Indestructible to save it, but I think we can do better with Lorehold Command than that. I guess I could also take the opportunity to Lorehold Command and draw 2 cards and sack it that way if I want to, since it's dying anyway. This just doesn't seem worth it. It just doesn't seem like this is of any importance. Like, I get them doing that, because, like, I have a lot of mana, and I'll probably be able to use Alcide to protect whatever they would Doomblade anyway. But, like, saving Alcide from Doomblade or sacking it to draw 2 when I have, like, when I can sink my mana into Castle, I have my next land drop, and I have a bunch to do, it just doesn't seem like it's of any real value to me. So, if I Castle, I can't Kolaghan's. I'm 1 short, but next turn I'll be able to do both. So, I think this might be a good turn to Swift Response. Unfortunately, I won't be able to Castle in a turn then, but I can Lorehold Command. I'm not really worried about the time. I'll play faster if I need to. If this goes to game 3. I mean, this is like, you know, a game that could go either way, but my hand's pretty good, and like I said, I can play fast if I need to. So that's a rogue, and so is that. No, that's a wizard, so I'm going to have to discard one of the good cards, so I can't just let that happen. So with that ability on the stack, I can Lorehold Command and deal 3 to the Acquisitions Expert. Then I can discard the planes, because then I'll only have to show 1 card. So I will, I guess, sack a permanent to draw 2 and deal 3. And then I'm the player to gain life. And then I'll just sack like a mountain or a plains. Probably a mountain because castle's pretty white heavy. So the reason for this play, I know it looks weird. It's going to get me 2 more cards in hand, but also it's going to, I have to do something, or the Acquisitions Expert would have been for 2, which means I would have had to discard either of the commands, because I have to show them 2 cards, plains and one of the commands. By playing the Lorehold in response, that wasn't the most value I could conceivably get out of Lorehold, but now I just discarded like a worthless godless shrine. Okay, so I think I can attack with both. If they block, I can Chandra it. They can discard 2 cards to put it back in their hand, but then one of those would be Bolas' Citadel. If they take it, I can just Chandra them. So this isn't great, but I think it's worth it. Fae of Wish is a pretty powerful card. Gonna have to grind through that. I guess if their last card's a counter, then they get to counter on tap Bolas' Citadel, and that's pretty brutal. I'm happy with this exchange if it goes smoothly, but that's only if it goes smoothly. And I mean, with Command and Chandra's ability to go to players, like, they're not really, like, that high for Bolas' Citadel, but we'll see what they can cast. I should probably set an upkeep stop, because I might scry then, if I need to. Okay, so I obviously have to Kolaghan's Command the Citadel. Past that, I don't have anything else to do, so do I scry? I don't think so. Because if I draw a land, I have 8, and then I can go Command and Castle. If I don't draw a land, then I might want to cast that. So I don't think I upkeep scry. So 2 down. So destroy the Citadel and then make them discard the last card in their hand. Seems almost like a no-brainer. I guess we'll map first. No, I might as well scry end of their turn. I'll have more information then. So destroy an artifact, discard the last card. Oh, we got a Noxious Gearhulk. That's another really good card. I'm not super concerned. Like, the recursion is annoying, but they have no cards in hand. So any turn they're bringing the Shade back, they drew a land. That's their draw for the turn. So, like, unless they get going, I'm going to beat them with this Amaria's Call pretty comfortably. And the card advantage for map and trade Foulmire Knight for the Shade. And then, like, hello. And then the next time it comes back, they're already, like, taking 8. I guess this turn it's even going to have Indestructible. But yeah, this game seems pretty over to me. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with my opponent's deck. It's a nice Dimir control. We were just able to resolve Planeswalkers, and control decks can't really beat resolved Planeswalkers well. It's part of why I hate Planeswalkers so much, to be honest. Chandras and Angels, that's what we do. Oh yeah, that was more reason to play Lyra. Not that your Angels really need help, but Lyra is kind of the Angel Lord, and I do have Starheim and Amaria's Call. I forgot about that. Well, that's nice, but I'm definitely not worried about 7 turns from now. So unless they have another one to cast, I think we'll be okay. Rather than make a 1-1, I'm going to Helix and Map. I think there's more value. I don't want to play the Starheim Unleashed, even though that approach is kind of scary, because, I mean, they could still have a sweeper too. But so I like mapping. I'm trying to find threats. With the Starheim Unleashed as sweeper protection, I'm happy to commit, like, pretty much everything else to the board, right? Obviously, Shade can't block, so I don't care if they bring that out. But if they play a sweeper, I'll sack the Cleric then. Hey, I love Breakfast. Infinite Breakfast can defeat a lot of Magic players. They didn't need to beat me. I'm a big fan. I've literally ran multiple tweets and Twitter polls about what the best meal of the day is and why it's breakfast by miles. So, you know, Infinite Breakfast, they'll save it. They'll beat a lot of Magic players, those who are fans of lunch, dinner, silly things like that. There's no need for them to beat me. I'm on Team Breakfast. What's the best breakfast food? Bacon, duh. Although, like, that's why bacon is, like, now on everything and, like, all-day food. It's on lunches, it's on dinners, it's on breakfast, because obviously bacon's just the greatest thing on earth. Thanks, Hypnotoad. I've literally done, like, no drafts of this cube, so I don't know if this is an archetype. I don't know if red-white is supposed to be control or aggressive. I started out with, like, some planeswalkers, didn't really see aggro stuff, so just decided to draft control, because, you know, planeswalkers are good either way, but they're better out of a control deck than out of an aggro deck. All right, let's see who I got next. I mean, eggs are a staple, and I like eggs, but they're obviously not in the top anything breakfast foods. I mean, think about pancakes and, like, waffles and, like, bacon and, like, you know. There's a lot of really good breakfast foods. Eggs are just staples. So, looks like I'm up against GG cards, and they are already finished, which is not surprising, given how long that match took. Is it like a strategy in the Sweatsuit to draft grindy control decks? This way, your second and third round opponents, if you win, have to wait for you instead of you having to wait for them? Always thinking. Oh yeah, breakfast sandwiches are awesome. Sounds delicious, FP Geek. Now you're making me hungry. All right, let's see. So, there are definitely matchups I could draw, but I don't think I got enough cheap removal to draw first. This is the exact kind of deck I would choose to draw first against both aggro and control with if I had, like, more good cheap removal so I could never get run over. You know, like, if this deck was the same, but I had, like, you know, a Shock, a Magma Spray, and another 2-mana removal, like in a Braid, if you just added those 3 to my deck and cut, like, a few of the expensive cards, I would draw first every game against every deck. Because aggro's not going to run that red-white deck over. But if I don't draw Lightning Helix, I have a Swift response for turn 2. My blockers are a little dicey. And that's my punishment for playing first. And that's my punishment for drafting a busted deck. Now we got to go down to 5. I actually have no idea if my deck's busted. I'd probably better to keep the 1-lander than go to 4, right? Maybe we can just win with Remorseful Cleric and Loris. Just put back these expensive cards. This game is going to be an embarrassment. Turn 1 land, turn 2 nothing. Obviously, I'm going to go get the plains. This way, if I draw Swamp Mountain or plains, I can cast my 2-drop. Let's cross our fingers and hope for the best. That is not the best. That is. Okay, so I'm going to Swift because Bolt the Bird. On turn 2, that Plains is a bird. It taps to add mana. Definitely more important than getting a 2-1 out this early in the game. Alright. We might be able to make a game out of this Mold of 5. I mean, we're 1 land away from... We can already cast Loris. We need a mountain to cast Chandra. I mean, we're probably going to lose because we Mold to 5, but you never know. We got some good cards. So this is protection from gods. Okay, I don't think that's super relevant here. This would be a good turn to draw a mountain. Because presumably they're not going to make a 1-1 construct. So I can go Karn, kill Sigrid. Oh, they did, actually. That was strange, but okay. Why do they want a 1-1 construct here? Well, I don't know, but... Loris, play Terramorphic Expanse? No, it's non-land, right? Yeah, you have to cast permanent spells. Okay, I knew that didn't get land. I'm just double checking. I don't have anything else to do, so we play Loris, hit the Planeswalker, and pass. I don't know why they wanted a 1-1 ground creature in play. That was kind of a strange play. I'm not saying it was wrong, but, like, if I kill Karn... Okay, well, this is an interesting decision. Then I'll explain more on the Karn loyalty activations. So, if I give them Shepherd, they can use it to reset Karn, which is slower, but then they get all that loyalty back. If I give them Voracious Cobra, they can play it now as a 2-3, so it can fight Loris, but it would die. Oh, but they haven't played a land yet, so they can play it as a 3-4 and fight Loris. So forget that. I'm giving them Shepherd, right? Well, Loris can't attack or block into Sigrid. Loris really isn't doing that much. No, I don't know. Maybe I give them Hydra. They can fight off Remorseful Cleric, but that's just for a turn. I'll just replay it. Yeah, I'm gonna give them Hydra. Because if they Hydra Loris, then Karn dies. If they Hydra Loris this turn, then Remorseful Cleric takes out Karn. If they kill the Remorseful Cleric, then I can just replay it. So, Hydra doesn't really save Karn this turn. They have to do something else. If they grow the Hydra, I have to draw lands or I'm going to lose anyway. But I have answers. I have Icy and Kaya that can kill any, 6-8 Hydra or whatever. If I don't draw lands, I'm obviously going to lose regardless. Yeah, that's what I thought they would do. Fight the Loris. That makes total sense. But I'm okay with that. Now I can remove Karn and hopefully draw lands. We'll see. Oh, nothing I can cast. Can't even cycle. Hydra doesn't have reach though, right? Not an ideal draw there. So with the Karn, let's say I have a removal. Would you rather have a 1-1 in play, or would you rather have draw a card off Karn? You'd rather draw a card off Karn. And then additionally, let's say I had a deal 3, like a Lightning Helix or something like that in my hand. By taking the Karn, by making the construct, I could remove Karn with a deal 3. Whereas if they had plussed it, you would have had 6 loyalty, and I would have had to have a card that says destroy a Planeswalker in my hand as opposed to a Lightning Bolt. So they almost certainly should have plussed it. The reasons to make a construct would be if you needed a chump blocker, which they didn't. Or, look, if you have a big mutate creature like this and you want to have a little 1-1 to mutate onto. But I think I would worry about that later. I think, on their turn, I would have almost certainly plussed it the previous time. That said, them destroying my lands while I'm mana screwed, not cool. So, green, white. I don't have any blocks this turn. I can always chump later, so see a real reason to chump. These both have trample, right? Yeah, I'm in bad shape. I mean, I mulled to 5 and got stuck on 3. We were 1 land away from making a real game of it. If I had drawn the 1 more land, we might have won this game. But I'm going to concede now. I'm not saying we would have. They played a lot of gas. But I would have been able to go, Chandra kill something, Kaya kill something, Icy, etc. It would have been a game. So, Overwhelming Splendor. So the mutate creatures that destroy things don't work, right? The creatures come into play and their like comes into play abilities don't trigger. So that might be good. That might be a good ultimate win con against a green-white deck that can pack a lot of power. Rune Blaster could be good, but I only saw one non-basic, so I can't really board that in. So yeah, I think I'm interested. I'm definitely not interested in Bag. They're not going to have discard at a green-white. I think I'm interested in Splendor in this matchup. That's about it. Death Touch looks good. Lavamancer is just always way too good, whether it matches up well or not. 2/1 flyer, good way to pressure Planeswalkers, not great otherwise. These cards all seem fine. Mangara might be bad in this matchup. They're probably not casting that many, more than one spell in many turns. They don't have like card drawing, cheap spells. They're just kind of like a green-white cast good card stack. And they're not going wide that much from what I saw. Mangara could definitely come out. Planeswalkers cannot. Lyra could. And we're on the play. I think I'm going to take out Mangara this game and then forget. Actually, I'm probably going to choose to draw, but nonetheless, I think Mangara can afford to come out. But I think I'm going to choose to draw because... No, I have 3 Planeswalkers. Planeswalkers are too much better on the play, and green-white is creatures. I'm just being biased after that horrible mole. Okay, so turn 1, we'll put the tap land so we don't shock ourselves. Then turn 2, we can play Vantage. Kind of like I talked about last time, and then I can see my first couple draw steps and then decide I'm putting the Canyon Slow in play. I mean, it's not as clear-cut because the Godless Shrine could come into play on tap later, but with this hand, there's a decent chance I'm going to want to cycle this. I already have a red source, I already have 3 other lands and a treasure map, so let's see some draw steps before we make that decision, whether to play the slow or cycle it. Perfect draw. No decisions. Even though we can't use the mana right now, we want to have access to 4 mana next turn, and we wouldn't be able to use Treasure Map either, because even though it's not affected by Summoning Sickness, we didn't have any more mana left. Okay, so now we do have to make some decisions. I could, like, play the Canyon Slow, play the map, and Scry. That looks pretty good. I could play the Plains, play the map, and Scry with the ability to cycle the slow. But Falmir draws a card, map, Scries, Mindstone can sack to draw a card. So I think given our draw steps, I'm happy to put the slow in play. And this way I don't miss any activations on the map or anything. I know I could play Icy, but obviously it's also not affected by Summoning Sickness, and I couldn't use it this turn. So with one, I can play map and use it. If I played Icy, I wouldn't be able to use it. Like, I could have played Plains instead of slow and tapped out for Icy, but it would just be in play. I wouldn't be able to use it. And I'm pretty happy already to just scry lands to the bottom, start getting closer to flipping this map, where I can then draw 3 more cards. Alright, see what they want to add 2 to the cost of. Hello, Paulo. The entire time that the previous World Champ, Javier, had his invitational card, Fervent Champion, I kept telling people, hey, Javier is great, but this card is not good in Limited. Elite Spellbinder, just like Paulo, is great in Limited. Elite Spellbinder, it's not S tier or anything, but like it's an annoying card. It's a good aggressive 3/1 flyer that also is disruptive. It's like an A tier, like A minus B plus type Limited card in my opinion. Like, you know, about as good as a white common removal spell. Definitely not a broken rare. Hey, that's the point of the stream, Acid. You know, I got to bring it down so that you can understand me. You know, that's really what I go for here. You know, just help out the slow people like you. You know, no, listen. I mean, it's commentary. I try and get in the high level and the low level stuff. I try and, you know, have a situation. Because I know a lot of people when they watch streams are doing other things. Like when I watch streams a lot, but I'm usually also playing Magic, also playing poker, whatever. So I try and explain everything that I can that's going on so that you can, you know, if you're looking away, if you're playing your own games of Magic, if you're watching TV, if you're playing poker, whatever, you can follow along in the action, hopefully, because I'm explaining enough. That's what I go for. Okay, anyways. So I have no real desire to kill Giant Killer. If they want to spend their mana tapping things, I'm cool with that. So this looks like a good turn to play either Falmir Knight for a card, and then like Alcide or Falmir Knight and use Map. That uses all 5 mana. I could just play Icy and tap their Forest. I'm on the play and not under that much pressure. That might be pretty disruptive, and it uses all my mana. I think I like that. I need to set an upkeep stop though. Oh. it didn't pass to them because I can IC anytime. But yeah, I mean, this is like killing a land, like bolting the bird this early in the game. We'll see, you know, we don't know if they have more lands or not. I'm not actually psychic, but I know that's hard to believe. But if they don't play a land, this could be devastating. If they do, we'll just switch to tapping the 3/1 later, probably. If it's still around. I mean, I can obviously also just Swift Response it. I topped LC just because it looks like a decent creature. I mean, I could have maybe bottomed it, but this game's not going anywhere fast, so I kind of figured later in the game it's gonna have something to protect, and I don't think this game's going anywhere fast. I have Icy and Swift Response to kill 2 threats, and they currently have 1, so I really just wasn't that worried. But it could have been bottomed. It's a pretty weak card. Better than a land, I think, right now, but certainly worse than most of the spells in my deck. Okay, so they didn't play a land, so I do really want to tap that forest if I can. So I think I like Alcide, Swift Response, Icy. I mean, only Swift Response to Spellbinder if they attack. Obviously, I'm not going to Swift Response the Giant Killer, but if not, I can do other things with the mana. I'm just planning how I use my mana. And I think I do want to be Icying that forest if they're stuck on 3, and I'm not actually worried about the pressure, because if they attack with the Elite Spellbinder, I can Swift Response it. So I'm not really taking much here. And obviously, if they don't attack, it's not like I'm stranding the mana. I can activate maps, act Mind Stone, whatever. Okay, so just going to Swift Response the flyer. Take the rest. Clearly, I'm not going to chump. Alcide even has lifelink. Get some life back when we hit on our turn. Looks like they drew a forest, so still tapping a land is disruptive. I mean, it gives them 3 instead of 4. And here's some actual useful information. So they have 3 mana now. So we'll have, assuming they don't top deck a land next turn, they're going to have the same ability to cast those 5 cards with the mana they have available right now. So if they cast a 3-drop like they just did, we don't really know if they have more 3-drops or not. But if they would have passed the turn and done nothing with that mana, then we know they can't cast anything with 3 mana. So if they pass the turn and don't cast anything there, we're a lot more incentivized to Icy on their next upkeep, because we know we're keeping them off 4 mana cards because they don't have 3 mana cards. Now if we Icy them during their upkeep, we might be keeping them off a 4 mana card, but they also might just cast another 3 mana card. So now I'm a lot less concerned about Icing. Now that I know they cast a 3 mana card, that means they have whatever random chance to have more 3 mana cards in hand. But if they would have passed the turn there, then we know they don't have any 3 or less mana cards, so then we know their hand is loaded with 4 mana plus cards. Okay, so I can activate Foulmire Knight, draw a card, and play it. That looks fine. I think it's a new card. I don't think this will cost 2 more, but I could be wrong. And I think I'm just going to switch to Icying I killed the flyer. Maybe I should have Icy'd a land. Well, I still can. Are we in their main phase? No, I can't Icy a land now because they'll just pool them out and use it. But that's all right. I probably want to stop now that I'm at 10, and now that we know that they probably have things to cast. Even if we Icy a land, we probably want to Icy attackers anyway. Heck, it might even be better just to map this turn. I can put Foulmire on the 2/2 Knight, which is better to kill than the Charming Prince, because the Knight would be a 4/3 next turn. So do I want to take 2 damage to get to activate the map? Probably. I mean, I have plenty to do, but I also want to flip the map, since it's better after that. So I think I'm actually not going to Icy anything. Okay, so definitely better to trade with the Knight. Like I said, Charming Prince, fantastic card. My invitational card, not a Knight. Definitely not going to sack Alcide. It's not that important. It's a cube draft, not a chaos draft. Don't worry, Ophidian. Ophidine. I couldn't stop being me, even if I tried. What am I going to do with Kaya? I can plus it on Alcide, and then I can chump with Alcide. Definitely think there's more value in mapping than icing here. I definitely don't need to draw any more lands. Not going to scry upkeep. I want to cast things. Okay, that looks good. I can Chandra and take out the other knight. And then I have Icy to stop the 2/2, so they're not really able to threaten Chandra. And this one pluses to deal 2. So when you're killing 2/2s and going up, that's really good. So if LSV said Chandra Heart of Fire is really good, and it's performed pretty well, granted Torch of Defiance was definitely better last round than Heart of Fire, maybe there's a lot of little aggressive creatures in this cube. I'm not actually kidding you. This isn't like a, you know, if I lose, I lose, I win, I win. Like, hopefully, you know, anybody familiar with my content, like, you know, I don't claim to be the best, but I don't feel like my resume is at stake 1 cube draft at a time or something. I genuinely have no idea what is in this cube. I don't know what the archetypes are. I don't know what the decks are. I literally know nothing about this cube. But now that we're protecting a Planeswalker, they can cast whatever they want. If they cast something big, I'll just Kaya it. I'm very interested in not letting that Charming Prince attack. Hey, we got a raid from Chris Kavartek. Thank you for the raid. Hope I said your last name close enough. I appreciate the support. Thank you, Acid Junkie. Least you could do is subscribing after I brought down the whole level of discourse on my stream, just so you could understand. Least you could do is subscribe. I do appreciate that. All right, end of turn. Let's go ahead and activate the map. Lavamancer looks good. Combos well with Heart of Defiance. It's not like one of the most powerful cards in my deck, but I think it's good enough to draw. Also, we can cast it and Kaya, so we already have a good mana sink for next turn. I probably should Kaya the Monument. That thing is really scary. They're not flipping Legion's Landing, assuming I successfully Chandra away the Prince, like I'm going to try to this turn. Let's see. If I sack a treasure to draw a card, that leaves me Mind Stone and 6 lands to work with, so I have 7. So 5 for Kaya, 1 for Lavamancer. So that's fine. So let's start by drawing a card. And then we have the other treasures if we really need them. Granted, we don't really want to sack these treasures for mana unless we absolutely have to, given with this like Treasure Cove out, we're drawing cards. Hello, Loris looks decent. At the very least, we could already play Falmir Knight. But so here I think it's just too convenient with 7 mana. We get to play Kaya, Lavamancer, and still use Icy. So just going to go ahead and take out the Charming Prince. I think actually the Alcide for their 1/1 is a good trade for me. I might end up playing Alcide out of the graveyard with Loris, and it would have them 1 card further from flipping the Legion's Landing. So I'm going to go ahead and attack. And then, like I said, I'm going to Kaya away the Monument. It's a scary card. Plus they're stuck on lands and holding all spells. And I think this game is looking quite good. We should get to go to a game 3 here. Activating all my walkers, looking good. So normally I wouldn't be excited about trading Grim Lavamancer for a 1/1 token, but here I'm happy to do it, because it just comes right back into play for free with Loris. I also have Mindstone Loris. That's pretty nice for a control deck. This Loris was a nice pickup. I won't lie, like, I knew I was drafting control the whole time, and when I drafted this Loris, I was like, this is a good grindy card to play in the main of a control deck, but it actually has a lot of synergy. Like, I have, like, I mean, granted, this doesn't go to the yard that easily, or Maze Mind Tomb necessarily, but, I mean, if they kill them, they do. And anyways, I have a bunch of small grindy creatures. Lavamancer, Alcide, Falmir Knight, Mindstone, like the 2/1 flyer that sacks. This has performed better than I was expecting, or at least theoretically has. I've been winning the games. I've drawn it by so much, I can't say it was actually a difference maker. But it looks like it would have been an effective card, if it was relevant. So now I'm going to play Loris, and then I can Kaya the Loris. And I have Alcide to protect it. Good luck to the opponent. Falmir to block Thragtusk. Actually, maybe I should have just played Lava Runner because I have Icy too. But I guess at this point I'll just tap a land because, I don't know, why not, basically? I don't know. This game is basically just over. I seriously can't conceive of a way they can win this game. I mean, I guess they could sweep the board and then grossly outdraw me, but I'm going to start stockpiling cards in hand pretty quickly here. Because, I mean, I'm going to sack Mind Stone, draw 2 cards off these treasures. I can plus this to draw 3 cards next turn. I'm empty-handed. I didn't miss Chandra, did I? I don't think so. Hope not. I think I plussed it and killed, like, a token or something. Half a punt. Good beats. I wasn't flexing if I did miss it. So, this returns it to my hand. So if I block with Loris, I should just let the Loris die, right? I get 3 life, I get a 1/1 flyer and Loris in my hand, and I have plenty of mana. Like, it's kind of actually just good for me to trade Loris for the Thragtusk, right? I know they get the 3/3, but, like, Thragtusk goes to their graveyard, Loris goes to my hand. Alright, so end of turn. Okay, I guess let's start by killing Giant Killer. Now that I drew a bunch of gas, I'm certainly not going to discard my hand, so just go ahead and plus and... So now with Kaya, there's no way I want to minus it this time to kill it. It's just completely unnecessary, as good as Thragtusk is. I'm just going to go ahead and plus on Falmir or Alseid. Alseid sacks. A little more control there. Falmir's probably a little better. Probably go with the Alseid. I don't know. Like I said, I can't conceive of how they can win this game. Like, it's seriously just like... I don't know. I'm not going to attack, because if they block, they get a 3/3, and I'll wait like 1 turn. I am going to keep icying, because I can just exile Thragtusk with Kaya next turn. I know they still get the 3/3, but, I mean, then I can, like, maybe kill that with Lorehold. I don't know, whatever. I'm trying to map out how I'm going to destroy their last, like, threat, like, as I activate 2 different Planeswalkers and use Loris for multiple cards a turn. Like, this is going to Game 3. Basically, my main goal right now is to stockpile as many cards in hand as possible. This way, if they play, like, Planner Cleansing or something, I have as big an advantage as I can post-Planner Cleansing. So basically, I'm just going to, you know, sack Mind Stone to Loris every turn and activate my Planeswalkers and, like, you know, draw cards and so on. You know, with the Treasure Cove. And I'm not worried about, like, getting these Planeswalkers to have a lot of loyalty. Because, if, like I said, if they don't play some kind of sweeper that kills Planeswalkers, they can't win this game. That's how they win the game. Or at least have outs, anyway. Well, you're talking about if I got a Kaya Ultimate off, but I'm a little ways from that. Oh, well, also, I get these creatures back. Yeah. Listen, like I said, I can't really conceive of how I can lose this game. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I mean, maybe they can sneak in the damage, but then also I have Lorehold Command and Lyra and all this life gain and all of this. Icy. Okay, so, end of turn, let's go ahead and command, I think. 2 to Thalia. And we'll make them discard. Is this even right? I can just Chandra Thalia. Whatever, it uses a bunch of mana. I have reasonable attacks. I probably could have attacked last turn if I really wanted to. I decided to just, like, wait 1 turn because I have a bunch to do. But, like, the Loris can attack pretty profitably. I still have the Falmir to block the Thragtusk and the Icy. Okay, so now with Starheim as the backup, I can play Lyra for sure. So like I said, I think this turn I'm going to attack with the Loris. Probably should have played something first in case they block, because it would be like a new Loris and I could actually play extra things that way. Also, again, this is like, I can't think right now. Like, this is, they have 2 cards and a Thragtusk. Like, look at my board. If you were to line up my total resources and card drawing and theirs, like, I'm up 10,000 cards. Okay, so Now I will go ahead and zap their last permanent. This way they don't somehow pump it and give it flying or some kind of like crazy accidental win we couldn't have predicted. I don't even think I'm going to play Lyra. Should I? No, I'll wait till next turn when I can Kaya it. Like I said, I'm just winning by too much. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Just play Loris, though, because then I can replay Mind Stone. I get the cards immediately. Hold on to Lyra. Tapping the white because a lot of those sweepers that I've been talking about are triple white. Yeah, it was a good turn. A little worse than the turn where I forgot to activate Chandra, but better than most. Does this ultimate even do anything? Search my graveyard and library for a number of red instant or sorcery spells, so I can get like Lightning Helix and Kolaghan's Command. Deemworthy. I really don't have that many. Thought I would end up with way more removal. Obviously, it's a removal, like, it has a lot of loyalty, so it's effectively a card drawing engine, even if you like, don't draw cards, because, like, turn after turn, you're getting 2 damage out of it, so it's a lot of resources as the game, like, drags on. Okay, so I'm not going to play Lyra. I think we have enough going on board. Pump Dolores. I'm just going to keep using the stuff I have out, not really playing things and building a hand. Because, look, they might play a 6-mana sweeper that destroys everything. 2 damage to the blocker. Then I can just send everything at Karn, right? It's on... Oh, I don't even need to. It's on 3. They keep making constructs instead of searching... Instead of plussing it, which... Look, I don't know their hand, but the usual play pattern with Karn is to plus it the first turn you play it to look at the top 2 cards. Not saying that's always right, but it's certainly you certainly do it over half the time. Like, you use the +1 to look at the 2 cards the turn you play it, more than the other 2 combined the turn you play it. Okay, so this time sideboarding, they didn't show me anything that changed anything. They're not really a go wide aggro deck. They're like a green-white power deck. They've got like Mirari's Wake and I mean History is a pretty aggressive card turn 3 on the play, but they also have Karn and Wake and Thragtusk and all that. They're like way more of a green-white power deck. I didn't really see great removal. Maybe the 4-mana 7/7. I mean, they can Giant Killer it. They might not even leave that in. I have like next to no targets for it. Did I see lands to Rune Blaster? That's a good card when it's hitting non-basics. We saw 1 different non-basic last game, but land spell modals don't always even get played as lands. So we saw like 1.5 non-basics, and I think the other one might have been a white land spell modal. So I'm not keen on Rune Blaster when I haven't really seen anything it kills. Leyline Tyrant might be decent against them. They don't really have a lot of removal. Their deck's like got some good late game. Like I could see this being, and this could just kill Karn. I think Traxos and Leyline Tyrant are kind of interesting against them. All of these 1-drops are just great for me. 2-mana 2/1 flyer, not great, but I'm probably not taking that out. I don't really have bad cards. My cards are all just like awesome, I think. Every card in this deck has been performing very well. I don't know. I would definitely go for either of these good 4-mana threats, because but like I really don't know what I would take out. I mean, assuming they choose to play, I could take out a land. Did they have big creatures for me to deem worthy? Or 2/2s? It doesn't line up that well against the Ragtusk. Oh, it's good against Elite Spellbinder and Thalia. And History. Yeah, I can't take that out. I don't know. I could take out this 8 now that I'm going to be on the play for Leyline Tyrant. Yeah, I mean, Splendor does seem good against them, though. I'm just going to run it. If I was going to take out anything, I think it would be Splendor. But Splendor seems like it has a lot of potential against them. They have a lot of power cards. They can get an aggressive draw. But I think that a lot of games could drag on in this matchup. Well, that looks good to me. I'm on the draw with 2-mana destroy a tap creature. That's all we can really ask for. If we draw a land or 2 over the first couple draw steps, we'll cycle to slow. If we draw spells, then as usual, we'll play it. Actually, with that 8 already drawn here, I think I'm just going to play it turn 1. Now, granted, if I had drawn like a 3 mana card here, I would have played Sacred Foundry turn 1. But now I'm kind of just interested in getting the 8 mana to win the game, so I'll put my tap land in play since I already have 2 5s and only 4 lands in my hand anyway. So we're definitely going to Swift Response Charming Prince here. Even though it's not a great threat, we really need to prolong the game, so I'm happy to just trade with their 2-drop. They even took a mulligan. Don't know if they're going to curve out or not. Hoping for no history here. I like that Foulmire Knight will draw a card, help us get to 5. Once we're on 5, like we can be stuck on 5. We're not afraid. Like we're going to have plenty to do, right? Being stuck on 3 or 4 with this hand is a big concern. Not getting to 8 for Splendor is not a big concern. We can cast every single card in the deck with 5 mana except Splendor, I think. Maybe there's 1 6. I don't even think so. So, we'll have a lot to do. Okay, so let's see. Edict them, draw a card is fine, but I'll probably rather just get back Foulmire. I don't want to use 1 mana instead of 4, though. So I can play Icy. I can take a hit for 3, obviously. I'm at 16. It's not that big of a deal. But I can't really play Foulmire Knight this turn, because then I strand the other 3 mana. So I basically have to play Silverquill Command or Icy. Silverquill Command, I mean, they're going to sack Giant Killer. That's not exciting. I'm going to draw a card. That's fine. It helps me hit land drops. It's not exciting. I think I'd go with Icy. I know it's bad to take a turn off, but at this point, I think it's okay. We can always start icing a Knight, especially the turn it grows. Next turn, I can play Lorehold Command or Silverquill and Foulmire, like I should, or Chandra just plus and hit a 2/2. I should have considerably better options. Probably Lorehold Command first, since I'm mostly looking to swing the game. So yeah, they're going all the way on aggro, which makes total sense. So next turn, Lorehold will put me to like 16, 14 if I have to shock myself, take out 2 things effectively. So that's not bad. If I take out the 2 Knights, which I can block 1 and deal 3 to 1, I'm not really taking that much damage. Or I can play like a 4 mana card and Foulmire. That doesn't seem nearly as good. So I think this is just that. I don't want them to do anything. I think I might just do it now. They could like tap, but seems okay. I don't want them to play like a pump spell and have their 4/3 live through this 3 damage. That would be really bad for me. There's no question that you're playing these 2 abilities. The only real question is do it now or just like wait until combat on the opponent's turn or something. I just haven't been streaming a lot lately, Implode. And I'm not keeping a schedule and I'm not planning to, but I am definitely planning that my average hour stream per week over the long run will be more than it is, for the past like month or so. But I just haven't been streaming a lot lately. Not super feeling the format. Was feeling a little burnt out. But there'll be more streams in the future, I definitely promise. As far as this, we're in a tight game 3. What should we do? I could play a 4/4 flyer and a 1/1 Death Touch. It's not really how I wanted to use Starheim Unleashed, but my hand is loaded with gas. I could play Chandra and deal 2. That doesn't seem quite effective enough. I think I like Foulmire Knight and Starheim Unleashed. If it's going to be hard for them to kill me through 3 attackers. It's not impossible, but yeah, I'll certainly do some Dom streams. I might do some Modern Horizons 2 streams if I like that set and I played a decent amount this weekend like I planned to. I just haven't, if I stream Strixhaven, it's just going to be the same Quandrix and Silverquill decks doing the same things that you yourself have drafted and played, and you've seen me stream already, like a bunch. Like I said, I don't hate Strixhaven, but I find it kind of boring. Like, You know, like a lot of the lessons are colorless. A lot of the lessons are white or red or black or white or whatever. So like, and a lot of the cards I've learned, and like, there's only 4 guilds basically, and really it's more like 2.5 guilds or 3 guilds. Because I definitely draft Quandrix and Silverquill at least twice as often as I draft Witherhaven or Prismari, and then I basically don't draft Lorehold. So like, it's almost like, you know, like a third of my drafts are Silverquill, a third are Quandrix. The games are all the same. Like, it's so, I don't know. I'm really not a huge fan of Strixhaven. It's like the first like 20 or 30 drafts, I thought Learn was cool and interesting, but like a 3 archetype format where every game you're getting the same lessons and doing the same things. It's just, I don't know. It's just like I said, it felt interesting for 20, 30, 40 drafts, but it doesn't have great like depth, I would say. That would really be a more nuanced explanation of how I feel about Strixhaven. Like the first 20, 30 drafts were fun because Learn leads to good games, and like the mechanics are fine and the cards are fine and interesting, but there's just not a lot of depth. We need more archetypes, we need more diversity of gameplay, we need more stuff to figure out. So I don't know. Okay, back to here. So Kaya or Chandra mostly depends on whether we want to kill a 2 toughness creature or not, and then Icy. That looks like a pretty clear turn. Chandra goes up to kill. Kaya goes down. The only giant creature, Thragtusk, we'd rather Icy because it leaves something behind when it dies. So Chandra killed a flyer. Looks pretty good to me. I don't want, or actually no, I'll kill giant killers now so they can't tap things. I would rather them get 1 more +1/+1 counter than be able to tap like a good blocker like my 4/4 flyer. I do want to kill Shalil. Obviously, I don't want every creature they play for the rest of the game to come into play with a +1/+1 counter. But I'll wait the 1 turn to take out Giant Killer while I'm stabilizing. And completely flipping the game. Thragtusk leaves the 3/3 behind when it leaves play, right? So, like, exile, bounce, kill makes no difference. Now, if we get Splendor down before we kill it, then it won't leave anything behind because it loses all abilities, I think. But again, I mean, look, we could lose. We're at 7, but we're looking pretty good. We have 4 blockers for 5 attackers. Well, I still think we might win, but there's a power card, so now we still have a game. This is like, this card is just total S tier, every format I've ever seen it. It's literally just like, you know, 8 power and toughness for 5 mana, trample that goes wide, and 4 and half of the power and toughness as partial haste. I'm not saying we're going to lose. I still think I'm a favorite. But if there was one card that could give them a game, it was 8 power and toughness for 5 mana, giving half of the power and toughness to a flyer, giving it haste. So now I pretty much have to tap Shalil. Splendor does not remove the counters. That is true. But all the counters are like on one creature. So we're planning to be icing or killing that, right? Okay, so I think probably trade Falmir for that. I can then get it back with Silverquill. That's actually pretty strong for me. I don't really want to lose a life and draw a card. What I really want to do is just put that Falmir right back in play. Speaking of strong for me, Lightning Helix is a good draw too. Now, I can't play Helix, Silverquill Command, and Icy this turn, so I do have to decide, but we're still looking pretty good here, I think. Let's say I like Kaya Shalil out of there, and then I Icy the Gerhulk, 2 to 1 of their 2/2s. Seems fine. Seems pretty hard for them to kill me. Maybe it's possible, I don't know, but I won't forget to Chandra now that we're in a really tight game. Let's go ahead and get their 5/5 flyer that grows everything out. This time, I'm going to get rid of the Charming Prince, because blinking that is threatening to blink Gearhulk, which is extremely scary. And no reason not to hit with the Vigilance creature. Cool. Of course, we can't Icy a land here. I would love to with them on 5, but we're going to be icing a 5/5 trample. Our blockers are enough, but fairly precarious. Like, if they kill one, we're not dead, but we're literally facing 5 damage down to 2 or losing Planeswalkers. So we're certainly not icing a land. We're icing Gearhulk. More power. And again, I still think this is a winnable game, but that's another excellent power card. But hey, for now, we've got trades. It's not that bad. So, no real decisions. If they attack with... Actually, well, I'd rather keep my 4/4 vigilance than trade it for their 4/4. So if they attack with everything, most likely it's 3/2 chumps one of their 4/4s, 4/4 eats one of their 3/3s. Eats their 3/3. If they send just these two, I'm definitely willing to trade off the Angel. I don't need it to attack anything. Does it make more sense to kill the Beast token or the Isamaru? The Isamaru, because it has a counter, which it will keep once I Splendor. And then, do I go to 3 or chump? Probably go to 3. I mean, I'm effectively going to 6 when I Helix anyway, and they're green-white. So we're not looking to chump block unless we have to. Okay. So if we Helix and then Silver Quill Command, they'll be left with just the Gear Hulk. But unfortunately, we were 1 mana short of icing it then. I could draw a land off Silver Quill if I give myself a card, but I probably don't want to do that. Seems a little unnecessarily risky. I really want a Helix here. So that'll put me to 6. Then all I need is blocks on a 4/4. So, because I can tap the Gear Hulk. So this looks like I'm just going to go ahead and Helix now while it's safe. And then I can Kaya up the Alcide, and I'm good on board. So if they don't draw something good this turn, I should win. I mean, don't get me wrong. Mirari's Wake is scary. Like, they have a billion mana. But assuming they don't draw anything consequential this turn, I can double block their 4/4, tap their Gear Hulk, and, like, I mean, it's looking great. I then have 2 Planeswalkers, Icy trading with Gear Hulk. The Alcide will go back to my hand. I mean, they probably won't attack with the 4/4 if they don't have anything, but the point is the same, that basically I've completely stabilized and flipped the game, assuming they whiff this turn. And after that, I'm probably just going to Kaya Mirari's Wake, because I'm winning by so much, and that's such a scary card. I just don't even want to leave that out, right? Like, even at the cost of throwing away Kaya here, it's almost certainly worth it. Who knows what they can do with that kind of mana. Now I think let's make them sack a creature, and we'll get back our Death Toucher. Oh, it's not going to take 6 minutes. This is game 3. If it was game 2, I would talk less. But this is game 3. Like, I mean, if they win, they win. I doubt they're going to win. But this is not going to take long enough. Like, if they win, it's going to be because they top something that somehow, like, pumps their creature here and prevents it from tapping or something like that or whatever. But, like, I'm not going to time out. Put it that way. I'm 0% to timeout, barring Internet and Arena shenanigans. Right, but it wasn't lethal. If they had Snakeskin there, I just block with Falmer Knight. I take, like, 5 and I go to 2, or whatever. But that's 2 isn't 0, right? But, I mean, listen, maybe cards exist. This is Cube. I don't know. Okay, so I can attack with Alcide in the 3/2. If they block, I finish this off with Chandra, so I get my life either way. This seems fine. Maybe I could push the Falmer Knight in 2, but maybe not. Actually, maybe I should just Ultimate Chandra just to make sure I don't lose, because I can't really, like, see them winning unless they sneak in lethal. So, just go ahead and kill their stuff. Like, this isn't, like, super exciting or anything. I'm casting 3 cards, sacking a Planeswalker with 9, or 4 cards. I forgot Lorehold Command. That's actually a little better than I thought. But I think I have enough mana to do pretty much all of it, if I want to. So the things I want the most are life. Maybe I can just outright kill them. These all go to the player if I have enough mana. Alright, so let's start by just seeing if I can burn them out. I'm not even counting. There's no need. If I can't, like, I just gain 6 life and, like, whatever. Sack that Alcide. Get 2 more cards. Get my Woman Flyer. Get my Alcide back in my hand. And life is good. Even the Mold to 5 Mana Screw Game 1 can't stop the Mardu Angels Beast as we roll to round 3. It's not mislethal if you lethal them later the same turn. I've said this like 100 times. I play my best Magic in close games, especially when I'm a little behind. I play my worst Magic when I'm winning by a lot. I'm sure on a technical level, I made like 10 suboptimal plays on the last 2 turns of that game. But realistically, if you're 100% to win, and then you make a play and you're still 100% to win, was it even suboptimal? So let's see who my third opponent is. We're in the finals of our first pod against Sped 1. For anybody who doesn't know, Sped 1 does a lot of the organizing and hosting of this event along with Hunter. So, I'm still going to try my best to defeat them, of course. But shout out to Sped 1 for organizing this every week and putting in a lot of effort. This is the finals of our pod. For anybody who hasn't seen this before, 32 drafters, 4 pods of 8. You play in pod bracketed first. It's actually kind of like the NCAA Final Four, like, that whole tournament. It's not the Final Four, but it's very similar in the sense that you kind of play like inside your region, inside your bracket, and then the 4 winners, you play like a semis and a finals against each other. So it's kind of cool. It's bracketed for March Madness. Pronounced Sped Own. Okay. Sped Own, not Sped 1. Does it mean anything, Bruce Hamilton? Or is he just saying that they own Sped? I don't know what Sped is. There's also... That was not an LSV joke. Does anybody know what Sped is in Magic? Some old school Magic history right there. M. Conrad knows. I don't know if that's what it's a reference to, or if Bruce Hamilton said Sped-Own has their own stories for the name. But yeah, there was a deck called Sped Red invented by some, I think, New York pros back like 20 years ago. Team Sped, I think. Sped Red. All right, finals of the pod. Let's see if we can get through. Get to that semifinals of the whole tournament. Thanks, Synquenon. We're drawing pretty well, except for that one game so far. And if you can stack all your bad luck up in one game, that's actually kind of a good strategy. So we have a few black cards, but we have plenty of black sources, and like roughly half our deck is red, so I think we have to go get a mountain. I could have tried to wait and see what I draw. Like if I drew the mountain, I would get a swamp. But there really aren't that many black cards in the deck. There's enough black sources, and like I have double red cards and everything. So like in a land light hand like this, I'm pretty happy to just go crack and get a mountain. If I draw a black card, I'll cast it last. In the meantime, I've got Tome and Ministrant and a bunch of grindy stuff to prolong the game. So now, again, we have to ask that question, do we Maze Mind Tome? So, how valuable is Scry right now? Would I top or bottom a land? I couldn't really care less if I draw land. Am I looking for anything? Lightning Helix would be a really good draw. Swift Response would be a really good draw. Realm Cloak Giant would be a good draw. I mean, there's probably a decent amount of stuff I would bottom. I'm not going to scry next turn because I'm going to play Ministrant, probably. Even if they grow the Pelt Collector first, I can still, like, chump block the Burgee, and then I get 2 more 1/1s. Buys a lot of time. I think I do want to look for Realm Cloak Giant, Lightning Helix, or Swift Response, or some other removal. And I can bottom any black card, so I think I will scry here. Worked out. Oops, well, I was going to upkeep scry again, because I know I'm going to cast Ministrant this turn, but I didn't get the stop off in time. Not a huge deal. We'll just do it during their end step. In fact, if I already have a nice 3-drop scripted, it might be better to do it during their end step. Thank you, Walker MTG. Appreciate the subscription. So another thing to think about, my hand is loaded with business, and this looks to be an aggro deck. So I really want the 4 life from this tome. You never know if that 4 life is game winning, because I shouldn't need like max cards to beat my opponent. What I should need to do is live and cast Lyra and Starheim Unleashed, right? If they kill me or get me too low before I can cast those, then I lose. But if I cast those, like unless they're holding incredible answers to them, I'll probably win. Ministrant's no ordinary 3-drop, so no big deal. Neither one is trample. Do I want to chump? They could get pinged off later. It might not even be bad to chump both. This way, if they sack anything, because if they sack anything, they can kill them for free. But this isn't actual constructed. Like, yeah, they had drafted a Mayhem Devil, so they probably tried to draft sack cards. But they have 2 cards in hand, 4 lands. I mean, how many cards in their deck sack? Silver Quill Command, don't have a 2 to get back. I can, like, edict them, but then they'll get a ping. I might just make a 4/4 flyer next turn. If I draw a land for Lyra, and I can try and dig it up with Mazemind Tome. So I think I'm not going to chump yet. Because unless they have a way to get through the 4/4 flyer, I should be alright next turn. And then if I play Lyra and give it +1/+1 and lifelink, I might be good. Alright, easy bottom of a black card, but this time I will set that upkeep stop. And yeah, I definitely want to find a land. I want to curve Starheim into Lyra or find Realm Cloak Giant. That's what I'm looking for here. Well, keep bottoming black cards. This is working out okay. Mazemind Tome, Scry 3 has basically been draw 3. Well, that's a good draw if they can't kill it. If they attack with multiple cards, I'll draw a card. Okay, I'm down with that. Not super interested in poking them for damage. If I win this game, it's definitely going to be in the control route. I actually haven't done a single draft of MH2 yet, but this weekend, I plan to do like next to 0 Strixhaven drafts. I'm pretty over Strixhaven, a large part of why I haven't been streaming. So I'm going to do a handful of Modern Horizons drafts. If I like it, I'll do a handful more, and I'll make some Modern Horizons streams next week, I promise. If I don't like it, then I won't. It's unfortunately not on Arena. For some reason, WotC insists on making us use their worst program. I don't know why. Okay, so Dragonkin Berserker, it's good. It's actually not that scary because I can obviously eat it. They'll get their one dragon. It'll take their turn. I can get the 4 life out of the Mazemind Tome anytime I want it now. So I'm a little less concerned about the last scry as long as I have other stuff to do. Although I still may do it upkeep as I'm running out of useful things to do, and land 5 unlocks Chandra, Lyra, and Icy with haste. For this turn, the big question is Icy, Starheim, or foretell Starheim and draw a card. I think I'm going to make one of the least greedy plays of my life and just cast a 4/4 Flying Angel. Because if I draw a land and play Lyra, it turns into a 5/5 flying lifelink. Like, that seems good enough with that in a Lyra. So, and then I misclicked. I literally just meant to play a 4/4 Angel, and I just kind of like randomly clicked on foretell. Okay, well, now I'll draw a card since I can't do anything else with the 2 mana. So, I explained why casting the 4/4 Angel is right, and then I foretold it. See, secretly, I still wanted to foretell it for the extra Angel, but I know it's not the right play. This is actually something LSV would do. So, like, I want to get max value, but I know it's not the right play, so I had to explain to you and then pretend I misclicked. so that I could actually go ahead and foretell it. Because, you know, obviously if I cast it, I get 1 angel. If I foretell it, I'm going to get 2 or 3. It's clearly better to cast it in this spot, so I have to pretend I misclicked and foretold it. Okay, so pretty much have to block like that, and that's fine. If they play a trick, then they're not making a dragon. Who cares? I want to take another 9 or chump at all? It's pretty close. I guess there's a good chance I'll Realm Cloak Giant, in which case I should be chumping. I don't really want to give away that I have a sweeper. I'll just chump 1. I don't think that gives away anything, and I don't want to get too low, and these 1/1 flyers are likely to do very little. I also don't know if I'm going to play the sweeper now or not. I mean, I kind of want to sweep before I play the angel, but if they want to attack with a lot of cards, I'm also, like, drawing cards, and I'm not, like, that close to dead. Still, none of their stuff are dragons. I should just play Realm Cloak Giant, right? I mean, none of their stuff are giants. I should just play Realm Cloak Giant, right? I'm being way too greedy. How do I lose from there? I mean, it's going to be hard. Could make 2 4/4 flyers. I have the 1/1 to chump the 5/5. And then next turn I play Lyra, turn them both into 5/5 lifelinks. Of course, I could always do that on a 1-turn delay. So I think the right play is to play Realm Cloak Giant, in which case neither of these are giants, so I'll attack first. Even if they block Mangara, I still get my 2 more life. It actually worked out better, the line I took, but I didn't have Realm Cloak Giant, right? I was planning on, if I drew a land, playing Lyra to pump the 4/4 Angel. If I was holding the board wipe, I would have actually probably took the line I took. But, you know, I know it's a rough life. So, of course, now we make 2 4/4 flyers. We're not scared of crawling barons. I won't even block because I know I'm about to give my flyers lifelink. So I'll take 4 and go to 7 and then play this, hit them for 10 and gain 10. And if they want to grow it and hit me for 6, they're more than welcome. So basically, they have removal, or this game is literally over because this is like cheating. The Angel Lord, 2 4/4 angels, like cheating. Alright, so red, black, green, aggro. Normally, you don't want Rune Blaster against aggro, but they do have 3 non-basics already, including a creature land. Crawling Barons is really good, so I probably want Rune Blaster, because even if they're aggro, if it's just going to kill something every time, including creature lands, that's just a really good card. Definitely want to bring it down a little bit. Like, I'd rather have something like Traxos in a matchup like this, because I can just place something on tap it once, and then just never attack with it unless I draw another historic card. Not saying it's definitely going in, just pointing that out. I think 5-mana Chandra might come out. Am I crazy? I mean, it kills Berserker, but only, like, expensively on turn 5, and I have plenty of other ways to do that. It doesn't really kill, like, any of this. It's kind of a slow card on the draw. It doesn't line up well against big red-green creatures. I think I might take that out. Like, Silver Quill off the splash seems kind of medium if I'm bringing in better 4s. These all still seem good. I mean, Kolaghan's Command doesn't have to line up that well. I mean, you can just make them discard or kill, like, a little creature on turn 3. But, like, see, like, Kolaghan's Command has the chance to kill Dragonkin, Berserker, or Pelt Collector, like, efficiently. It's pretty hard to hit those cards when you need to with Chandra, right? Chandra costs 5. Could take out the 2/1 flyer. This doesn't have Planeswalkers to pressure, flyers to block, and it also doesn't look like it trades with too much of their stuff. So I think I can take that out. Thank you, Erroneous. Appreciate the subscription. Supporting your favorite Magic stream, and the best stream in the world, of course, is never erroneous. Good job with the subscription. Alright, so we got 2 lands, because we have a Marius Call. So is this a keep or a draw? I mean, a mull. We're on the draw. Ministrant's pretty good at slowing down the game. We do have a lot of mana sources. I mean, I've got all 3 of those artifacts. 15 more lands. That's 18 of 33. I can't cast anything, but I do have Lightning Helix mana, Swift Response mana. So if you look at Lightning Helix and Swift Response as good draws, those 3 2-mana artifacts plus the 15 lands, that's 20 good draws out of 33 cards. I think I gotta keep this. Yeah, plus if we fall behind and then we draw a couple lands in a row, we have the best catch-up card, so. Definitely enters tapped. Try not to misclick 3 life away on turn 1. I've been good at that tonight. Pretty good draw. Part of the reason we kept. We had those 3 2-mana artifacts that really help unlock land 3. I'm going to set an upkeep stop. If we... Actually, maybe I'll just draw a card. Well, we'll see what they do, but either way. So I'm obviously going to scry end of turn. Well, now they're going to kill it, so there's no decisions. I was 100% going to scry end of turn because we're looking for land 3, of course, very badly. But then if we bottom there and they don't kill it, upkeep, we don't have to scry because we can, like, take our draw step, and if it's land 3, we play a land and play Ministrant. If it's not land 3, then we just pay 2 and draw a card, and then we still get that extra card to try and hit land 3. So I probably wouldn't have scryed upkeep. But obviously they made that all moot by killing it. Thank you, Andes. Appreciate the subscription. It has been a fun deck to play as well, and I didn't know I was going to enjoy this so much, but so far, my experiences with Cube in my life are not positive, but my experiences with the Arena Cubes have been very positive. They've done a great job with these Arena Cubes so far. Like, there's none of the, like, stuff I hate. There's not, like, Storm and Reanimator and Vintage and Patent Boxes. So far, my experiences with the Arena Cubes have just been drafting, like, grindy decks and stuff, and it's actually been pretty fun. Is Arena Cube like just always like this? Is it just always like just grindy battle box style Magic? That has not been my experience whenever I've tried the power cubes and stuff like that. People are always like, "Oh, Ben, you're overstating this stuff. Go play it." You know, like a lot of my friends really like Cube. So then I go on Magic Online, I fire up a cube. My opponent plays like 8 spells on turn 4, and I literally drop from it and go back to drafting Strixhaven. But like these Arena Cubes have been pretty sweet. So that's a pretty annoying creature because it can live through a sweeper. It is a dragon. Is Lyra pro dragons? No, that's Baneslayer. If I get rid of all the other stuff, it can't live through a sweeper. So I can play Chandra. No, because I can't minus it to hit the Predator. They'll save it. So I think this turn is just... We're just going to end up cycling Deemworthy to kill Reclamation Sage. It's not an exciting play, but... it's still good for us because we draw 2 cards, which doubles our chances at land 5. We remove something that can save the Predator. If they don't have any other creatures, maybe we'll be able to Realm Cloak it away or Chandra it away. Even if they play other creatures, which is, of course, what we expect, we have more removal, so we just keep ticking the game on. I mean, this card is excellent. If we get really lucky, they just won't have a creature to play this turn. Removal doesn't matter here. If I cycle, end a turn and kill the Sage... Oh, wait, this will go to a 5/5, right? Then I can't Chandra it. Oh, no, it's already tapped, right? I don't know. Whatever, we'll see what happens. I probably can't win this game. Probably going to game 3. So they're getting a 3/3. Well, I can kill... Garrick by killing Reclamation Sage and the 3/3 and attacking it with Ministrant. So we're probably going to do that. And then again, if they have no creatures, I can Realm Cloaked away the Predator, potentially. They're going to be able to attack out Chandra if I do this, but I think that's worth it. I mean, another option is to Kolaghan's Command out the Garrick, but I actually think it's okay to let the Chandra go here. I'm going to have the 7/7 and the 5/5 Flying Angel to win with, and I have the Kolaghan's Command to get back to Lyra. So I actually think if the Predator kills the Chandra here, then it's not attacking me for a turn. Even though Chandra can do a lot more than kill a 3/3, this gives me like a smooth way to kill Garrick. And it lets me preserve Kolaghan's Command to buy back Realm Cloak Giant or Lyra, which are pretty good creatures to get back from the dead, right? The Sweeper 7/7 or the 5/5 Angel Lord. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, no, I know they can always sack to give it indestructible, even if it's tapped, but they don't get the +1/+1 counter if it's tapped. As you noticed, it stayed a 4/4, even though they sacked like multiple creatures over the past turn cycle. They only get the +1/+1 once a turn when it taps. That's actually what I was trying to comment on, but I didn't articulate that especially well. Well, that's a creature I might have to Kolaghan's Command. So if I Lyra, or let's see, I can't Realm Cloaked unless they have no other creatures besides the Predator. I could Kolaghan's Command to make them discard a card and kill the Berserker. I could just play Lyra. They can't really attack profitably if I do that. If I sweep the board with Lyra out, that's not actually that bad because I have the command. So yeah, I think I just play Lyra here, see if they can kill it or not. If they can't, it basically stops their board. If they can, our back is to the wall, but we should have enough life. We'll see what happens. Do I need lands at all? I have the 1 black, red, red, white, 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 white. So right now I have 3 white, but I also have the 3rd red in hand. This can't matter. Do I want the 4th red or the 4th white? Yeah, they grow to a 6/6 on the attack, so I can't block. But remember, I'm attacking back then and gaining 5. So I'm taking 6, hitting for 5, gain 5. Take 7, hit for 5, gain 5. That's not a close race. We could block even if it was a 5/5. First strike doesn't work against indestructible, right? If they attacked with it as a 5/5, like let's say this turn it grew to a 5/5 instead of a 6/6. If I block, they just sack to give it indestructible and then eat my Lyra. But like I said, this isn't a close race. So we'll see if they're going to answer Lyra or not. Okay, so we only have 1 black. So if we draw a card off Falmir, we can't necessarily cast it or Kolaghan's. So I'm pretty sure this turn... hit with this, and then we'll Kolaghan's Command. I guess we kind of have to do that now. Not, like, happy about exactly the way this game is playing, but... Oops, we're still in combat. I'm not that worried if they save the Berserker, because they probably won't be able to activate it too. Although there is the problem that I could just die, because I'm at 15. What does this thing do? Each player discards a card, can't lose his 3, no problem. X is the number of cards in your graveyard. Okay. So now I let that die. And then the plan... What are they doing? I guess they just have more burn or something, but okay. And then I can get it back with Kolaghan's Command. So obviously I want that to die first. So now I can 2 damage to like the Berserker and get back Lyra. Oh, I just clicked through it. What am I doing, y'all? I seriously am an embarrassment. All right, we're not getting back Lyra. All right. So 2 damage and discard a card. So now if I attack out Liliana, I die to the Realm Cloaked this turn. I mean, I die to the Predator this turn. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that I was going to be able to cast Lyra this turn, but I'm not going to pretend. I wouldn't rather have it in my hand than them discarding. But if it's not that likely to cost us the game, it would be like a downstream thing. So I think I need to chump. I guess I'm still dead. No, then I get the 1/1s to chump with. This doesn't have full trample. So if I chump, I get the 1/1s. I can ping out Liliana with 1, and I have another one to chump the Predator. Yeah, this is actually still a game. Okay, so Loris lets us bring back nothing yet. We're definitely not planning to Realm Cloak Giant this turn. So let's start by Falmir Knighting, see what we get. We can still play Loris if we want to. So now I think I'd pretty clearly rather do that. So if the last card in their hand's removal, we lose. But, I mean, if it's just like a creature, This actually is not an unwinnable game from here, I don't think. Obviously, we lose to, like, a removal spell now or anything like that. But if the last card in their hand is a creature, and this is a Bone Crusher, and I chump and go to 4, this actually still feels somewhat winnable. Back is to the wall, can't beat another removal or anything like that. But, and there it is. There's the last removal for the lethal. Okay, so what did we see? Predator's pretty annoying. I doubt I have answers to that on my board, but I'll look. Reclamation Sage. Some Planeswalkers. So yeah, we need to be able to threaten their stuff. Their deck is really good because it's got like, it's like a mid-range Jund deck that like, it can be aggressive. Like it can have aggressive draws, but it can also just beat you with like Planeswalkers and stuff. Let's see. They have Judith, which pings, and Mayhem Devil, which pings, and Lily, which kills small things. So small things are kind of a liability against them. Does this hit other Planeswalkers? Yes. How does it do against their creatures? Still, well, Judith's a nice late game target. Berserker and Sage. Yeah, and now that I'm on the play, I'm going to bring Chandra back in. I probably shouldn't have took it out in the first place, but Planeswalkers are much better on the play than the draw anyway. So we could consider boarding it out on the play, but we can't really consider boarding it. I mean, boarding it out on the draw, but we can't really consider boarding it out on the play. I still want the Tyrant and the Traxos, though. Those seem like they line up pretty well against them. What do I want to take out? I mean, Reclamation Sage is just going to be brutal for me, I guess, no matter what. But, I mean, like, what am I going to do? I could board out, like, Icy and Traxos. Icy is one of my few clean answers to Predator. Just another 2 non-basics. Rune Blaster looks great. Yeah, Silver Quill is a sack effect for Predator, but they get to choose what they sack, so if they have any other creatures out, they're just sacking that, right? And if they have no other creatures out, normal removal works on it too. So that doesn't seem fantastic. It is another removal spell, but I'm on the play this game. I don't think I'm as worried. Really no clue what to board out. I kind of want it all. Yeah, I might take out Traxos. Maybe I'll take out Mangara here. They had, like, more Planeswalkers and stuff, and I'm on the play. I think I'll take out Mangara. Their deck can definitely get some really aggressive draws like they had game 1, but, I mean, those are a lot scarier when the opponent's on the play than when you are. So hopefully I'll get a normal draw here and advance. Well, we're certainly not going to mull that. I mean, we have a double red card and no mountains, but we also have 1-drop Mindstone and Treasure Map and Loris, so we have plenty to do. Hopefully we'll draw some mountains. I mean, if this was LSV, this is turn 3 Chandra, right? I mean, I can draw Mountain turn 2 and cast Mindstone, Mountain turn 3 and cast Chandra. So, I mean, you know, we'll see where I fall with this hand on the Ifro LSV scale. Because, you know, Ifro finishes this game losing a close game with 10 lands. I'm on turn 10 with 2 lands in play. And obviously LSV would just go turn 1 Alseed, turn 2 Mountain Mindstone, turn 3 Mountain Chandra. So we'll get to see where I fall on the Ifro LSV scale this game. Well, it looks like Sped, unfortunately, had to mulligan to 5. So, even if we don't draw lands, hopefully we'll have time to mess around with Map and Mindstone and all of that. Ooh, 1. Of course, we play Mindstone. Like I said, we can't use either one, but this gives us access to 4. 1 more. Boo. But that's actually not a bad draw. I can use all my mana. If I make 2 4/4 flyers anytime soon, the game's going to end. I would even consider making 1 4/4 flyer this turn, but I've seen Thundering Rebuke, and I don't have double white, so it's not an option. But for some reason, when you play this off the Foretell, it's single white. They kind of wanted to make sure people could splash, I guess. I don't know. So, while 2 4/4 Angels might end the game, Chandra and activate Treasure Map and on Burgi is also just an incredible turn where we get further ahead. And then next turn, we can plus this for mana and make 3 4/4 Angels. So, yeah, this is, I feel bad. I kind of wish Sped didn't mold to 5 here, because who cares if they have 2 more cards in hand when I have the most busted, like, constructed worthy hand in the history of Limited. As long as they don't play a sweeper, like, we're going to make 3 4/4 Angels next turn. There's not even very many sweepers they could have out of these colors for 4 mana that kill a bunch of 4/4s. And if they did, of course, Chandra would still be out unless it hits Planeswalkers. Yeah, I stole LSV's power. I'll admit, on the Efrod LSV scale, I didn't play Chandra turn 3, but I played it turn 4, and turn 3 I still used all 4 mana and got for Gold Star I'm Unleashed. They'll probably concede to this unless they actually have the sweeper or something. This is just like the stupidest thing ever. Like, an actual constructed deck would be happy to do what I did this game. I used all my mana. I played a 1-drop on turn 1, a ramp card on turn 2. My turn 3 wasn't great, but I used 4 mana. On turn 4 on the play, I played Chandra, Kill Their Thing, and on turn 5, I made 3/4/4 flyers with Chandra in play. Like, an actual standard deck would be happy to produce this draw. Like, this would be a good draw for a standard deck. Turn 1, 1-drop, turn 2, ramp artifact, turn 3, use all 4 mana, even if it's not a great turn. Turn 4, Chandra, Kill Their 3-drop, turn 5, 3/4/4 angels. That's literally a good draw for a standard deck. And we're through to the semis. We won our draft pod. I will take a bow. Only the second time I've won my pod in 15 weeks. Although I guess that's only makes me right about average, since 1 in 8 people wins the pod each week. And let's see who we have waiting for us in the semis. Looks like we are now up against Fen MTG, and it looks like Echo 5 Bravo already beat Quarto Calls in the other semis. So we are Echo 5 is waiting for the winner of us and Fen MTG. Cool. Let's get right to it. I told you it's a great strategy. I'm always gonna draft whatever the best deck possible is. I can't even that I think I can. I'm not saying I get it right every time, but I couldn't do this even if I wanted to. Like, my brain would not let me. But drafting like a really slow, grindy control deck so that your opponents always have to wait on you and you're never waiting after your round because all of your rounds take 40 minutes. It really is kind of genius in a tournament like this, right? Yeah, it's Ben MTG versus Fen MTG. We'll find out who owns the rights to the 3-letter names. Are they Ben? I don't think they're Ben. They're Fem. F-E-M. I mean, Hunter probably knows the cube 1,000x better than me, so if he predicted I was going all the way, at least maybe my deck is really good. I mean, it's played out really well. It's been a really nice control deck with about the right number of win cons. Like I said, it could use another couple cheap removal. I think if I play against a really aggressive deck, like a white or red aggro deck, now don't get me wrong, I have Swift Response and Lightning Helix and Alseed and Lavamancer. So if I draw Lightning Helix, Plains Mountain in a normal draw, an aggro deck on the play, even with a really good draw, I'm not afraid of if I have my Helix or my Response on turn 2. But if I don't have those, and I spend turn 2 playing Treasure Map or foretelling something, and they curve out on the play, they're going to run me right over. I only got the 1 sweeper. I would have really liked another sweeper. I would have really liked 1 or 2 more cheap removal. Anyways, I don't know if Arena's doing their thing as usual. I'm going to message Fem and see what's up. They might have won their match like an hour ago, so who knows. Good games, Spedone. I was corrected. I've been calling you Sped1 for 2 months, but I was corrected that it's Spedone. Also, Bruce Hamilton said that there's a little bit of a story with your name if you feel like sharing it if you're around. If not, I understand. But if you want to tell us what the name means, because I don't know if you know this, but there was a Sped Red deck built by Team Sped like 20 years ago in Magic. So I don't know if that's where your name comes from, an association with those guys, or if you and them happen to be fans of the same thing. I also don't know if MMTG is around. I don't think I've done anything wrong here, though, so we'll chill for a little bit. They're getting me back for bragging about how all my opponents have to wait because I drafted, like, the grindiest control deck with, like, very few win cons. It's weird when if I say I'm a mono red fan or not, because I play mono red a lot in competitive tournaments, and I don't like it from, like, just an enjoyment perspective at all. But, like, I think if you remove play skill from the equation, it is likely that some version of, like, heavy to mono red aggro has been the best deck in a ton of tournaments. I think that, like, those decks are often, like, underrated. Okay, still gonna play in case we're up against aggro or whatever. Plus, like, you know, so as far as play draw, the reason you normally draw first with, like, control decks with good curves in limited is because you don't have planeswalkers. The reason you always play first in constructed is because of planeswalkers. Like, planeswalkers make you want to play more than, like, anything else. Because if you're a turn ahead with them, your opponent often can't attack them out. And if you're a turn behind with them, your opponent often can. So literally being on the player of the draw with a planeswalker is just a win to a loss to a win. Whereas it's a lot different when you have cheap removal, you get to have the extra card on your turn, but you have one less mana to answer what they've played. So, like, it can be a pretty close decision for control decks that don't have planeswalkers and have cheap removal. But, like, when you have, like, multiple planeswalkers, you should just be on the play, period. Like, okay, so here we can go turn 1 Alseid, turn 2 Mind Stone. I guess we're not concerned about ramping out a Silver Quill command. It's not a planeswalker. Or we could play turn 1 Canyon Slow, and then we get our tap land out because Shrine can come to play on tap. But the thing is, we're not really ramping in anything. So if we draw, like, a mountain, we'll be pretty happy to cycle that. Okay, so now we are ramping into something, and we do want to play the slow probably as a land. So this turn, our choices are Slow Pass or Mind Stone. Can't use the Mind Stone. If I play slow this turn, next turn I can go, like, Mind Stone, on-tap land, Foretell the Unleashed. But if I play the Mind Stone this turn and they don't do anything, I could theoretically just Edict them, make them sack their Hound, and draw a card next turn. It's pretty close, I think. I guess I can deal 3 to myself with the Emeria's Call if I want to. Now that I have the Starheim Unleashed, I really don't care about playing this as a land, this as a land. I expect to win the game with Starheim Unleashed if I don't die. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and shock myself and put the stone out. Because if they don't play a 2-drop, there's a lot of value in me just Silver Quill commanding away their only creature, drawing a card to help hit land drops, and so on. It's kind of annoying because it's not a great creature to Silver Quill command away since it comes back for a lot of value later. I mean, we'll see what we draw here. Okay, I like that better. So, no rush to Foretell. I could make the 2/4/4 Angels next turn, actually, but I might make 3. And Remorseful Cleric comes back with the command, so I should have stuff to do for a little bit now. Try and get the Unleashed to 3. Because now I'm on 4, call is 5, command can draw a card, so that's 6. Or if it's not, it's another spell, which helps prolong the game. I won't definitely draw a land, but a spell is probably better than a land, and if it's a land, then it's 6. So I think that we can try and do this here. Okay, so that's going to make Edicting them out of the question because of Annex. They're going to have 1/1s to sack. But I can command and draw a card and bring the 2/1 back. So that still looks pretty good. So I'm going to trade. Yes, I know I could have sacked LC to save it, but I don't think that's better. I guess maybe I get in 2. No, because I want to have that on tap to block. So yeah, that's not really even better. Okay, so now I want to play the Lavamancer and the Silver Quill command. If I deal myself 3, that's a little rough. I'm not sure what I want to do. The Annex is annoying. Obviously, some of the cards in my hand go over the top of it, theoretically. I could play, like, Lavamancer I just shouldn't be concerned about Lavamancer yet, right? It's not worth dealing 3 to get it out to myself, is it? Maybe it is. It's pretty close. So if I play Call tapped and I command, I'm putting the 2/1 back out. I'm drawing a card. I'm at 12. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't necessarily want to deal 3 to myself. Now, if I peel a mountain, I can play the Lavamancer, because I am drawing a card. I'm not going to edict them to get them to sack like a 1/1 token. So let's go and return a creature, draw a card. Play the call. And pass. Not a great turn, but I don't think I wanted to deal 3 to myself. Next turn, I can play, like, Tome and use it and Lavamancer. I do have to foretell the Unleash, though. The goal here is to Unleash for 3. That's even more pressure. So let's see. I could double block Annex. I go to 13 and then take 5 and go to 8. Then I can take the 1 more hit from the Kenra and then hopefully make the 3 Angels. I could, like, I could just take it. I'm at 4. Hit back to 5. Doesn't seem great. I mean, I think it's worth it. Definitely don't want to sack that. Yeah. With no mana to sack Alcide or anything, I think this double block is right. I don't know if they have removal. Hopefully not, but seems like pretty much the only way to get productive value out of these cards here. This definitely could be tight. Okay, so 4. So it shouldn't be 8 this turn, but now they might just finish me with that Lavamancer. Do I make 1 4/4 flyer? No, this gives first strike. It doesn't even stop that. So I think we're probably going to die now to the Lavamancer. I think if they didn't have follow-up, I might have been able to turn this game. But I don't think we're going to get out of this. But you never know. If we draw Helix, maybe. If they can't kill Lyra, maybe. Yeah, I was just talking about how a good aggro deck would be a big problem for us potentially. And then, of course, we go up against an aggro deck here. So I can't take 6 and go to 2. So no choices. I don't really know if we can win. I guess if I Realm Cloak Giant and Foretell Star, I'm Unleashed. I should definitely be scrying on my upkeep here. That's not even possible because we have 6 lands. If I just cast Lyra and they can't put 2 more cards in their yard, maybe they can't attack. Maybe we can win with Lyra. So if I need to cast Lyra or Realm Cloak this turn, does it make sense to scry? If I draw a land, I can foretell the Starheim. That's probably better than drawing a card. So yeah, but if I'm going to scry a land to the top, then I might as well just take my draw step and see what I get, right? Because I might get, I guess there's a lot of cards I would bottom, though. It's really interesting. I mean, if they can't cast cards, I'm not dead. I mean, Lyra can swing this game. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to scry or not. I think I'm not gonna. Super close. That could be a good reason not to have drawn a card. Scry, I would have just topped that. Alright, so now Lyra or Lorehold. Deal 3, gain 3. I go to 6. Lavamancer puts me to 4. So I live either way if they don't have things. So I'm not sure whether it was better to go with Lyra or Lorehold Command. Lorehold Command's probably better. Probably, it dodges like a sorcery speed burn spell, right? Because I can command in response or command in combat. So if I deal 3 to the Earthshaker and go to 4, and then I can block the Lavamancer. If they have burn, they can burn me in response. I can't do anything about that. There was no way to beat instant speed burn. So I could burn one of the attackers, though, with the lore hold and then block the other. Maybe that's better. Even though it's kind of crazy to kill a 1/1 token over a 4/3 flyer, I mean, Lyra does stop a 4/3 flyer. What if they have, like, a pump spell? I think I'm just going to deal 3 to the Lavamancer. Talk myself into another conservative play. I don't know what's wrong with me tonight. I apologize. Just keep making the most conservative plays possible at all times. I mean, I can't beat an instant burn, but I can beat a sorcery burn or a pump spell. Because if they pump in response, I can just put the 3/2 on the Lavamancer, and I'm still gaining the 3 up to 4. If they have, like, a sorcery speed burn spell, I'm going up to 4. My 3/2's blocking the 1/1. I'm not taking any in combat. Obviously, if they just, like, shock me in response or whatever, I can't do anything about that, but I can definitely... I can beat a sorcery speed burn spell or a pump spell, potentially. I just can't really beat, like, instant speed burn spells here. I could have done it on my turn, but there's pretty big problems with that. Like, then they can burn the 3/2 with their sorcery speed burn spell during their turn. Then they could attack with all 3 and use a pump spell on whatever gets through. There's substantial problems in this exact spot with burning on my turn. Okay, here I would tap this end of turn, even just to put a counter on it, even if I didn't get to scry. Chandra dealing 2 does not look particularly useful. I mean, it's a powerful card, but I'm not lacking power. My hand is Lyra and Starheim Unleashed. So, no real way to get 2 flyers this turn anyway, so this is pretty much just scripted. I'm just going to play Lyra, foretell Starheim Unleashed, and cross my fingers and hope I don't die at 4. If they kill Lyra, I'm dead. If they steal Lyra, I'm dead. If they don't kill me this turn, I don't think we can lose the game, because I'm going to gain 4 from Tome, plus I have Lyra. So, hopefully they can't kill Lyra here. It kind of sucks I don't have 1 more point of life. Don't do it. I'm tapped. This better not be a slow roll. You better be thinking about whether to attack or not, because you're holding +3/+3, and you don't know if you want to give me 5 life to kill Lyra and use your pump spell. That doesn't kill Lyra, right? Yeah, that's kind of... I pretty much called exactly what they were thinking about, because obviously if they had Lyra, they would have just killed it. If they could kill me, they would have just done it. So what they were thinking about was something like, you know, do they want to use their pump, potentially have a profitable attack, or in this case, they didn't attack because they want to protect their Planeswalker. All right, like I said, we would put a counter on this here end of turn, even if we didn't get to scry. We're just trying to get that life. We're about to make 3 5/5 flying lifelink angels, and then they're going to sweep the board or concede. Snap top. Flying first strike haste, but the indestructible is only until the end of their turn, not until the end of the next turn. So Lyra can attack Basri. What happens if they have a way to remove it? 3/4/4 flying angels, whatever. I know, earlier in the game, Slasher, but I make a lot of jokes about being psychic, but I didn't actually know that the game was going to go exactly like this. I know that's hard to believe, you know, on turn 2 or 3 when I didn't scry, because I knew I didn't really need lands or spells yet, so scry didn't have a lot of value. I actually didn't know that the game was going to be exactly like this 6 turns later. Hard to believe, I know. Okay, so anyways, think we'll send just that. I'm not actually that concerned about removing Basri that quickly. I mean, they don't have a lot of creatures to swarm, and Basri doesn't... I think they have a pump spell, because that one turn, they thought a lot when I Lorehole commanded, so that might be why they held that back, but I don't know. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we can get our 3. And like I said, this should be game unless they, like, have a sweeper or something. I imagine... I mean, maybe they won't concede because it takes a couple turns to kill them and Basri. I don't think that's the case, but if there was a turn at 1 where I didn't put a counter on the Mazemind Tome and I just untapped, it was wrong. I remember there was a turn like turn 3 or 4 where I was like, I don't think there's a lot of value in Scry here. A land is an okay draw, a spell is an okay draw. Towards the end of the game, I've been attempting to use Tome every turn. But if I missed it, I just missed it on accident. And that's fine. It can make a creature unable to block, but not all of them. So it's practically irrelevant. Okay, I mean, we're going to block. I don't think it really matters what we block with. There are like +2/+2 white cards or things like that they could have, I guess. So I don't think they're going to give it Death Touch with 1 white, so I'm just going to throw everything in front of it. So now I'm not going to Tome end a turn because, of course, I can get the 4 life anytime I want by tapping it, and I'm at 9, so I'd rather get a card. Have more than enough mana to do pretty much everything I want. Let's go ahead and get that card, see what we draw. 4, 8, 11, 14. So not going to be lethal this turn, so let's go ahead and kill Basri in case they do top deck that sweeper. And then deal 4 to them. Even if I know this is giving them an extra turn, it's unlikely they're going to draw a sweeper, but if they do with Basri gone, I mean, I have a control deck. My deck's good for the late game. I definitely just want to make sure I get rid of that. And other than that, we're chilling. Not really afraid of anything. If they want to maul that and attack, like, I'll just Helix them and then untap and kill them or something. Maybe I'll chump because I don't want to lose to a double strike thing or something, but I don't know. Yeah, this is where I basically can't think anymore. I mean, this was an incredible game, right? I went down to 1. If not for life gain, I'd literally be dead. I took like 22 or 23 damage this game. But at this point, I don't think I can lose. If they give it like +1/+1 and double strike, that's like 16. +3/+3 and trample, nowhere near lethal. So I'll probably just block with like a 4/4 angel, I guess. Guess if I'm going to chump, maybe I'm supposed to double. But then if they have a pump spell, it is first strike, so I still won't be able to finish it with Helix. So 7/7 flying first strike. Deal 7, you say? Okay, I don't think I'm going to Helix end a turn because I might need that to finish off the 7/7 if they do have like a +2/+2 red card or something. Just go ahead and attempt to deal 7 to the 7/7. We still have Helix available. If that successfully resolves, now I'm comfortable with just Helixing this. But if they had like a +2/+2 red card or something like that, it was pretty important. I was able to finish off the giant creature that they sunk all that mana into and everything. So that's why I didn't Helix end a turn. All right, looks like we're on to the semis. We escaped by the narrowest of margins. So now we get the sideboard for the aggro deck. So that's kind of nice. Still kind of a tough matchup, though. Multiple good 1-drops. They played Lavamancer, Usher, and a Samaro Hound. So if they draw good curves on the play, this is definitely the matchup I was kind of afraid of. Okay, Leyline Tyrant's a pretty good effective blocker in matchups like this. Traxos can be. They can go flying to get over it. Well, it's bigger than a lot of their stuff. So obviously, Mangara is awesome in these kind of matchups. I've been boarding it out a lot because we've been playing against a lot of other like ramp decks and planeswalkers. But this is the kind of matchup it's really good in. Silverquill Command seems pretty bad. I mean, they're going to sack like a 1-drop and it's off the splash. I'm pretty happy to get that out. I'm not going to like get rid of the splash. I have a lot of black sources and Kolaghan's Command is amazing against them and Loros could be very good as well. But we can take out the more expensive black card, and then we can bring in the Leyline Tyrant, a more reliable early blocker for our deck. That might be it. I don't think I do anything else here, right? If there's creatures to, like, claim profitably, like, you can claim Lavamancer and then use it to kill itself. So you can use Claim as a removal spell there. It doesn't do anything against these, though. So we'd have to see considerably more than that. All right. So we'll take out black card that kills the worst creature and is a little more situational for a solid 4/4 flying red 4 blocker that's easier to cast against an aggro deck. But other than that, I'm just going to really hope we have Helix, Swift Response. We don't have those, but Ministrant's pretty good in this matchup. So we'll see how it goes. Definitely going to play the Canyon Slough turn 1. That's a really good draw. That could be the draw that gets us to the finals, because we can play this turn 4 with this hand. So if they dump out and we ramp and stuff, and with Ministrant to run through, I could easily see that Realm Cloak Giant draw literally being the draw that gets us through. Okay, so here I'm going to play Mind Stone. Next turn, I can play Ministrant and the tap land, and then the turn after that, we have Realm Cloak online. So that's scary. Are they playing Standard? Look at this draw. Turn 1, 2/1. This is a Standard deck. Like, literally, not figuratively, right? Okay, so I want to get the Triome out, I think, and hold. Because Cycling 3 ain't happening, but I could easily cast this for 7 if I draw a couple straight lands. Hopefully that's it. Hopefully they'll just cast some 4-drop. It's not a giant, and I can still maybe win this game with Realm Cloaked against this constructed worthy draw. Well, that's actually pretty good for me, assuming they can't finish me off. Because now, when I sweep the board, I start with a creature in play. Yeah, if they had hit the Mind Stone there, I might have accused them of, of sniping. That would have been quite an interesting play when they're on the beatdown. All right, so here we want to play a Mirius Call next turn. It's pretty important because we could lose the game in the air. So we want to play Terramorphic Expanse and Leyline Tyrant this turn, so that next turn we can go Mountain and cast a Mirius Call. Yeah, the Maul could definitely still be an issue. That's why I'm saying I want to get the Mirius Call out as soon as possible. But I have a lot of flyers, right? I'm about to play a 4/4 flyer and then 2 more and give that one indestructible. So as long as they don't like flash in a creature this turn, even if they play a creature next turn and have the ability to equip it, I stand a good chance to be able to deal with it. I'm not saying I'm definitely going to be able to deal with it. And look, they might just kill me here. I mean, I don't know what they have. But there's definitely a chance I can work through them all here because I have 2 4/4 flyers, 4/4 flyer. Hey, that's my card. Am I dead? Guess I'm not dead. Maul gives it first strike, so I'm going to have to chump. But, yeah, after that I can double block it, so just put me down to 1, but I'm still good on board. If that last card in their hand is a land, this is still a very winnable game, despite the fact that I'm about to chump block with a Leyline Tyrant. Because, I mean, next turn I play 2 4/4, so if I double block it, it eats 1, and then the other one finishes it off. Sure, I'll pay any amount of red. 0? Yeah, that's how much I'll pay. Take 0. That doesn't change much. What do I want? The Mountain, right? Even though I have a Mountain in hand, I only have a couple of black cards, and I already have 2 black sources in play. Oh, this is going to be another super tight one. Obviously, if they find a burn or something, they just win. They topped a card, but certainly I have more resources than them, and I'm stable on board. 3/3 blocks 2/2, double block with the 5/4 with the 2 4/4s. Doesn't give Vigilance, right? Just indestructible. Can't really attack because I needed to block the 2/2. Well, they found the 1, so we're going to game 3. The good thing is now I get to be on the play first against the aggro deck. The bad thing is, as I said, this is probably my bad matchup. Nothing else to claim. Lorehold Command is a good card. I'll have it on my mind, but nothing really to do there. Skyclave Apparition hits up to 4, so that makes me want something like Traxos even less. Don't think there's much to change. We went with the 17th land, which we certainly want to leave in on the play. Do I have any cards that perform really bad against aggro? I don't think so, but... No, all of this looks fine to good. Yep. I don't think there's anything to change. Just hopefully they don't get that great a draw. I mean, the best card in our deck as far as opening hand, besides lands to cast things, is Lightning Helix. If we can have that in our opener, that would be fantastic. But, you know, if we get a good draw, we're on the play, so it's a lot harder to run someone over on the play. Well, can't possibly mull this. Perfect hand to lose and go home with. We're on the play, but Chip gain a few points of life, kill their first creature, and then we've got our best card in our deck in the matchup probably after Helix and Sweeper, and then great win con. So, perfect hand to keep and lose. Nice 2-lander on the play with 2 cards we can cast. Hope for the best. I mean, if we just start drawing lands, this hand is fantastic. And that's a good start. Doesn't actually unlock a single spell, but it is a good start. That's another good draw. That'll help us find land 4, plus it gives us a nice blocker. I'm not going to Swift Response to Charming Prince here, even though I want to keep my life total up. Like, they have flyers, they have pump. Like, this card is just not, like... Like, I'll definitely Swift Response something that isn't that good. Like, I don't have to be that judicious with my removal. Like, I have a lot of it, including a Sweeper. But, like, not just vanilla 2-2 here. So, unfortunately, despite drawing 2 cards, we did not find the land. But, for now, we have some stuff to do. So, we'll sit around and pray we top deck lands. We've got 14 of them and 29 cards. We've got those 3 2-mana artifacts. It's a lot of good draws. So, I think here I would happily trade that. I know I could block Alcide on Charming Prince and sack it, but then if they have removal, they like 2-for-1 me and it's like a huge blowout. So, speaking of huge blowouts, I do have the Swift Response, so we probably still have a game. Oh, wow. I just gave them an extra 1-1. I should have Swift Responsed in response. No, I had to let them come into play and target that, or they'd put it on the other one. That play wasn't bad. Almost a punt, but not actually a punt. But now there's an Embercleave we have to deal with, so that's potential problems. I mean, I've got Culligan's Command. Icy shuts it down really well. I mean, come on, deck. I just need to draw some lands. Thalmir Knighted. Half my deck are lands, and then another 3 of the remaining 14 cards are 2-mana artifacts that either produce mana or help you find mana. So, okay, I'm not going to sack and give that pro red. I can always block and then do it. Come on, deck. I need lands, and I need them now as I'm falling behind quickly. Okay, so now I do want to block. I obviously want Lavamancer to live, so this looks like Lavamancer on Earthshaker. I'll see it on one of these. Oh, wait, but... Oh, yeah, I used Swift Response last turn, what am I saying? So now I can sack Alcide, and this is just a no-brainer. Not like this deck. We don't have a Shatterstorm, but we do have Culligan's Command. Icy shuts down Embercleave and Maul pretty well. We have Realm Cloak. So, I mean, certainly this is winnable. I'm not saying I'm going to win. So if they Embercleave up the Charming Prince, that's really big. So I don't want them to do that. So I should probably just leave my mana up. So I'm just going to chill, because they know I have all spells in hand. So there's a decent chance they won't just go for it. And then even if they do, it puts me to 1, not 0. And then if I draw the land to Lyra or whatever, it's still a game. And if I don't, then I'm dead. Lyra or Icy or whatever. Certainly bad. It further incentivizes them to go for it, which is what I didn't want. But, again, it's not the final point. If I draw a land, the game's not over. And they didn't go for it, so that's good. Okay, so we're only going to be able to do 1 shoot with the Lavamancer, I think, realistically anyway. So I think this is just block, and shoot the Bodyguard. definitely backs to the wall, but certainly a winnable game. I gotta draw a land here. I gotta draw an on-tap land this turn. Then we'll see our options. No! So, if I play that and I Realm Cloaked, I'm at 4, and then I die by Exaxes to the Earthshaker Kenra. If literally it was a shock land and I could go to 5, I could blow up the world except the Kenra, and then if they Kenra me to 1, I could play Lyra. And then even if they Embercleaved it, they would just trade and I would get the life so I wouldn't die. Alright, but I mean, I'm not dead, obviously, but like, because I can play Lyra, but this is like pretty rough now. But I go to 4. I just needed that to be a land. Even if it was a shock land, I could Realm Cloak Giant and be at 5. And then I'd be in a... You know, I could lose. I'd go to 1 on their turn. But then I have Lyra, Lorehold Command. It's not like I'm going to sit at 1 forever. That said, all right, I can't Realm Cloak Giant because I'll literally be dead. So my choices are Lyra, Icy, and Lorehold Command. They can cleave, not the big one. So I can't Icy either. So it looks like Lorehold Command probably on their turn with me at 4 and 5 up. That's not going to be enough. So I have to just play Lyra, right? Wait, can they kill me with Bomat Courier Sack before I gain the life tricks if I go to 4? Like, they can put Embercleave on Bomat, but if they attack with other things, I can block that. And if they attack with just Bomat, I can block that. So no. So I think I'm not dead if I play Lyra, but I might be wrong. But if I literally had 1 more point of life, I could Realm Cloaked, and I'd be in such a better position. Literally 1 more point. Like, if that Emeria had been, like, a basic land here, I would be playing Realm Cloaked at 7. Then they Earthshaker me to 3, then I play Lyra, and it's looking pretty good. Or I Lorehold Command away the Earthshaker and go back to 6, and then they have no more creatures in play. It'd be so much easier to turn the game. But it's still not over, because, I mean, they can't attack aside from Embercleave on Prince, trade that for Lyra, and I still get my 5 life. Unless they drew something. So we're actually not in that bad a shape. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm probably an underdog, but, like, the game is not over. Like, this turn we have... I mean, they can force me to trade off Lyra, but then I can still Realm Cloaked or whatever. They should attack with everything, because I can't block the Samara Hound. I would take 11, gain 5, and die. But if I block the Charming Prince, I go to 9, I take 3 from their other creatures, I go to 6. So, I mean, I'm not dead. But assuming this last card in their hand is, you know, a little creature or a land or something that doesn't interact, they should attack with all 3 creatures. Basically, I gain 2, and they trade the Prince for the Lyra. And they even get a Bomat card. I don't have a choice here. If I block one of these other 2 creatures, I die. This is tense. So, I mean, I got through that turn, so I can make the play I talked about last turn now and Realm Cloak at 6. Then I only take 4 on their attack and I don't die. Lorehold Command actually looks pretty good right now, too, though. If I command the Hound, I'm all the way up to 9. A 3-2 can pick off the 1-1. I mean, they saw the command last game, so I don't know what they'll do if I pass with all my command up or in game 1. But... at the same time, if they try and build a big board, I'll Realm Cloak them, and they don't know it's in my hand, even though I think they know it's in my deck. I think they saw that too. If they go for an attack, Lorehold Command should be really good. If they pass the turn, I can always command. So I think this is pass the turn and sit on Lorehold Command. And unless the pump spell gives trample, it's not like if they have a pump spell, I'm dead or something. Like, if they pump the Hound when I deal 3 to it, I still have the 3-2 to block it. So if it dies, the 3-2 eats the Bomat, and life is great if they attack with both. If they have a pump to save it, alright, then I chump it, I go to 9, I take 1, I go to 8. So what does this do? Damage can't be prevented. That doesn't affect me. I'm not actually looking to prevent damage. If a source would deal damage, it deals double. That's actually not that bad for me either, except they're going to be able to play the other half from the yard too, but that's a sorcery. Don't think that kills me. I'm not sure. So the Bomat will now trade with the 3/2 token, but that's fine. So there's no real choices here. It has to be 3 damage and make the 3/2. I mean, I guess I don't have to make the 3/2, but I probably want to trade with the Bomat Courier. And it's not like it's going to be around to be injured. I'm going to trade it for the Bomat Courier. This is all sources, not red sources, right? Yes. All right, so 3 damage to the Hound. 3 life for me, make a 3/2. If this last card in their hand does not interact right now, I think I could turn this game. Obviously, if this last card is like an instant pump or removal or something, like, I probably lose now. Because Ember Strike doubling with Insult is going to be too much. Like, I know when I was talking about chumping it and stuff, if they played a pump spell, I know Ember Cleave gives trample, believe me. I played with that card 10 million times. But I was going to be at 9, so I thought I'd probably be okay if I chumped it, and then, I could sweep. Or play Icy to stop it. Obviously, it's different now. Now, it's literally just, I don't even know. It's dealing a million. Double damage with Ember Cleave and a pump there, and I just concede. But, again, these are sorceries. This trade happens. There's no creature for them to even injury. So this game's actually looking okay. I mean, they have their 2 scary equipment out. I'm not saying I'm going to win. I mean, these are 2 super busted rares. But, I've still got the Sweeper. I've got the Icy to stop the Earthshaker the turn they play it with haste. Like, this is a very winnable game. As well as Icy's just great against equipment. Okay, so now... So we're definitely not going to Realm Cloak, because Icy would stop the Pyromancer anyway. And if they equip it, we can stop it. If they bring out the Earthshaker, we can tap it and take 2. I mean, I know this isn't going great, but I don't really see any choices. This is 2 to me, so I mean, even if I go to 3, this can put me back to 1. 1 isn't 0. I can't really stop more than 1 creature this turn. I would love to get Maze Mind Tome going, but that seems unrealistic. Whereas Icy seems pretty important to get out, because they have 2, lethal equipment and a 4/3 haste. So I think we want Icy out pretty badly. This means if they want to deal me any damage, they have to bring back Earthshaker and not equip. If they equip, I tap the Pyromancer and take 0. If they bring back Earthshaker, I tap the Earthshaker and take 2, but then I can sweep both creatures. And then if I draw a land, I still have Icy out. So, again, we might win, we might lose, but we're working through a lot. We can afford to go to 3, and we're still not even dead out of their graveyard to the injury. So, who knows? So, for this turn, since we drew a tap land, there's not really any reason to sweep. I can cycle Deemworthy to hit the Pyromancer, tap the 4/4. If they drew a haste creature, that would kill me anyway if I sweep, because I wouldn't have a tap up. So, let's do that. Pretty sure I'm not going to cycle that. Thank you, Silex. Really appreciate the subscription. Yeah, this is a great game to game 3 of the semis. No big deal. What a sick game 3 of the semis. Well, that's a quick closer. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't want to risk dying to a haste creature, though, so I don't really want to play, Tome and Starheim. So I think this turn is Leyline Tyrant, probably. And Foretell Starheim. That uses 6, and then I still have Icy up. I might Realm Cloak the Tyrant away, but, I mean, I don't think I'll be concerned about the resources if I end up doing that. And if they don't add to the board, I probably won't even play the Sweeper. If I draw a land, I can make 3 Angels and Icy. Okay, that definitely doesn't beat me. Well, they can spread out now, though, but whatever. I can always tap wherever the Ember Cleave is, and the Maul is good, but I'm going to have flyers. Didn't draw a land, though, so I have to wait 1 turn if I want 3 flyers. So what are my choices? If I play the Sweeper, they discard the card to save the Hollow Blade. This creature dies. I have Icy for the Hollow Blade on their turn, so that's fine. And the next turn I can Unleash for 3 with Icy up. So that looks pretty appealing. But this turn, I don't really need to sweep. I can block with Leyline Tyrant and Icy, whatever the cleave is on. And then I could even pay 3 when it dies if I just play the Tome. So I die if they can kill the Tyrant if I don't play a sweeper, if they top deck removal. Tyrant does the damage to any target when it dies. Yeah, I know. But if I sweep, I'm not going to have much mana to spend on that. My land, I am well aware my land comes into play tapped as well. That's why I said I can't Starheim for 3 and Icy this turn. Yeah, I mean, going with the splash, we had to play a lot of tap lands. But, yeah, I think this is right. I mean, I can tap wherever the cleave is. The Ember Cleave. So, whichever they put it on, I can tap. So, the Leyline Tyrant's at least a medium effective blocker against the other one. So, I lose to removal playing it this way. They're clearly not holding one. Hopefully, they don't top removal here. But, I mean, we develop, we get more value. If they draw a creature, they're certainly going to play it. So, then we'll get even more value. So, I mean, this play definitely does maximize our value. I can still scry, so I'm definitely going to go ahead and pay the 3 here. Make them discard a card. It's probably a land, but if they then play a creature and tap out, I'll be able to Realm Cloak away the Seasoned Hollowblade too. So we're certainly going to do this now. It's a really close choice. I mean, you know, we lose to a top deck removal this way, but there's more value this way, and this is a tight game. I'm not winning by that much. Like, yeah, I have Starheim Unleashed, but I'm at 1. They could kill a blocker. Like, they can burn me out. So, I mean, I think it's right to take the loss this turn to removal to be in better shape for, like, the rest of the game if they don't get there. But I could be wrong. So, I think we'll pretty clearly top that. So, now we have 8. So I can Kaya one of them. I can Unleash for 3. Or I can Realm Cloak. They're all pretty reasonable options. I mean, if I Realm Cloaked... So now removal doesn't beat me regardless, because I'm either making a bunch of blockers or killing, like, both creatures with Icy and either Kaya or Realm Cloaked. I mean, I'm definitely not going to Realm Cloaked after this, so this is a pretty good turn to play Realm Cloaked. I do want to start closing, though, as soon as I can. Because, I mean, I am effectively at 1 life. I mean, I guess I go to 5 in a couple turns, so they only have that long to... I'm not going to kill them before 2 or 3 turns from now anyway, and I'll be at 7. I'll be at 5 effectively after that, because I'll gain the 4 from the Tome. So I guess I don't have anything to do here besides Icy, so I might as well Maze Mind Tome now, rather than represent things I don't have. They're going to go for it anyway if they draw a haste creature or something now. So, don't kill me. Removal doesn't work. Haste creature does. Burn spell does. But I do have the Tome going off in 2 turns, so it's not like it's going to take that long to get out of burn range and stuff. So, please don't kill me. In like 2 turns, I should pretty much have this game locked up. No more top decks. No more. I'll close quick when I need to. I'm not worried about my time. Remember, I'm not closing by decking them after I stabilize if I do. I'm closing with like 7/7 and a bunch of 4/4 Flying Angels. Well, that's a potential problem. I mean, I can get rid of the Ember Cleave now, but... okay, so... what are my options like? I can make 4 4/4 flyers. If they put the Ember Cleave on the bigger creature, that's 12 trample. 14, 16. If they put 2 on a flyer, 19. So that's exactly lethal. but no, the flyer that has 2 on it is the one I can put on the apparition, or on whichever creature doesn't have the cleave. So I could unleash for 4. It's not lethal. I could, like, Kaya the big one, and then unleashed for only 1. That's not enough. So I think I have to just unleash for 4. It's pretty rough, but I don't think it's lethal on board. Obviously, if they draw a pump spell or something, I'm dead, for sure. But again, the tome goes off next turn. And remember, they just drew Apparition for Icy. That's what freed up Embercleave. So brick 1 time, please. Assuming I counted correctly and it's not lethal. Because whichever they deal the 2-2, I can put that one on the non-Embercleaved creature. So I don't think they have lethal. So the bad thing, though, wow, that's going to eat up, like, all my angels. This is actually brutal. Maybe this play wasn't right. Well, it might have been the only way I could live. What else could I have done? Well, I don't really have a choice here. So if I only blocked with 2, I would die. So, okay. And then we can scry. Is that good enough to take? Probably is. What's in my graveyard? So I can get back a 1-drop and Loris and Kaya with 9 mana. I'm going to hope that's enough. I have 1 flyer left to block whatever Maul. I'm going to Kaya the Embercleave probably. Yeah, I'm going to hope that's enough. Oh, and the tome is going off, so I'm actually not as low as it seems now. Okay. All right, I can work with that. Tome exiling is completely irrelevant to everything going on. I'll get my 4 life, and I can Loris back like either of these 1-drops. Okay, so obviously I'll hit for 4 because it's Vigilance, but I'm pretty well, if I Kaya the Hollow Blade and both things go on the Apparition, yeah, I'm dead. So I have no choice but to Kaya the Embercleave. They only have the 1 flyer. I have the 4/4 flyer to chump with. It's not ideal, but I've got a lot going on. So yeah. Let's get rid of that Embercleave, since that's the one that gives trample, and I'm at 1. I'm really at 5, but that's still pretty low against Embercleave. Unfortunately, I don't get Icy back, so I still do need to find stuff here to not be dead. Although, if they don't draw anything this turn, if Hollowblade eats Angel, Lavamancer can kill Apparition, and then Loris can attack and gain 3, and Mazemind Tome gains 4. So I'm not dead to the Hollowblade next turn either. And by then I can Kaya it. So they have to... I'm in a winning position. Obviously they can win. There's plenty of cards they can draw to win. Yeah, I probably should have sacked the Tome to avoid them topping an instant burn spell here. That was actually possibly a pretty bad mistake. I was just thinking about too much and forgot to do that. But it would have certainly been right to... I mean, not certainly, because I'm not going to scry. I'm going to take my draw step and then get to draw an extra card. But it would have probably been right. That 1 card is probably not worth getting out of instant burn range. Granted, they're empty-handed. How many instant burn spells are there? And I have other ways to gain life to get out of instant burn range. But it would have probably been right. Oh yeah, if they don't force the action, I'm going to draw instead. That's why I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about it because I wasn't planning to scry with it. But I still should have thought about it because just locking up the 4 life. It's certainly something that should be on my mind. So what does this do? Cast light up the stage, alright. See what they get. This is literally the craziest game of all time. But I think we're still looking pretty good, maybe. No, wait, am I dead? So I go to 4 into 8. So I have to find an answer or I am dead. So, start by drawing a card. Oh, I should have scribed first. I could have maybe seen one more card. That was bad. What am I doing? Wait, I can make a flying blocker with Kaya's ability and killing my own things. Okay. So what I need to do is ghost form the Loris here. Just gonna play the Falmer Knight for free, because if the Loris dies, I'll lose the ability to do that. Now, Loris attacks Chandra, because if they choose not to block it, I have to be able to Lava Mancer it to get the 1/1 flyer. This is literally the craziest game of all time. Dude, I played Lyra, Starheim Unleashed this game. Wow. This is the most impressive, like, amount of cards a beatdown deck has ever, like, worked through in history if they win. And a sweeper. Yeah, Embercleave did a lot, obviously. See what they're going to do this turn, but we're in pretty good position to actually swing this game a bit. Oh no, that messes up that loop. Forgot about that. I mean, I still have Loris and everything. I just... Whoa, that's a good draw. Okay, I need to go fast now. Yeah, if I lose now, it's probably going to be due to time. So we need to go fast. The mic's not muted. I just stopped talking because I have 13 seconds, and I've won the game now, but I could lose on time. So I literally just stopped talking. Sorry. Two blockers. So they're dead if I don't time out. See, time was never an issue. I told you we'd never run out of time. No risk whatsoever. I could have went and made a snack in the middle of that match. Yeah, that was awesome. Thanks, y'all. That was a lot of fun. That was an incredible match. Remember the first game I won was the game one where I took 22 damage and I finished at like 1 and they put me to 1 and I went up to 3 and then they put me back to 1. So both games 1 and 3 were like the most epic games of all time, right? Like that was like, I mean, aggro's my bad matchup. And normally my draws just haven't been good in this event in my bad matchups and stuff. That time I had good draws, so I won by the very skin of my teeth. But I did get it was funny, because if I didn't draw land 5, I would have conceded. The turn I drew the deal 3 to myself land. If I didn't draw land 5 at all, I just concede, right? I just lose. But if I draw a basic and I have an extra 3 life to work with that whole game, I have so much more wiggle room on so many turns to make better plays that game probably isn't close. So drawing the deal 3 mythic land when I needed land 5 and the whole game depended on it, like that probably is what created like that game where it was just like down to 1 like 10 different times. Well, thank you for all the subscriptions, applause, and support. I do appreciate it. That was an incredible game of Magic. I mean, that's why I'm still playing the game 26 years later. That's also why I don't understand how people actually play Constructed over Limited, but some people hate fun, I guess. See if we can do better than the last time we made the finals. I haven't done especially well in this event, but this is my second finals. And last time we lost to Kanata Live, and this time we're up against Echo 5 Bravo, a frequent limited champ. So we'll see how we do. I saw there was a bunch of subscriptions. Thank you, Furnace Dragon. I really appreciate you gifting out all those subs. Thank you, Rookie MVP. Appreciate the generosity. Also, thank you if I missed anybody subscribing in the middle of those sub gift outs. And let's get to the finals. Since everybody's waiting on us, let's not hold everybody up. I know Echo 5 Bravo's been waiting for like an hour. He won his side of the bracket much quicker than I did. Although I don't think I've played slow. My deck is incredibly slow and grindy. All right. Thank you, Unruly Oddish. Really appreciate the support. I mean, that was incredible. I do really appreciate it. That was awesome. It's going to be fun to go back and watch that one while I play poker over the weekend. Like, just like sitting there, just on my phone, just going through the game, like turn by turn, looking at the plays I made. Also, thank you, Rolling Rock Dave. I know I missed your subscription at the end of that. Catching my breath and trying to get ready for the finals. I mean, that was sweet. It was definitely hard. I did make several mistakes, but a lot of them were due to time and stuff like that. But yeah, that was definitely an awesome game. Definitely a lot of fun. But let's see if Echo 5 Bravo is ready to go. It's definitely worth a watch. Yeah, there should be a channel doing commentary on this. They have like a feature match channel, and obviously there's 16 matches round 1, 8 matches round 2, etc. So you don't know if you're on or not, but now that it's the finals, I assume they'll just be commentating it. I can't promise I'll play faster. I mean, it's well worth explaining everything. Like, even if I time out and lose there, is it really better if I speed through the matches and then don't time out and lose there? Like, again, I'm always trying to win. I make Spike content. You know, my content is focused on how to maximize your chances at winning. But this is content. Like, this is like 1,000 people watching. I'm not like, you know, just playing alone by myself here. I personally think it's better to just talk through and explain and work through every turn with you. And if that causes a timeout once in a while, so be it. Now, obviously, I'm not above speeding up the last couple minutes, you know, when it starts to get close. This is definitely my last match tonight. I'm signing off after the finals. Like I said, you know, you can't really predict whether you're going to be in the sweatsuit for 45 minutes or 5 hours. I'm ecstatic to be in it for 5 hours, but I will be signing off after this match. Okay, another perfect 2-lander to lose with. I mean, we have a treasure map, so, I mean, if we don't draw a land right away, I mean, we can always play the map on 2 and then scry, upkeep, and so on. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we'll just draw a land right away, because then I know I don't have to scry, upkeep. I can just, like, foretell and then play Ministrant, curve out much better. But it would be nice to win. I do have a second in this. I have no firsts, which, again, I mean, like, I hold myself to pretty high standards, and, you know, I like to do well, and I'd like to think I'm one of the favorites in the tournament. I'm not claiming to be the best, but it is a 32-person tournament, not an 8-person tournament, so you're not going to win it that often. So getting the win would feel good. Upkeep, we're going to scry, because we really don't want to miss land drops. I really don't care if I cast Ministrant right now. I'm on the play. What I really want to do is just make my land drop, and then I can foretell, and that's totally fine. And then when this thing flips, I get 3 treasures, and then I can Starheim for 1 million. So all I'm really looking to do is find lands and make land drops to win this game. And there it is. Same deal next turn. I'm going to upkeep Scry because, again, all I'm really looking for is land drops. As long as that doesn't spike +1/+1 or hexproof, we'll Lightning Helix it. So that's a scary creature. And so when you're thinking about whether to use something like Lightning Helix right now, because, like, look, I don't need to kill that, right? So do I use 3 mana and play my 3-drop, or do I play Lightning Helix? So here's how you make this kind of decision regarding a removal spell. How close to the ceiling for this removal spell is this? Like, pretend this was 2 mana destroy a creature. I might still play it, but I'd be a lot more inclined not to, because this has the potential to kill 6/6s, and if this ticks one of, like, 5 irrelevant abilities next turn, it's not doing a whole lot right now. But Lightning Helix can only kill creatures with 3 toughness or less. So this is literally, like, the best creature a Lightning Helix can kill. We're basically at the top of the ceiling for Lightning Helix, in which case we think we don't have to think twice about doing it. Okay, so this turn, we can Swift the Torbran. Next turn, we can Starheim for 1 million, and that should be game against Mono Red. One to flip it gives us 3 treasures. Sack the 3 and 4, 7, make 3 1/1s. Well, that's a really good card. Now, I'm not, like, super scared, but maybe I'll wait a little bit, because I can kill that. So they don't just start being able to sack all their goblins if they want to. Let's say this turn I flip in Kolaghan's Command. Seems fine. 2 to the Siege Gang, make them discard one of their last 2 cards, flip the map, and then next turn we can Starheim. If we draw a land, it's for 1 more even. And, I mean, I'm at 23. It's not like I'm going to accidentally die. This game is actually kind of a bloodbath. I wasn't really paying that much attention. I think they mulliganed, right? Maybe just once. Did they mulligan twice? Because I think it was probably once. Because they don't seem to have very much going, and I'm at 23 life. I mean, I know I was on the play with a good draw, and I drew Lightning Helix. I told you this before the start of Game 3 last round. The number 1 card I want to see in my opening hand against these aggro decks is Lightning Helix. I would take that in my opening hand against these aggro decks before any other card, before Starheim Unleashed, whatever. Because it's not like I'm going to speed run Starheim Unleashed to beat an aggro deck, and, like, my deck has tons of power in it. So I'm a lot more concerned about helixing and being at 23 and removing their 2-drop on turn 2 than I am, like, more power. That said, unless they have incredible stuff, we should win the game with a bunch of different angels here. Treasure map into Starheim into an X-Spell is pretty good. It's funny, too, because I'm going to keep not Starheiming. I'm really not, like, trying to toy with the opponent or anything. It's just that, like, I keep having such profitable turns that it's just like, why am I Starheiming? Like, I'm not taking damage. I'm removing the opponent's stuff, like, profitably. This is the finals keep off my lawn. Normally, I would Treasure Cove a treasure main phase, because if I drew a land, I would play it. But realistically, I'm planning to just sink these treasures into Starheim. I think unless Echo has a deal for it everything, he'll most likely concede to the Unleashed. I don't know. He's probably seen my list. I don't really know if he has or hasn't. I don't even know if we're allowed to or supposed to look at lists or watch our opponents when they play. You know, like if we finish rounds early and stuff like that. But anyways, I only have the one Foretell card. So, I mean, I don't know if he pretty much knows that this is Unleashed and that the game is over. Obviously, like, Demon Bolt has Foretell. There's a lot of Foretell cards that are fine, but they're not winning any games. But, like, you know, they're not going to just end this game. But we shall see. Like I mentioned last time, if they don't have a sweeper, I'm going to win no matter what. So I think I might just do it for 3 here. Maybe I should have been sacking these treasures. I guess I didn't know I was going to top a land, and I didn't know they weren't going to play threats. Like, so Echo did nothing wrong, but Echo double bolted away my Planeswalker because they were holding removal and not threats. So now they're on 1 card in hand. I'm more interested in the post-sweeper game than I am the 4th Angel, right? So I think now I'll just keep my treasures, make 3. Because if they do play a deal 4, each of these treasures represents a card. I can just draw 2 cards a turn for 3 turns and rebuild. If they don't play a deal 4, how are they beating 3, 4, 4 angels with 1 card in hand? I'm drawing 2 cards a turn and have a Lore Hold command in hand. So that's why I'm making 3 here. If they play like some sort of deal 4, deal 5 to all creatures and remove those angels, that's the game I want to play for. Because the game where they don't remove those angels is completely over. I'm 100% to win the game where they don't play a sweeper. And I don't want to show that because of what it is. So if this was just a 7/7, I would cast it. But just in case Echo hasn't been watching my matches, a sweeper is like the number 1 card you don't want to show the opponent, right? Like, a lot of times it's worth it to just play your extra big creature, even though it was probably superfluous, and then, like, who cares that they saw a 7/7? Maybe they board in something that deals with a big creature, maybe you don't draw the creature. But a sweeper is, like, the number 1 thing you don't want to show the opponent. Alright, so let's see what we're up against. I know it's a mono-red aggro, it looks pretty good. Like I said, this is our bad matchup, but if we draw opening hand Helix and good mana, then, of course, we can beat an aggro deck. Bolt, so they have deal 3, deal 4, 2 busted rares, 4 busted rares. Gee, this is a nice deck, Echo. He wasn't in my pod, so it's not my fault. Alright, so anything that brings us down and prevents us from getting run over and blocks well. You know, Traxos, mono red can't remove it. It comes into play tap the turn you play it, but once it on taps, what's attacking into that? I mean, they might go through around it. Kind of the same deal with Leyline Tyrant. It's not as big, but it's a good blocker. Anything excessively slow, we probably want to take out. We might take out... No, they had good permanents for Kaya, right? I have a lot of ways to deal, too. Trying to Kaya Siege Gang is unrealistic. Kaya against Torbrand is pretty good. Silver Quill Edict thing, again. I mean, I didn't see any really weak creatures, but I'm assuming they're in there, like Soulscar Mage. I'm guessing they just didn't draw those. So making them sack their worst creature is kind of dicey, and it's my splash color. So I'm going to do that, just like I did last time. I mean, obviously, it's a similar deck to the red-white deck I played against last round. And then the other question is Traxos. It doesn't block the turn you play it, so that's real bad. But a 7/7 is really good against mono-red. This is a problem, like, you know, like against blue, they'll bounce it, white will pacify it, black will edict it, and it comes into play tapped. Against mono-red, once I untap this thing, it's a house. And then anytime I draw a historic card, I get to attack for 7, play the historic card, and untap it, so I create my own vigilance. So, I mean, it's close. It's not like I have to put it in, but I might want to put it in. Is Traxos, like, better or worse than, like, 5-mana Chandra, Kaya, cards like that in this matchup? I think it's pretty close. A 3-mana 2/1 just to block is not really okay. I mean, they have one red castle we saw. If I see a couple more non-basics, maybe. But on the draw, haste is basically not an ability. I mean, I'll just go with this game and see if we see more. It's definitely pretty close. Traxos will be substantially better on the play than the draw. Not because I'm looking to be aggro, but just because the comes into play tapped part of it probably won't result in me dying. So I'll definitely reconsider Traxos for next game. So I got my wish with Helix. I'm not going to be able to play turn 1 Alcide. I definitely have to go get that mountain. It's a 1-drop. I can get and play whenever. It can't even block that. Maybe it would have gained 1 life if it connected. Well, there's a good target for Helix. Not that we were really worried about lightning Helix targets in this matchup. But that's about as good as it gets. I'm just going to kill that now, not risk them having pump or anything. Oh, I lied. There's a better target. Should have saved the Helix. Alright, so if I play Alcide, I can chump with it and then Loris and bring it back, but I have to draw a land. Didn't see that much removal out of them. I mean, they have Demon Bolt and Lightning Bolt. I don't know what to do here, because, like, I can play Alcide and just pass. I could just not chump, take 4, and then if I draw a land, I can protect Loris, but Loris isn't really doing much. I think I just cast Loris here, just to, like, trade it for a Bolt or something. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not in good shape, obviously, against Ferocidon. Now, if I had seen Ferocidon last game, I would have probably took the 2 for 2. But I didn't bolt like a 2-mana 2/2, and I wouldn't have. I mean, this is a game-winning rare once they get 5 mana, so when that comes out on turn 2, I think I'm going to Helix it. Even though they're the aggro deck on the play, had this been like a Grizzly Bear, I would have took the 2 and seen their 3-drop before Helixing. This is literally a standard deck. Alright. I don't think I can turn this game, but Lavamancer and Alcide are pretty good. Obviously, I should have played Alcide first, but whatever. Not winning if they have another 1-mana removal spell in their hand right now anyway. Just sloppy play, but I really don't think it's conceivable. Guess if I don't die in time, like I can block the Banneret, and then I'm taking 4, and then I play a land, and then I take 4, and then I can sweep the board. Because, like, I have to block Banneret anyway. I'm not even sure if that was a mistake. Like, I gain... Oh, no, I don't gain a life because of Ferocidon. Because, like, literally, if I, like, gain 1 single life from the Alcide is probably better than the Lavamancer right now. Because either way, I'm going to trade for the Goblin Banneret. So, better to trade and gain a life than not to. But I'm not even gaining a life because of Ferocidon, so... Alright. Hopefully they'll untap, draw a creature, and cast it. And then I'll untap and draw an untap land. Well, that leaves a 1/1 behind. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, but it's not the end of the world. Oh, or it is the end of the world. Seriously? I go to 1, I play Realm Cloaked, I die. Well, I can play Lorehold. I don't get the 3, though, do I? If I kill the Ferocidon with Lorehold command, do I gain the 3? I do? Okay, well then I'm nowhere near dead if they brick, so. If I don't, then I'm dead. But it's fine. If I Realm Cloak command here, Realm Cloak Giant here, the Grim Initiate leaves a 1/1 behind, so I just die. So, we'll find out. It doesn't matter, I don't have other options. If I would have cast the Sweeper, if this Grim Initiate was any other creature, basically, I would have cast the Sweeper, but it leaves a 1/1 behind, so I literally just die. And if I cast Leyline Tyrant, and I'm at 3, I'm dead on board. And if I cast Icy, and I don't shock myself, I can't tap. And if I do shock myself, I'm at 1, and I'm dead on board. So, the only way I cannot be dead on board is if Lorehold command gains the 3 life. So I'll target the Ferocidon, I'll make the 3/2, I'll gain the 3, and we'll find out what happens. But it is pretty funny, because if this Grim Initiate had been, like, you know, some busted rare creature, like, if this had been Siege Gang Commander, I don't know if they would have played that or not, because then they might want to hold it, but for Post Sweepers, potentially, and stuff. But if they had played it, I could have Realm Cloaked at 1, and then I have the Lorehold to go back to 4 and turn the game. But obviously, the Grim Initiate prevented, and I drew the Shockland, not the basic, so I couldn't Realm Cloaked at 1 again. These Shocklands have been really painful, but you gotta have them if you're a 3-color deck. It's not really in question. So if they attack with those 2 and I don't kill the Ferocidon, I can't make the 3/2 or I die to Ferocidon's trigger. So that doesn't change anything. Either way, we have to deal 3 to Ferocidon, gain 3, and make the 3/2. And, I mean, we're dead if we don't gain the 3. But if we gain the 3 and they didn't draw a removal or something, we're not dead. But we didn't gain the 3, so we're dead. I can make the 3/2, because the 1 point of ping would go on the stack, and the 3 life wouldn't. That would happen on the resolution. I wasn't sure, but I actually didn't think I was going to gain the 3 life. I honestly didn't. But if we did gain it, then the 1 point of ping is okay. Because we would gain the life with the 1 point of ping on the stack. But we don't gain the life. So, I'm dead. Alright, so game 3, we're on the play. Traxos is a little bit better. It's pretty big. Obviously I'm not the aggro deck, but like I said, Pseudo Vigilance can be useful too. It's a pretty good card. And I do have like 10 historics. I don't know if I have anything I want to take out. Does the 2/1 line up okay against them? Not really. The 2/1 flyer really doesn't stop anything. Like, I know taking out your 2 mana card is weird when you want to be faster, but like, I'm not trying to play 2 mana gain 4. Literally doesn't stop like any of the cards I've seen. And I'm on the play this game, so I'm going to take that out for Traxos. Alright, so definitely playing, of course. Definitely keeping and praying we draw red, of course. If we don't draw red, we're going to lose. If we do draw red, it's a pretty good hand. Plus, at least I know I won't draw a deal 3 to myself land. Come on, no Ephro, channel the LSV. No Ephro, channel the LSV. Alright, that's a good start. So it is a tap land. I obviously want to play it, not cycle it. It unlocks Lorehold command. Is there any way I can do anything meaningful next turn? Like, if I go Mindstone here, I can have up to 4, but I can't cast a double red 4-drop next turn. So is it... Because the question is it better to play Mindstone or the Triome here? The Triome unlocks the ability to cast red spells next turn. So if we knew we weren't going to draw a red spell next turn, we'd rather play Mindstone because we can play the Triome next turn, and, I mean, it costs 2 to play Mindstone and effectively 1 to play a tap land. But what if we draw, like, any red card that costs 3 or less we want to cast next turn? But also, we might draw a 4-mana card, so we have a lot to think about. So the 4-mana cards that make me really want to play Mindstone are, like... I don't have a lot. I mean, Traxos makes me want to play Mindstone and Mangara. And then the red cards that make me want to play the Triome... I've got the Command, I've got the Helix. I don't have a lot of that either. The Lavamancer, I think it's pretty close. The Mindstone has Pseudo Haste. You can use it the turn you play it. This shuts off my ability to play Traxos or Mangara, but it opens up my ability to play any red card that costs 3 or less. So I'm not really sure if it was right or wrong. Alright, this turn, no decisions, since we literally can't cast anything. So what did they get? Lifelink. I'm not sure. I mean, I know Realm Cloak Giant looks good, and I have a lot to do after. But, like, I mean, I'm killing, like, a 2/2, the 3/3. That's it. Like, the Grim Initiate leaves a 1/1. And I have Lorehold command for a really good turn if I want to kill Crystalline Giant and just make a 3/2. I know it can't block Stonecoil Serpent, but it's still a good turn. And Stonecoil Serpent is already dead to Chandra. So it's kind of interesting. Like, obviously, it's a good turn. I'm going to kill the 3/3. The 2 lines for this turn are Lorehold command on Crystalline Giant, and then make a 3/2, probably, or Realm Cloak Giant. It's pretty close. Because, like, I can deal with Stonecoil with Chandra, so I don't necessarily want to use my Realm Cloaked on a bunch of stuff I can deal with. So, I think I'm going to go with the Lorehold command line. This is more like the higher risk, higher reward line, and I don't think I'm just generating a ton of value off the Realm Cloaked here. Like, I don't care if I take 2, I'm at 19. And, like, I don't really want to kill a 3/3 that I already have a deal 3 in hand to kill. A 2/2 when I already have a deal 2 in hand that kills it, right? Like, I know I don't have double red for this turn, but I drew this slow. And I can always make 1/1 blockers and stuff. So I think this is the right play to try and preserve the sweeper for when I can play it. Like, if I can ever play Chandra, plus it would have 6, I can then go, like, chump, trade, chump, on tap and play the sweeper with the Chandra in play. That's what I'm really trying to accomplish here. Realm Cloak won't kill... What giant? This isn't a giant. What are you all talking about? Oh, the crystalline giant. Oh, wow. I did not realize that. It is this line. So it would have been close if Realm Cloak would kill the crystalline giant. If Realm Cloak would not kill the crystalline giant, which it wouldn't, it's a giant, it would be horrific to Realm Cloak. So it's good that I settled on this line anyway. All right, so now if I block the Grim Initiate, it first strikes out my creature thanks to the Torbrand. But now I will play the Sweeper, right? Because now the Torbrand, and it's a Dwarf Noble, not a Giant Noble. So now I think I just chump because I think I will play the Sweeper. So it wasn't close because of the fact that Crystalline's a giant, as the chat is pointing out. But on a more abstract theoretical level, you can kind of see the value in kind of doing what I did, because imagine the Crystalline Giant was the same card but not a giant. I used a deal 3 to deal with it, and now I can sweep a 4 toughness creature that's really good. Lorehold Command doesn't kill Torbrand, so it's pretty good to line up your 3 damage removal with their 3/3 and try and let them play more. Now, sometimes when you play like this, they don't drop Torbrand, right? They drop a second Grim Initiate, and you feel stupid for not playing the Wrath. We're not Psychic. We're just trying to maximize value. So now I think it's pretty much no decision. Okay, so Terramorphic will give us 7 for Realm Cloak next turn. Chandra the Soulscar Mage, I mean, it'll live if they bolt. Like, so let's say, because I mean, we saw Lightning Bolt and Demon Bolt. So let's say they hit a bolt on Chandra, and then the Soulscar lives. Chandra goes down to like 3 or 2. So it could get finished off pretty easily. Does it make more sense to Chandra and hit the 1? Maybe it makes more sense to just play Leyline Tyrant. Really don't care about that. If they kill it, like, Chandra seems like a much better card than Leyline Tyrant here, moving long against them. And it lets me cycle the Canyon Slow. Okay, I'm sold. The fact that I can cycle this, so I'm going to go ahead and Terramorphic and cycle, just in case I find, like, a better option, because Leyline Tyrant isn't something I really want to play right now. It's not, like, awesome on this board or anything. So I'm going to cycle now. It's not tapping either red, is it? No. Okay, good. Oh, that's a card I really want to play. I kind of like holding Chandra as Siege Gang and Dragonkin Berserker protection, too. Like, these little creatures in play right now don't matter that much. Like, I have plenty of ammo. But, like, I could lose this game pretty easily to, like, Siege Gang Commander if I can't remove it. But if I remove it, then the 3/1/1s are extremely beatable, right? Alright, we haven't seen anything that steals creatures yet. It's a lot of damage, but it's not even lethal if they have it. I think we just drop a 7/7 Vigilance. I know we want to get our Lyra out, but, like, they might just kill that or something. This uses more mana, plus it can start attacking. Oh, they certainly have spells in hand. But the thing is, we don't care that much about any one of these threats. Like, I know if I play Chandra there, it's probably going to die, but that's okay if it soaks up a bunch of damage, right? Okay, so let's say they have another burn spell, like a lightning bolt or something. The Realm Cloak's going to die. I'm fine with that. Can it take the 1/1 with it? Yes, and I'll take 3 damage instead of 1, and that's totally fine. Then I can untap and Chandra the Soulscar for a clear board. So this is just like a snap block. Because, I mean, I'm still at 13. I don't really care if I take, like, 3. And if the Realm Cloak's going to end up dying, I'll take 2 extra damage to take the 1/1 with me. And then, yep, now we're going to Chandra on the empty board. Even if they Siege Gang, I'm going to untap with Chandra, so I'm not particularly scared. I'm not going to sack Bindstone, because, like, who knows how many spells I'm going to be able to do in one turn. I mean, I have 2 5s, and this can draw a bunch of extra cards. So if I flood, I can always just +1 discard my hand after I cast these. I hope Hideku's Second Right is not in this cube. I definitely didn't think about that. I try and think about a lot of things in Cube when there's a lot of cards possible, but I'm not going to pretend I thought about Hideku's Second Right. Okay, so think pretty clearly now we're just going to play Lyra. It either soaks up burn or gains life. We're actually pretty happy with both those outcomes. Like, obviously, if it lives and hits, that's way better in theory, but we have plenty of ways to win the game. So as long as they have to use 5 points of burn on Lyra, like, it's going to be pretty hard for them to burn me out, right? So we just get it out there, force them to either deal with it, or we start gaining life. I'm going to fix my mic, I promise. It usually does it, like, not even once a stream, and tonight it's done it like 5 times or something, and I really don't know what the deal is. I think it's some kind of audio situation as far as Streamlabs, Discord, and the mic. I've never had it happen when I'm streaming and not on Discord, I don't think. So I'm not 100% what the deal is, but I will look into it. I absolutely promise. I appreciate it, and I know this game's looking good, Saul, but if I lose this game, I'm not going to be happy with you. All right, first and foremost, let's see if we can get that out of there. So if they do play a sweeper, I want the Lyra back. I'm not in any risk of being burned. Let's Kaya up that Lyra. And yeah, it is looking very good. You'll love to see it, Drillarius. And you'll love to see that as well. I think, unless they're exiling it, they're probably just conceding now. They're just showing me what they were holding. Echo absolutely knows this Lyra is going back to my hand. He's just, this game is over. Just re-protect that Lyra. Oh yeah, even Exile does, right? It's if it would leave the battlefield. Yeah, you're right. Speaking of leave the battlefield, it's nice we get to Ultimate Kaya once tonight. I'm just kidding. This is obviously garbage time. But it was a good match. Game 2 was good, and my back was to the wall a little in this game for a while. I probably could have also ultimated Chandra to win the game. Sure, let's do it in style, shall we? Let's see what happens here. No creatures to kill. Helix command and command. Sweet. We did it. My life's work is complete. Now you will never see me again as I fade into retirement and go hide out in the middle of Nebraska. No, I'm just kidding. I'll probably be on streaming some Modern Horizons this week. But I did really want to win this tournament. It is Streamer Draft League. It is really awesome. And haven't done that well in it, so after coming in second just a couple weeks ago to Kanata, pretty nice to avenge that finals loss and now have a first and a second. Feeling much better. So thanks to everybody who rode with me. Really appreciate the support. It's pretty funny that I won it in cube, since literally this is like probably my like 5th arena cube draft ever, and I don't even know the cards in this cube. But hey, maybe I broke cube. Mardu control, right? Get a couple planeswalkers, some cheap removal, and some finishers that are hard to deal with. So it was really fun. We did play a lot of good games. Every time I run really bad and draw really bad in round 2, I point out how bad my draws were, and it's the truth. I'm not complaining. Usually it's my opponent's draws that are poor when I win, and I do want to point out, I could have very easily not won this tournament. Several of my opponents got me down to 1 and then bricked on a turn or two where a removal spell wins them the game, a burn spell wins them the game. So like, it's important to always have perspective in Magic that like, you know, when you're losing, yes, luck is playing a large role, but when you're winning, luck is also playing a large role. And at the end of the day, you know, we fight for that other 30 or 40% that skill, like, does affect. So, ran hot tonight, but I think the deck was sweet, and I'm pretty happy to finally get a first in this thing. If there's an interview to be done, I'll do it. If not, I won't. Thank you for the subscription, Jane Addiction. I mean, it is my first time winning it. Not that I don't know if anybody's won it twice. Maybe Semolin. So is there, like, you know, am I supposed to go to a certain channel now for an interview or something? Okay, cool. Hunter said yes. Whoa, and we got 5 subs gifted out by Hunter Pence. Thank you, Hunter, for gifting out 5 subs. Appreciate that, and I appreciate even more that you set up and organized this thing. Streamer Draft League, weekly Streamer Draft League was needed so badly. Yeah, let me throw the deck back up while we do, like, whatever else. And, I have headphones somewhere for sure. Hey, sorry, give me 1 second. I'm very bad with the tech stuff, but I'm working on it. So, what am I supposed to do to stream this, like, live on stream, like, the right way? Like, I need help. I'm just very bad with tech stuff. Like, do I mute the mic, but then y'all won't hear me?
We're working on it.
Oh, now you're coming out of my speakers, so just so you know, like, my stream can hear you. So, don't start insulting a bunch of Magic players or something like that. Is that what we wanted, though, or no? Do we need you to come through my headphones, or? You couldn't hear it because it was really low, but I'm confident that wasn't through the headphones. You just didn't hear it because I had the sound on, like, 18 or something. And the speaker's playing.
Ben, hello?
Hello? Like,
Hey, can you hear us clearly? Can you hear Hunter and myself right here from Coral Sword? Can you hear us clearly through your speakers?
I can, but it's through my, like, speakers, so my whole stream should be able to hear you. I don't know if they can or can't.
Yeah, no, that's 100% perfect.
Okay, so I'm just taking the headphones off then. They're not doing anything, are they? Is it, like, awful lag, or feedback, or is it okay? And if I need to do anything tech-wise, just tell me. I just suck at this. I'm a lot better at drafting than I am tech support.
Oh no. What's happening?
What's the problem?
Oh no. Oh no. Hello, hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you not hear me?
if you're messing around with sound settings on the microphone setting. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, for sure. Patrick. But I'm gonna call you Peter for now on. Nah, you're good.
I hear like, Patrick, I'm gonna call you Peter and stuff. Like, is everything working as intended?
Yep.
Okay, well, what's up? How's it going? I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing something or not. I don't understand what's going on. Like, I can occasionally hear something through Discord, and I don't hear, like, questions. And I mean, should I just, like, do something different that will make this work? Like, I can jump in wherever. Or just...
Gosh. Oh no.
I don't even know what's wrong. Like, I hear you every once in a while, like, loud and clear through my speakers and all of that.
Yeah, so Hunter's in chat.
I mean, I'll go wherever, do whatever. Just tell me what setting to do or whatever you need me to do. Like, I mean, I don't know how to fix any problems or connect things, but I can, click buttons.
I can hear Coral Sword, but can't hear Hunter for some reason. Ben, can you hear me? Oh, hi, I'm over
yes.
here at Coral Sword. So you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess you're having issues hearing Hunter, which is interesting.
Yeah, I can't hear. I haven't heard Hunter speak a single time. I've heard you speak a bunch of times.
Hunter, can you talk? Well, Ben, speaking for Hunter, we just want to congratulate you for winning Week 15 of the Sweatsuit Invitational. As a prize, actually, Hunter's going to be giving you some sweet free coffee. So if you, I don't know if you drink coffee or not, or maybe you want it as a little trophy for the win. If that's something you do want, you can hit up Spadone on the tournament, give him your address, and he can take care of that for you.
So I'm laughing because one of the things that my stream frequently comments on and makes fun of me for is, like, I very frequently have, like, a giant Starbucks iced coffee that I start my stream with, like a 30-ounce cold brew. Like, I am, like, completely addicted to caffeine at this point.
Well, that's great. So, Hunter and Spadone are going to get you set up for that. But real quick, I think Hunter was trying to ask you a question in one of the previous games in the semifinals that you had with MMTG. One of your games went down to 2 seconds left on the clock. And I think you said something. There's a quote running around here that everyone's, time is never an issue.
So
yeah, you want to talk about time being a resource?
Yeah, so I mean, okay, yeah, that's a good topic to talk about too. So, like, firstly, like, we're a lot of us who are old school players are used to, like, in person where there's no sense of, like, your own time and sharing, right? Everything is sharing. You just have a 50 minute, 55 minute clock, and, like, it's technically, even by the letter of the law, you and your opponent's job to try and make sure the match finishes, right? But I don't really view online play the same way, because you have your own clock completely. You don't share time with the opponent at all. So, like, if you imagine in a Magic tournament, I was allowed 5 minutes a turn to think every single turn. I would make better plays, right? What if I'm only allowed 3 minutes to think? What if I'm only allowed 1 minute to think? So the way I see it, this doesn't work in person, but online where you don't share time, you have every right to use your clock however you see fit. And if you run out of time, that's a completely legitimate way to lose or win. It's not like any more or less legitimate than dealing 20 damage or decking somebody, because if I choose to think a ton, I'm going to put up better plays, but then I cut into my time. So time is just another resource like life total that you should manage when you don't share time with your opponent. As far as the 2 seconds thing, so, like, we played 2 we played 3 games, 2 of which were like super duper epic. Like I turned the game at 1, I gained a bunch of life, took a bunch more damage, finished both games on like turn 20. My deck to begin with was a really grindy deck with like virtually no win cons except like Starheim Unleashed. I mostly just like kill things and tick up planeswalkers and gain life as I'm killing things, and then hopefully win the game just kind of like with planeswalkers and card drawing and whatever. And basically, like, you know, traditionally speaking on that subject, blue decks draw cards the best, but they don't have good cheap removal, which is why you'll generally see control decks will be blue-black or blue-white or blue-red, so they can pair cheap removal with the card drawing. So anyways, when you get to draft a deck like this, like a Mardu-style control deck, you normally have good cheap removal, and the problem is you don't draw cards that well. You don't have that many great win cons and things like that. So this draft, I was able to lock up Maze Mine 2, Mindstone, and Treasure Map, some of which early, in addition to, like, cards that are a couple of Planeswalkers. I first picked Chandra, Torch of Defiance. I don't cube a lot. I think it's a good card. I don't know if it was the best card in the pack or not. And then I got, like, the other Chandra, I think maybe a few picks later early, sometime pretty early in the draft. So basically, knowing I already had a couple of Planeswalkers and then some of those artifacts, it was like, okay, I've got card drawing, I've got Planeswalkers, red, black, and white is good at removal, let's try and put a control deck around these Planeswalkers, rather than the more traditional aggro decks that red and white produce.
Right. Yeah, I think your deck was just running on all cylinders, basically. Even when it felt like, at times you might have been drawing into some dead cards per se, right? But, like, you stabilized at, like, awesome moments where it's just like you turned the tide, you turned that corner perfectly.
Yeah, and I definitely got really lucky in a couple of those spots that my opponent could have peeled like anything to beat me. But a key was also having all the life gain, so that basically they only had 1 to 2 turns to peel to beat me, because I wasn't going to close anytime soon. So if I don't gain the life, they're going to have 6, 7 turns, and then they're going to get there almost every time instead of like 2 turns.
Yeah, 100%. Well, Ben, you are a master of the craft. I don't think anything else needs to be said.
Well, I really appreciate it, and also let me shout out you guys, because, I mean, listen, you know, I have got a lot of reach, and I don't organize very much because it's a lot of work. I'm sure all the people at home don't realize how much work goes into coordinating with 32 different people, getting people on the same schedule, getting everybody's, like, new names, numbers, pairings, blah, 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 blah. So I just want to, you know, if anything, I just want to take this moment to say thank you to you guys, because like, I think that, like, a weekly streamer draft league is exactly what Magic needed. This is awesome, and, you know, thanks to y'all for putting on this. This is serious. Just showing up and playing, I'm not doing anything. I'm getting to do the fun part.
Yeah, Ben, we appreciate that so much. Extending a big thank you from Hunter and everyone here at Coral Sword. Basically, this is a reason why this is happening. It's also because of you.
I mean, I realize I bring a lot of people, I bring a lot of eyeballs, but, like, at the same time, like I said, like, all the real work is on your end, in my opinion. So anyways, I'm super happy, and I'm glad to participate and help, and, you know, thank you to all of you for all the hard work you put into this, seriously.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, that's a lot of work, so we appreciate you, and we'll see you next week.
All right, sounds good. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you.
Bye.
Congratulations.
Thanks. All right, well, thank you to everybody else who rode with me all night as well. Really appreciate the support from all of you. It was an epic night. If you tuned in towards the end in the finals of the semis, the semis was probably the best match I played all night, but a lot of the games were really close in some of the other matches too, so I would highly recommend any and all parts of this run if you're interested. If you watch the semis and the finals and you're interested in seeing what happened the first couple rounds, there were plenty of good games there as well. Obviously, like I said, first and foremost, I ran hot. I won a lot of close games. I drew well. You know, like, I mulled to 5 one match, but then drew well the next 2 games, stuff like that. So things just broke my way. I don't think my deck was super busted, but I do think it was good. I think it had a good, cohesive plan with a lot of cards that generate card advantage, a lot of removal, and so on. I will definitely be back in this next week, and I will be drafting Modern Horizons over the weekend. So next week, I will definitely be considering possibly some Dominaria, some Modern Horizons, some fun formats. Like I said, I'm probably not going to stream any more Strixhaven unless it's like something like this, the Sweatsuit, because I just really haven't been enjoying it. Like, I did, like I talked about, I did enjoy it for the first 20, 30, 40 drafts. I don't think it's, like, has bad in-game play. I just think, like, I don't know. The lessons should have had more lessons that have colors that are one color, and like probably shouldn't have had any colorless lessons, or maybe just one or something, or a rare one or whatever. And like Lorehold needed to be like better, and like there needed to be more overlap so you could draft more 3-color decks with more synergy. I really don't think they did a great job with Strixhaven, except for the lesson and learn is a cool mechanic. So I really like, I'm kind of off Strixhaven, which is one of the main reasons I haven't been streaming a lot. But like I'll probably stream some Modern Horizons, Dominaria, etc. Oh well, Spedone said does the winner get to choose the format next week? I didn't know that. Is Dominaria an option? Is it going to be on in time? Because somebody said there's Dominaria drafts next week, but I don't know if they were lying or not. Somebody said June 17th or something, Dominaria starts. Well, even if it's not, Dominaria's been on Arena, so we could, if Dominaria is coming, even if it's like a day or two later, that would be a great way to preview the format that's about to hit for a bunch of people who might be newer players and may not have even drafted Dominaria. So I would definitely choose Dominaria draft if that's an option for next week, if it's actually coming on the week after. Somebody said that in my chat, but I didn't confirm that. We are out of the tournament, rampant growth. Cool. Well, heck, now I'm going to try harder to win every week, if it means we get to play awesome formats like Dominaria when I win. I'm just kidding. I've been trying my hardest, just been getting stomped. Sounds great. I didn't even know we got free coffee. Although I figured there's not going to really be any prizes from this tournament that I wouldn't like, given I love like sweatpants and you know, that type of clothing, and I love coffee. We're pretty safe. Well, like I said, thanks again, everybody. Been a long night. I'm going to sign off and eat some food. I will see you next week for some streams. Have a good weekend. Thanks to everybody who hung out with me all night. And I do appreciate the support, and I will see you next time. Normally, I raid whoever's still in playing the semis or the finals, but hey, good problems to have, you know? Nobody to raid. Got to brush that shoulder off now. Now, obviously, there's going to be somebody on drafting a raid, but nobody left in the tournament to raid because we were in it till the end for once. Thanks, Justice. It definitely was epic. Definitely did crush people left and right. Took over 20 and I don't even know. How many games tonight did I take over 20 damage? Probably like 4 or 5, you know, that I won. Not counting the games I lost, you know, 2-1 or whatever. The matches I won 2-1. But in games I lost, how many times did I take over 20? Probably like 3, maybe 4. In games I won, I mean. Anyways, who's on drafting? I see MTG Nerd Girl. Is Echo staying on? I still see his stream up. I'll rate Echo.
Really good games from what we saw on our end. Yeah, you know, absolutely. I'll echo what Ben said. I mean, you guys are the unsung heroes. You guys are the ones putting this together and letting us play every week. And like Ben said, this is a draft league is something that's been missing for a long time. So I really appreciate it. I'm sure everybody watching appreciates all the work you guys put into it.
Yeah, thank you, Phil, so much for being here every week, and thank you, Echo, for all. You know, you're always in this tournament, showing up every Thursday.
It's a blast.
And always a joy for me. Thursdays are kind of sacred now, and hopefully we can continue this and continue to grow it. And I like the thought of draft league. Right now it's just a draft tournament, but hopefully we can start adding points to the mix and start ranking some things and having seasons of some sort. So we're working on it. This is right now. It's the organic method of just having fun with great players, great content creators, and having a good time on Thursday. So thank you, Echo, for being here so many weeks. Congratulations on making the finals. I look forward to talking to you as a tournament champion, bringing home the coffee.
I'm working toward it. I love coffee, so I'll keep trying.
Sweet. Magic and coffee. It's the job done. That's
beautiful.
It for the Sweatsuit Invitational. Thank you, Cool Sword. Thank you, Echo for all 5. Congratulations to Ben S. Hope you all have a great weekend, a great Friday. Take care. Much love.
Well, Echo's signing off too, so I do need to get going and go eat something because it's been on for a while now. I'm starving. So I'm going to raid MTG Nerd Girl because she is on drafting, and everybody else finished the Sweatsuit and seems to have mostly signed off.
So guys, that is going to be it for the stream. I know Ben popped in and asked if we're staying on or signing up.
So, again, thank you, and I will see you next time. Thanks for Epic Growth. Yeah, I know. I was just messing around.